The young teen wielding a giant flying spiked mace capable of dealing magical damage is our protagonist, Ban Yu-woo. At this moment, he was fighting a number of green-skinned goblins brandishing weapons and rushing toward him to try to draw his blood. Just a glance suggested there were at least a few hundred, yet Yu-woo showed not the slightest concern. "Are you ready?" Yu-woo said coldly, and then suddenly something streaked through and struck those goblins, shattering any who were hit. In this way, Yu-woo didn't even bother to move a finger, and the goblins rushing him were all taken care of, making the remaining goblins too wary to attack him, and the cause of it all was that flying spiked mace, which after sweeping the first wave returned to hover behind Yu-woo. Along with it came a rain of shredded goblin corpses that the spiked mace had dispatched, falling like rain below, causing the remaining goblins to inhale sharply and hastily step back a few paces, and then, while the group was in panic, suddenly, from afar an arrow tore through the air. But of course, before it could reach Yu-woo it was broken by the spiked mace. At least it caught the protagonist's attention. And not only him, the remaining goblins turned to look at the archer with expressions as if staring at an idiot. Surely they were mentally cursing that goblin's entire lineage by now. And as if aware Yu-woo was about to deal with the archer, the surrounding goblins hurriedly shifted aside, leaving the blue-skinned archer standing alone, relying on numbers to charge in and now shooting arrows casually. If you think Ban Yu-woo's abilities stop there and he'd still dare enter a dungeon, you're very mistaken. Bang manga, transform, Yu-woo shouted, and immediately a golden magic circle appeared on the mace's haft while the weapon itself emitted a golden light as if about to transform. Around them, the goblins seemed to realize Yu-woo was about to teach them a lesson, so they seized the moment and, while the weapon was still transforming, shouted to raise their morale and surged forward to attack. However, the transformation took less than a second. Instantly, the spiked mace became a magical cannon aimed at the group, its barrel glowing red as if charging energy. "Fire," Yu-woo said cheerfully. To tell this story, one must go back to when Yu-woo was small. At 4 years old, in some miraculous way the little general could read, "Light of my life, the flame of my existence." The boy stammered reading a few words from inside a book. And that alone was enough to make his parents glow with pride. "Honey, our child is reading in the original language. Oh, so clever, my wife has given birth to a genius," said the four-eyed uncle, making his wife's face flush slightly. "Come on, when did you teach him English?" "I didn't teach him," the uncle said casually, and after he spoke the atmosphere turned cold. How could the boy know languages of lands he'd never seen? The uncle worried, and the wife's knitting froze, and it wasn't only English. Yu-woo began murmuring words in Japanese and Chinese too, making them more bewildered. And to answer their question, as if hearing them, the door suddenly opened. Our Yu-woo truly inherited the ancestral bloodline. Finally our family has produced a child who can fulfill the clan's long-held wish. The child will recover the Tower of Babel for the clan, said some big excited man, carrying a child under his arm. And judging by his demeanor, he seemed all too familiar with such things. The couple could only shake their heads. "Oh dear, he's starting again. Yumi, come here," the wife said awkwardly. The uncle just sighed. "Dad's back. Go wash your hands already, honestly." Turning to the old man and seeing that the couple didn't seem to believe him, he angrily wanted to snap the racket in his hand. "These people, Babel Tower is real, huh?" "Yes, of course it's real," the uncle answered, though his eyes never left the newspaper. From his demeanor it was clear he was humoring the matter. "Did you have fun with Grandpa today, child?" Yu-woo's mother spoke up, mentioning the old man. Knowing he couldn't convince the couple, he turned to his grandson. "Yu-woo, lend me this," he said, and casually took the sketchbook and paint box from the boy's hands. He quickly drew something, and as he drew he began to explain. Long ago, in a chaotic world, the great ancestor of the Ban clan possessed an ability that allowed people to communicate with one another. With that power he led the people and built a tower that would never collapse. That tower was the Tower of Babel. Hearing this, young Yu-woo grew interested and asked, "The tower our ancestors built? A skyscraper? Are our ancestors the masters of that tower?" As he spoke, the boy's eyes turned into coin-shaped stars when he realized his situation might not be as poor as he thought. Then Yu-woo hurriedly grabbed his grandfather's calf and asked, "Skyscraper, where is our skyscraper?" Not paying attention to the question, the old man burst out laughing. "Our ancestors were masters of language, able to translate and transform any tongue. We must never forget we are descendants of such a great man." "I told you to go wash your hands already," the uncle complained. "You asked about the tower?" "I don't know where it is either," the old man said, and Yu-woo's gleam of hope vanished. "That's our building," the boy said regretfully. But the old man gripped his grandson's shoulders and declared, "There is one thing I can be sure of. Once you find it, our clan will be restored to full power and glory." As a child, whenever he heard his grandfather tell of the ancestors' adventures, I always hoped that the extraordinary language ability granted to me would help fulfill the clan's long-cherished wish, but my power exceeded those expectations. And as time passed, Ban Yu-woo had become a college applicant. At present, he was in his room, checking yesterday's scores on his computer and saying, "Looking at the scores, I'm sure I'll get in. The Politics and International Relations Department of S University, why are they so late publishing the results?" Yu Wu complained before his eyes began to narrow, staring at the screen. Because at that moment his laptop screen suddenly became noisy and chaotic, displaying no clear image. What's going on? Yu Wu wondered, repeatedly pressing F5 to try to fix it. However, before the computer could correct itself, an emulator-like window suddenly appeared before Yu Wu, making him stop mid-action. What is this? Why is there a blue window here? And those squiggly characters he'd never seen before. He squinted to read, "The Academy Supreme of all dimensions, congratulations, you have passed the application screening." Seeing this, Yu Wu's face showed panic as he stood up from his chair. What the hell is this? How can I understand this? He thought in alarm, while notifications kept popping up. Student Ban Yu Wu is summoned to the practical assessment location. If approved, you will become a reserve student, prepare yourself. Countdown, 10, 9, 8. At this point, Yu Wu began to be on guard and looked around. Who's messing with me? Ban Yumi, are you coming out or not? The little general shouted, and at that moment, his computer finished repairing itself. At the same time it displayed good news, an admission letter, University Department, Major, Politics and International Relations, registration number, blah blah, name, Ban Yu Wu, date of birth XXXX 2001. We are pleased to inform you that the above candidate has been admitted to our university for the 202X academic year. February 4th, 202X. President of S University. Looking at the screen, Yu Wu breathed a sigh of relief. It must have been my nerves, I'm just seeing things. He laughed, unaware that the countdown on the blue screen was still ticking down, teleporting to the exam site in 5 4 3 2 1, begin practical summoning assessment. Student Ban Yu Wu, proceed to the practical assessment site. No sooner had the announcement ended than Yu Wu's figure flashed and vanished from the room. At the same time, his sister Yumi opened the door and asked, "Hey, Ban Yu Wu, did he get in?" "Hey, Ban Yu Wu," she called out when she couldn't see her brother, even though she had clearly just heard him. The scene shifted from some limestone cavern, strange magic barriers appeared overhead, a flash of light, and Yu Wu fell straight toward the ground, making him cry out in pain. Ignoring his condition, the system screen continued with instructions. The special practical assessment for candidates from the secondary spatial realm has begun. Defeat the blind goblins and destroy the dungeon core. Back to the protagonist. At this point, whether he wanted to or not, he had to accept his situation. This is crazy, this isn't a game. So I was actually summoned? With this headache it can't be a hallucination. What the hell is a special practical test? Take me back, I didn't sign up for this. The little general yelled, clutching his head. But this is a test site, not a place for crying. Before Yu Wu could complain much longer, footsteps sounded behind him. The sound made the youth jump and quickly clamp his mouth shut. It's really here. He panicked internally because standing before him were two goblins with fierce faces, brandishing wooden clubs. Human. I heard a human. Prey is here. They spoke as they scanned the area. Yu Wu hurriedly covered his mouth and backed away slowly. Prey, they're talking about me. Oh my god, now I can understand them too. Practical assessment, blind goblins. Dungeon core, what the hell is happening? Do I have to defeat them to get out? This is like a game or a novel, Yu Wu thought to himself. Before he looked around again to assess the situation, based on the headache and the vividness of the sensation, even without knowing what was happening, it seemed real. Saying that, Yu Wu glanced at the two goblins turning left and right, not seeing him though he stood right beside them. They said they were blind goblins, right? I have to defeat them to escape, but how am I supposed to do that? A modern person probably couldn't beat them. Hua hua, the little general screamed inwardly and slammed his hands on the ground. That foolish action gave the blind goblins his position, and immediately a wooden club swung straight at Yu Wu's crotch, making him nearly apologize to his ancestors. What the, you bastard, but it seemed they still couldn't see him. Don't panic, Yu Wu told himself to calm down. But just then, the traitorous flip-flops began to take effect. When Yu Wu applied even a little pressure, the rubber slipper made a loud squelching noise, causing the blind goblin wearing a hat to notice and lunge straight at him. At the same time it swung the club straight at him. Seeing that, Yu Wu panicked and hurriedly leaned to one side to dodge, and narrowly escaped death, because the blind goblin's strike was so powerful it left a small crater in the ground. If the blow had hit his body, the little general would have been finished instantly. After falling to one side, Yu Wu quickly clamped his hands over his mouth and lay still like a dog to hide himself, while the other goblin, having heard the strange noise, asked, "What's that?" A sound came from this side, the helmeted one replied. You sure? The bald one probed. Definitely here, don't let it escape, the helmeted one affirmed. Turning toward Yu Wu, at this moment he didn't even dare breathe hard. Calm, stay calm. Though they're blind, they're highly sensitive to sound and motion, they hunt by communicating to corner their prey. At this rate, no matter how well I hide I'll be caught eventually. If I don't want to die I have to use my brain, it's the blind goblin's instinct. I can exploit that. There's no time, must act now. Yu Wu thought frantically, then, taking advantage of the fact that these goblins can only detect sound, he groped for a stone nearby and threw it forward. The noise of the stone hitting the ground immediately drew the attention of the two blind goblins. Sure enough, the goblins were fooled. Hearing the source of the sound, they pointed and shouted before charging straight that way. Then, as the big bald goblin groped over the ground searching for the prey, it only found the two stones Yu Wu had thrown earlier. Looking at the stones in its hands, the blind goblin was a bit puzzled but still hadn't realized it was trapped. Behind them, seeing their exposed vulnerability, Yu Wu seized the chance. At that moment he whispered to himself, and hurled a rock as big as a brick straight at the provoking goblin's head. The blow made its head immediately spurt blood. "Prey behind you," someone cried out. It swung its club backward without a moment's hesitation. As a result, the helmeted goblin that had just rushed over took the blow square in the face. The impact left its mouth all skewed, but before the helmeted goblin could explain, Yu Wu imitated its voice. "The prey is resisting, finish it." Hearing the prompting, the helmeted goblin immediately gripped its club and struck forward with full force, causing the bald goblin's head to cave in, and it was effectively finished off in a single move. After that, its huge body collapsed forward, falling on top of the helmeted goblin. Seeing the two of them down and out, Yu Wu panted nervously from the adrenaline. However, the helmeted goblin was still alive, and to finish this test, Yu Wu had to deal with them, so he began to eye the wooden clubs they had dropped nearby. Back with the helmeted goblin, it was struggling to crawl out. Then, as if sensing footsteps approaching, it slightly lifted its head to look. And now, before it, stood Yu Wu with a somewhat panicked face. "Sorry, but you tried to kill me, so I guess this was expected, right?" Yu Wu muttered and reminded himself not to hesitate. If he couldn't finish off even a dying creature, there would be no chance of escaping here. With that, he raised the wooden club to finish off the goblin. After a few cries, the goblin's body stiffened for a moment and then went limp. Looking at the two corpses before him, Yu Wu exhaled in relief. He had survived for now, he said lightly, when suddenly both blind goblins' bodies emitted a soft golden light, and countless runes rose from their bodies. The runes flew straight toward Yu Wu. "What is this?" he said in panic, and as if answering him, the system notification appeared. "Congratulations on completing your first dungeon hunt. Your reward is an upper-rank space power. Babylon code unlocked." Looking at the ancient glyph spinning on his hand, Yu Wu said in astonishment, "This is Babylon code power unlocked. This power will be presented as hieroglyphs, a language familiar to the owner." Additional info: hieroglyphs are characters that convey ideas through images. Broadly understood, they represent characters that depict the concepts of things. Reading the notice, Yu Wu's eyes showed slight surprise. Hieroglyphs familiar to me? Chinese characters, he chose, and the system immediately confirmed and returned the result. Chinese characters registered. Unlike phonetic scripts that describe sound, these characters convey meaning through their shapes. From the two goblins, the graspable concepts are demon, life, and body. Other concepts are too complex and not important for the owner's current absorption level. At that moment, some Chinese characters began to rise from the two goblin corpses, but Yu Wu, hearing the notification, still didn't quite understand. "Wait, possess and absorb," he exclaimed, watching the goblin's body slowly dissolve before him and thinking that his ability wasn't limited to language. It could also extract concepts from things, he wondered. After they vanished, the system provided further explanation. Absorbed 0.2 Demon. Demons are concepts humans cannot inherently possess. Recommendation: store in Babylon code, or separate and assign to other objects. As the corpses dissolved, they left three kinds of Chinese characters in red, green, and purple. After hearing this, Yu Wu vaguely guessed their function, so he casually grabbed the green character and said, "So now I can keep or apply concepts, shall I try it?" Thinking and doing, the little general took a gamble and stuffed the green character into his body. The moment it entered him, the system issued another notice: absorbed 0.4 life. Owner's life increased to 10.4, and overall ability and potential improved. When the notification ended, Yu Wu actually felt noticeably healthier and more upbeat. "Wow, already more confident," Yu Wu said happily. Riding the momentum, he began to absorb the red glyph as well, which seemed to bulk him up a bit. Absorbed 0.2 body, owner's body increased to 10.2, health improved. By now Yu Wu felt a light, euphoric buzz like after working out. Oh, this strong feeling, what is it? But it wasn't just arm strength or muscles, everything had improved. I've absorbed quite a few concepts from those things. I've analyzed, seized, and absorbed them. The goblins' bodies vanished after their energy was absorbed, leaving only the 2 wooden clubs. If concepts can be applied not just to myself but to other objects, then maybe it's possible. If that's true, I can escape this dungeon. I will do it. Now die, all of you, he said as he began to use the remaining purple character. Time passed quickly. With the power stolen from the goblins, Yu-Wu fought his way to a chamber containing the dungeon's core, leaving countless green-skinned corpses behind like dogs. I used the unlocked ability to swiftly wipe out all the blind goblins in the dungeon, and with a casual swing he smashed the dungeon core into pieces. The moment he did this, the system acknowledged it and announced, "Congratulations on passing the special practical test for secondary space candidates." Hearing that, Yu-Wu breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, so now I can go home, right?" he said, grinning uncontrollably. But of course fate had other plans. Immediately the system reminded him that candidates would be teleported to the dormitory. "What?" Yu-Wu shouted as the teleportation light whisked him away somewhere. Okay, to sum up, Yu-Wu was teleported, but the destination wasn't his home. It was to a world he had never seen before, a place called Union Academy. Cut to a room inside the academy, Yu-Wu suddenly realized he had appeared there and looked around with wide eyes, asking, "What the hell is this place?" In response, the damn system explained, "Congratulations on passing the practical test and becoming a provisional student. Please tidy your outfit in the dormitory and attend the interview. Please wear the Union Academy uniform, our school's pride." The announcement ended. The system instantly gifted him a set of clothes and a pair of shoes. Forced into this, the protagonist felt his blood boil. What is this, an interview? But I'm already in college, do I have to wear a uniform again? Give me back my freshman days, I'm dead. It's indescribable. If they stick me in that place I'm doomed, and now they want to interview me. Once I meet the person in charge, I'll teach them some manners. Yu-Wu said as he quickly put on the uniform and hurried off to find the interviewers. For some reason he seemed to know his way around, so he strode on without hesitation, muttering as he went. He then flung open the door in front of him, but before Yu-Wu could shout. Inside the office a beautiful girl with long orange hair neatly tied back and a flower pinned in it looked up in surprise and exclaimed, "Oh my." Facing this beauty, all of his earlier aggressive bravado vanished. He froze like a wooden post. No matter how destructive a presence one has, a pretty girl can make you shrink. My God, she's gorgeous. Green skin? An alien? So beautiful. Returning focus to the girl, he looked awkward and flustered. "Ban Yu-Wu, I'm Yamina, Professor of Combat Magic at Union Academy. Nice to meet you." "Ah, yes, Yu-Wu stammered. Seeing this, Yamina continued, "First, congratulations on passing the practical test, welcome back." "Ah, yes, thank you, ma'am," he replied. Yu-Wu scratched his head awkwardly. "Also, Yu-Wu, did you know your trial drew the full attention of all department professors? Oh my God. Believe it or not, you're the first student in 500 years to create an entirely new item during the assessment." Hearing 500 years, Yu-Wu's face soured as if constipated. 500 years? I was brought here without knowing anything and almost died, Professor. He roared inwardly. But Professor Yamina didn't notice his expression and kept smiling. Wonderful. Truly, this is an exceptional case that far exceeds the special test. On this side, seeing her cheerful attitude, Yu-Wu could only sigh. Perhaps their thinking differs because they're from another world. I'll leave this strange place as soon as the interview ends, he told himself, then turned his attention aside. Then his eyes widened and he hurriedly asked, "Professor, what's the name of that pillar?" Hearing this question, the professor also looked toward the window. A pillar? So people from secondary space really know nothing about Union or that pillar, huh? That pillar is the reason Union Academy was founded. We nurture students with exceptional abilities from different dimensions and help them reach the top of the tower. That is Union Academy's aspiration and the common hope of all space eras. The Dungeon of Dungeons, the source of all mysteries and dangers in this world, is the Tower of Babel. Back to Yu-Wu, just hearing that made his heart race, because it was the tower his grandfather always spoke about. Good heavens, a dungeon? That's the building I used to hear about in stories. What is this, Grandpa? Everything about our ancestors that you told me about is here. But they say it's the Dungeon of Dungeons. Does that mean the tower is occupied by strange monsters? Still, that doesn't matter. The glory of my family and everything of the ancestors, I'll reclaim it all, Yu-Wu said with a smile. In that moment he decided to join Union Academy. Later, thanks to the professor's privilege, he was allowed to return home, and after a family meeting and explaining everything, indeed, his grandfather went crazy with joy. "What, you found the Tower of Babel? Excellent, that's my grandson." "Hey, calm down, his uncle hurriedly soothed to prevent the old man from overexciting himself. Putting that aside, after explaining everything, Yu-Wu could prepare for enrollment. Now, in Union's lower-level dungeon inside a hobgoblin cavern, Yu-Wu was getting ready to enroll. At that time, armed with his infinite ammo AK-47, Yu-Wu began teaching those goblins what it means to choose the right modern civilization. Before they could even rush to attack, a rain of bullets struck them. He literally blasted them to pieces, and Yu-Wu calmly walked forward. Sweeping across, no creature could block his path. Here it comes, here it comes. Previously my ability was limited to language, but now I've seized from the goblins. Demon 3.4, Life 6.8, Body 3.4, Killer 0.34, Marksmanship 0.57. Now everything is totally different. With the Babylon Code, I can linguify, absorb, and manipulate the concepts of things. Whenever I kill an enemy, I can obtain the concepts I can interpret. The more I acquire, the stronger I become. And the concepts I gained from the first dungeon, the Blind Goblin Cave, were transferred to this staff, turning it into a powerful weapon, this very companion. Yu-Wu said as he watched the spiked mace automatically deal with the goblin that had tried to sneak up on him. He gave it a strike to the jaw, leaving the guy unable to tell teeth from lips. This is the Goblin's Club, the first item Ban Yu-Wu created by infusing demonic energy into the staff. The item can automatically assume its true form at the owner's command and transform and operate freely. Seeing his creation so useful, Yu-Wu couldn't help but fondle it. Although it was created by accident, thanks to it he passed the evaluation test well. After cuddling it enough, Yu-Wu glanced at the surrounding remains and murmured, "Alright, time to clean up the spoils and confirm the codes," and with that, he quickly absorbed the concepts from the corpses. Life 5, Magic 3, Fiend 5, Body 3, Soul 2, Leadership Skill 1, Killer 1.7, Family 0.05. Skimming these messages, one line caught Yu-Wu's attention. "Among the concepts I gathered from the monsters, there's something I've never seen before. What is this, soul?" At that, the Bang Manga Club swung excitedly toward him in a hurry. "What's up? You want it?" Yu-Wu asked. Bang Manga nodded eagerly. Seeing that, he didn't hesitate to gift that line to it. "Of course it's for you. Wait a moment, I'll give you more life, love, and even fiend power." After saying that, Yu-Wu focused, controlled the hieroglyphic characters to hover around his hand, and compressed them into a sphere. "This is what I've learned so far. Take the fragmented concepts I've collected and infuse them into the staff." Thinking that, he quickly shoved the sphere into Bang Manga. Very quickly, the iron truncheon emitted a blinding light, as if beginning an evolution. The concepts combined in a strangely harmonious way, causing the item to transform. Love 2.5 and Beast 4 automatically fused, a perfect fusion producing an item beyond its previous depth. Hearing this announcement, Yu-Wu's eyes flashed with astonishment. "A beast? So one of the concepts I separated transformed on its own?" Yu-Wu shouted. Then the sphere of light quickly cracked into many pieces, revealing a small snake inside. Thanks to the superior fusion process, Beast Fiend 10 had been completed. Beast Fiend? Combining the characters for Fiend and Beast produced a Beast Fiend. How miraculous. "Can I touch it?" Yu-Wu asked. He cautiously extended his hand forward, a bit apprehensive. Fortunately, the snake still recognized its master, so it proactively nuzzled Yu-Wu's arm. Its nature remained the same, probably can still transform into a gun or a shield, Yu-Wu thought to himself. So cute. "Okay, your name from now on will be Eve. Before we return, check your growth stats, based on my experience." As he spoke, his eyes focused on the info panel. Ban Yu-Wu, Life 45.1, Body 32, Soul 324.5, Mana 38.7, Swordsmanship 14.2, Leadership Skill 1, 10,000 Poison Eye 105, 10,000 Hearing 100, 10,000 Language 100. Life is similar to levels in a game. Body describes physical condition, but why is my soul stat so high? Things like 10,000 Poison Eye or 10,000 Hearing are probably related to my language skills. If I don't understand something, I'll skip it for now. Saying that, Yu-Wu looked at the small snake and asked, "What do you think, Eve? Can you now fit in with your classmates?" Hearing this, Eve hurriedly shook its head in embarrassment. "No, not yet. The growth stat is what matters most, right?" Yu-Wu advised. At the same time, because he had cleared the dungeon, the system asked, "The dungeon core has been destroyed, you can leave the dungeon. Do you want to leave?" "Alright, let's go out, time for Union Academy's matriculation ceremony." he said, pressing the button on the screen, and very quickly, his body was halted by teleportation magic and carried away. Cut to Union Academy's hall reserved for the matriculation ceremony. The atmosphere was extremely lively, with every kind of race present, and by some strange coincidence he even spotted a knockoff Adidas brand on a sign next to a smiling face. At the same time, people who had just entered the Great Hall quickly found seats, and in a fun way, Yu-Wu was teleported to the very center of the hall, which made a few nearby people jump in surprise. As he surveyed the crowd, he was equally astonished. "Wow, so many people," he said, but then, he began activating the 10,000 poison eyes. The 10,000 poison eyes can read everything. Depending on proficiency, they help the user better understand a target's aura and spirit. At that moment, in Yu-Wu's gaze, the attribute stats of the others quickly appeared. Like that magma youth, some stat labeled BBC, while some handsome blonde guy had a scorching SAA. Seeing those exact ratings, Yu-Wu started to tremble inwardly. As expected, unlike someone from secondary space admitted via a special exam like him, students admitted through normal procedures clearly seemed much stronger, at least 10 times stronger than him. But where is my place? Yu-Wu wondered inwardly, before he heard someone call and turned around. "Hey, if you're from secondary space, don't loiter here, get out of here." The speaker was a big guy who looked like a dungeon boss character from an action game. However, he wasn't someone Yu-Wu could deal with now, so Yu-Wu could only wave and say, "Oh, okay, thanks." Seeing him so timid, the group burst into laughter. Still, Yu-Wu wasn't angry. It's no surprise that those admitted through normal procedures are overconfident. They discriminate against me just because I'm from secondary space. Even in that world the strong look down on the weak. Is that common everywhere? Yu-Wu mused silently. At that moment, as if noticing his loneliness, some blonde guy way in the back raised a hand and called to the protagonist, "Hey, special admission student, sit here." Hearing the call, the protagonist awkwardly hurried over. "This area is reserved for students from secondary space?" "Wow, it looks like exile," Yu-Wu thought embarrassedly. Before he could look up to observe their stats, his eyes nearly popped out. Holy crap, are these really students from secondary space? All three of them had stats enough to wipe out the regular matriculation students. According to Yu-Wu's view, the blonde guy's rating was SAA, the white-haired girl was SSSS, and finally the pink-haired girl was ABS. But Yu-Wu also observed three other rating lines, C, and EX. After seeing each other's faces clearly, Yu-Wu and the blonde guy seemed to recognize each other. "You're Ban." "Yeah, hey Light, this spot's ours." "Nice." Yu-Wu thought, "This guy is Light, the handsome guy I met in the dorm before the matriculation ceremony. Our first meeting was a bit unusual. Back then, when we met in the dorm room, Light greeted the protagonist by pointing the sword in his hand straight at him and shouting, 'Someone,' looking at a sword pressed to his throat. Yu-Wu's eyes widened in shock. "Hey, dressed like that, who else could you be?" "A new student, your roommate," Yu-Wu yelled, making Light suddenly realize his action had been a bit extreme. "Oh, sorry. I just finished a practical assessment so I'm a bit tense." "You okay?" "Yeah," Yu-Wu replied, while feeling slightly annoyed. "This handsome name looks like a prince out of a fairy tale, seems a bit hot-headed. Anyway, he apologized, so he can't be that bad," Yu-Wu thought. Before Yu-Wu could mention that his test was fighting the blind goblins, Light sneered, "That your practical assessment? Even a basic trained rookie can easily hunt goblins. My opponent in the practical was an army of chained burial soldiers." He gleefully shared his exploits, which made Yu-Wu flush with anger and want to apologize to his friend a few seconds earlier. What an obnoxious, shameless guy. Putting that aside, the protagonist's face relaxed. "Come to think of it, we haven't even washed up and we're already chatting. It's been a long time since I had someone to talk to." "Same here." Putting that aside, the protagonist's face relaxed. "Come to think of it, we haven't even washed up and we're already chatting. It's been a long time since I had someone to talk to." "Same here, right? We can keep talking while we bathe," he said casually, while Light's face, for some reason, flushed bright red. "You go shower first, do one." "Huh?" Yu-Wu asked, turning back, but Light was so embarrassed he couldn't even face him. I'll shower in a bit," Light stammered. Yu-Wu looked at the blonde youth with a very strange expression. "Back to the present, time will smooth over this awkwardness, right? Besides, this area is reserved for specially selected students, so the two of them probably." Thinking that, Yu-Wu greeted them. Hello." "Hi," the pink-haired girl replied. At the sight of her innocent, cute demeanor, Yu-Wu nearly fainted from a drop in blood pressure. "So cute." "Nice to meet you," he said. The protagonist repeated it once more, then turned to the white-haired girl. Ah, right, and you too. Hello. Across from them, the white-haired girl with distinctive dark eyes stared intently at Do-won, making him a bit uneasy. What's wrong? Yu-woo asked. That thing wrapped around your arm is interesting, she said calmly, and Yu-woo immediately guessed what she meant, so he didn't hide it and summoned the little snake. You mean Eve? There, so you all can see it too. Seeing its adorable form, the faces of all three of them began to melt. Even the cold-looking white-haired girl blushed with excitement at the sight of the little snake. So cute, this is the item from earlier? It's changed so much in just a few days, Light said. Can I touch it? It looks so cute, the pink-haired girl longed. Meanwhile, the white-haired girl introduced herself. I'm Do-go-yun, daughter of a martial hero. What's your name? I'm Ban Yu-woo, the protagonist replied, then asked, but what's a martial hero? Do you have some kind of martial skill, like an archer? Upon hearing this, the other three burst into giggles. He didn't understand at all, even Do-go-yun trembled and covered her mouth. Well, your understanding isn't entirely wrong. Really? In a magical world, having martial heroes isn't surprising, Yu-woo laughed. Then the pink-haired girl gave her name. Ah, I'm Rachel. Nice to meet you. I'm a Slight, you can call me Light. Nice to meet you, Do-go-yun, Rachel, and Light said cheerfully. But right after he finished speaking, Do-go-yun turned away in apparent disdain, making him widen his eyes. Seeing that, Yu-woo could only offer a goofy smile and say to both, looks like the ceremony's about to start. At that, he noticed the beautiful Professor Yamina sitting on the stage. Oh, Professor Yamina! He exclaimed, which made Light beside him curious. Professor Yamina was your advisor? Yeah, Light. Same here. Before they could say more, the lights inside the hall suddenly changed. Then the hall's roof slowly opened to both sides, revealing the sky above. The ceiling is opening, what's going on? The group asked in alarm. Then, suddenly, a cold voice rang out, everyone gather here. At that, accompanied by the voice, the whole group of students felt a terrible pressure weigh down on their shoulders, sending the group into sheer fear. What is this? What is this crushing pressure? Yu-woo thought in panic. But then, he gritted his teeth and lifted his head to look up, and above, the voice continued, now, the matriculation ceremony for the 2557th class of Union Academy officially begins. The voice came from the apparition of some gigantic eye, an entity so vast it was high tier. Time quickly passed. At that moment, Professor Yamina was also greeting Do-won's friends. Impressive, isn't it? The principal's speech, she said with a smile, but unfortunately, none of the students responded. Perhaps the aftershock of that presence was still too great. Still, Yu-woo calmly sipped a cup of tea and nodded. Very impressive. That eyeball king, is that the principal? Hearing him say this, the group suddenly jolted and turned to ask, Yu-woo, you saw that eye? You dared to look up? Because of its overwhelming aura, most dared not look up. It's terrifying, the group said in alarm, which surprised Yu-woo. He felt some pressure from it, but not nearly that terrifying. At the same time, Do-go-yun stared at Yu-woo as if trying to find out how this weakling could look at such a fearsome entity, which had used a special method to completely hide its true form. How on earth did he do that? Back to Yu-woo, seeing her inspect him like that gave him goosebumps. He quickly explained, it just felt like that, like a giant eye looking down on us. Meanwhile, putting aside Yu-woo's ability to look at the principal, Professor Yamina moved to the main point. Anyway, that was indeed the principal. After today, unless you achieve something special or cause an incident, you won't have the chance to meet him again, she said. But it seems Yu-woo will meet him privately, she added, glancing at him with interest. Our protagonist, hearing he'd have to see such a bigwig, felt embarrassed. Did the professor just curse him? In response, Yamina covered her mouth and laughed. Haha. As your advisor, your achievements are my achievements, so from now on, do your best. Hearing this, Light's eyes lit with surprise and he asked, so Professor Yamina will be in charge of us? Exactly, she said, rewarding herself with another cup of tea. The news left Light dumbfounded. One of the Academy's 9 full professors would be responsible for them. He gasped inwardly. After Yamina set her cup down, she introduced herself. I haven't properly introduced myself yet. I'm Professor Yamina, instructor of combat magic. I've been assigned homeroom teacher for this class, Class 11. Let's work hard together for the next 5 years. I thought only assistants were usually assigned to handle secondary space students, Light asked. Yamina nodded in explanation, that's true. However, this year you are an unusually special cohort, so I will take on this role. Saying that, she seemed a bit moved. Truly special enough that I wonder how only people like you were chosen, she continued, thinking aloud. As if remembering something, she turned serious and said, while you're all here, let me give you a piece of advice. Be wary of obstruction and malice from regular students. Hearing this, Yu Wu was at first surprised, but quickly grasped the meaning behind her words. The obstruction and malice the professor referred to weren't merely academic competition, but physical violence and conflicts between students. If a problem arises outside the scope of internal competition protected by school rules, then even the professors cannot intervene. To grow while competing with other students, you must be strong enough to overcome obstruction and malice, otherwise, from now on, the four of you will operate as a team. You are truly one-of-a-kind special students, and you'll be teammates climbing the tower together from now until graduation. Alright, that's enough tea and chatter for now. The Academy has prepared a small gift for you. The rules and details will be explained after you receive the item. She snapped her fingers, and immediately some shining items appeared before the group, leaving them astonished. And the item was a pendant of some kind. Is this used to identify students? It looks like an ordinary necklace. Rachel frowned and spoke, recalling Professor Yumina's instructions. You can use it to identify yourself and access all of the school's facilities, and it also enables instant teleportation across the Union campus. Speaking of which, to test the teleport feature, they muttered, let's see, instant teleport incantation is, Professor Yamina is so beautiful, and no sooner had they finished speaking than the three of them were flung outside. Professor Yamina is so beautiful. Rachel shouted, and then they were properly teleported back to their original spot. And as for that incantation, the three of them fell silent, unsure what else to say to flatter Yamina. Oh my god, the group sighed. You need this identification pendant to enter the tower, so whether you like it or not you must keep it safe, Light said, quickly slipping the pendant into his jacket pocket. Across from him, the pink-haired Rachel also wondered why only Yu Wu was being held back. Who knows, Light shrugged. Maybe it's because he sensed that terrifying entity. Dok Go Yun offered her thought. As she spoke, she recalled Professor Yumina's phone conversation with someone just now. What? No, it was just that we prepared a tea party. Too bad, among all the students. Only he could look the principal straight in the eye, Dok Go Yun observed silently. Cut to Yu Wu's location. He was now sitting still like a lamb in the principal's office. What the? Meeting the principal privately on the very first day? I didn't cause any trouble, he wondered anxiously. Seeing his worried posture, the principal spoke. Keep looking at me. My true body is not here right now. The voice came from a doll placed on the desk. After hearing that, Yu Wu dared to look at the doll before him and asked, Principal, no, Chairman, please call me teacher, he reminded, and Yu Wu hurriedly replied, why yes, teacher. Then, the teacher went straight to the point to save time. I should explain why I called you. Usually I don't interfere in students' development. Whether strong or weak is none of my concern. Whether you die inside the tower or survive to claim power and glory, I do not care. My sole goal is to witness someone reach the top of the tower, everything else is meaningless. Hearing this declaration, our protagonist fell into a brief silence, meaningless. To tell the truth, the tower was left to us by our ancestors. The Ban family was fated to reclaim it with all their strength and glory. I am willing to risk my life to take back the tower. However, facing the principal, what does the tower mean to the other students? Why go all the way to this spatial dimension to conquer it? Thinking that, unable to contain his curiosity, Yu Wu spoke up. Teacher, precisely what is this tower? Hearing the question, the teacher was silent for a few seconds, as if surprised by the question, then gave his answer. The tower is a path to the gods and also a trial. Gods? The gods people usually think of, something like that. It's getting more complicated. Yu Wu muttered to himself, not fully knowing what he was thinking. The principal continued, therefore, I will not intervene when students encounter difficulties. However, this time will be an exception, because I see your potential. The greatest potential I've ever seen. I will arrange help to prepare you for the tower climb. As he spoke, the doll's arm rose slightly, and it fired a burst of dust-like light that merged into the identification pendant Yu Wu had received. What is this? He shouted. The teacher quickly explained, I have expanded exploration privileges beyond the student limit. Now you can move to any dungeon, so hone your skills in your spare time before you conquer the tower. Outside the academy? Yu Wu asked. Yes. Now go, Yu Wu. Remember, improve your skills before climbing the tower. If you perform excellently, I will unlock the next privilege for you. As he spoke, the teacher waved, and immediately a gate appeared beneath Yu Wu's feet, causing his body to fall inward. The next privilege, Yu Wu exclaimed in shock, yes, it's independent tower exploration, so I look forward to our next meeting. No sooner had the words ended than Yu Wu was kicked out of the room, and fell straight into the chest of the beautiful Professor Yamina behind him. Seeing him appear, she cheerfully said, "Did your meeting with the principal go smoothly?" Turning back to Yu Wu and looking up, he could only see two enormous mounds blocking his view. So the guy shamefacedly hurried away from between those thighs. The principal usually ejects visitors like that. Strange, right? She shrugged, while Yu Wu no longer dared look straight at the professor. Yes, he replied awkwardly. From the start, he wanted to meet you. After calming down a bit, Yu Wu recounted his conversation and the promises the principal made, which left Yamina astonished. "Oh my god, allowing a student to leave the academy?" she said blankly. Seeing her reaction, Yu Wu asked, "Is it a big privilege?" He said, "I need to quickly improve the missing skills." In response, Yamina kindly explained it to him. "It's huge. You can freely explore dungeons outside the tower and travel to outside cities at will, which means you'll gain far more experience and preparation than others." No student has ever enjoyed this privilege before, she warned, making Yu Wu realize how much care he was receiving. "Huh, I see. I thought it meant you're too weak and need tutoring. Thank the gods." Turning back to Yamina, her voice carried a hint of envy. "You're really lucky, Yu Wu. I'm jealous. Usually teachers are too busy to go out at this time." "Oh?" Yu Wu asked again. "Yes. Because Union is an academy, everything is student-centered, so it's rather inconvenient for professors. With this privilege, you can explore dungeons and travel to cities in your free time, go shopping, and snack as you like. I'm so jealous." As she spoke, her face pressed closer to Yu Wu in a very odd manner, making the young man break out in a sweat. Then, finally, Yamina revealed her true motive. "There's a beautiful city you should visit. It's called Ronica. The spring temple there is really..." Before she could finish, the guy, fearing the professor would devour him, hurriedly interrupted. "Professor, let me buy you a gift." Time passed quickly. Cut to somewhere outside the academy, Yu Wu was now completing the task Yamina had given him. Recalling her earlier instructions, the honeymoon wine brewed by the monks is wonderful. It's famed for its sweet fruity aroma, dense bubbles, and lingering finish. Buy me 1, no, 2 bottles. The wine-loving professor's eyes lit up like headlights as she entrusted the task to the new student. Thinking this, Yu Wu could only sigh inwardly, another professor sending a student to buy booze. This world really is full of surprises. But luckily I already have a storage chest, he thought, and opened his inventory with a very satisfied look, just before he saw an item inside. "Oh right, this is the thing grandfather gave me when I went home before enrollment," Yu Wu said, staring at a certain satchel. This was an item his grandfather had prepared. Its rarity was unclear. Cut to before enrollment day. Before Yu Wu left, his grandfather came with a satchel. "Are you ready, Yu Wu?" "Yes, grandfather, I'm all set." "Sleep well," he replied. Hearing his grandson, the old man dropped the satchel to the ground with a heavy thud. "Just open this and take whatever you like." "What is it?" Yu Wu asked curiously. "Just open it," the grandfather said with a knowing smile. Sure enough, when he opened the satchel, bursts of golden light flashed inside, nearly blinding him. "Wow, it's all pure gold. You really got this?" Yu Wu asked, dumbfounded at the satchel's value, laughing. "It's fine, Yu Wu. This is our ancestors' fortune set aside to reclaim the Babel Tower. Now it's yours, use it as you wish," the old man said with a smile. Being suddenly wealthy moved Yu Wu to tears. "Thank you, grandfather. This will help a lot, I'm very grateful. But it's a bit hard to carry, isn't it?" he stammered. "Huh? Why is that?" the old man asked. "Just looking at it, it's heavy," Yu Wu complained. "You idiot," the grandfather barked in exasperation at his shy, spoiled grandson. Back in the present, after unlocking the storage chest, he tossed all his personal items into his inventory. Having a storage made things much more convenient. "Everything can fit in here. Gold has value everywhere, so I'll take out a few bars," his grandfather had said. "Alright, all set. It's time to step into a new world," Yu Wu said as he turned to look at the modern city before him. After entering the city, he was a little amazed by its level of development. Oh, although it's a different space, the urban landscape is quite similar. At that moment he noticed several people riding flying vehicles in the sky and fell silent. "No, it's actually very different." "What's that?" "It's flying, how is it doing that?" He wondered excitedly, before his strange appearance attracted the attention of a few security officers. "Hey, you're weird looking. Where are you from?" Hearing the call, Yu Wu turned around, but before he could explain, the two officers recognized his uniform and hurriedly changed their attitude. "Oh my, you're a student of Union Academy? Hello. We are the guards in charge of the western border of Ronica Academy City," they said, standing at attention. Yu-Wu felt a little embarrassed at their enthusiasm just because he was a Union student. "Hello, I'm Ban Yu-Wu, a first year at Union Academy," he said, scratching his head. The two of them turned to ask, "But how did you get here?" "Ban Yu-Wu, did the principal authorize you?" "Yes, he said I can explore freely." Yu-Wu nodded. "I know. Thanks to the principal and the teachers, our city is peaceful now. We're always grateful to them." Their remarks made Yu-Wu reassess the academy's influence. Union's power is pretty impressive, he thought. The two guards vouched for him. "Since you're new, you probably don't know much about the city and how it works. If you need anything, we're happy to help." "Oh, really?" Yu-Wu said happily at the offer. "Of course, that's our job as guards," they replied. "If you have any questions, just ask us," the group said confidently, beating their chests. For Yu-Wu, an inexperienced rookie, this was an opportunity he couldn't pass up. He immediately pointed at a vehicle flying in the sky and asked, "Then I want to buy that. How much does it cost?" Time flew. Soon Yu-Wu had his own brand new flying vehicle skimming across the meadow. "Oh my god, this is amazing," Yu-Wu shouted aloud, turning back a moment later. Hearing Yu-Wu's question, the two guards, sweating a little, warned him, "If that's what you mean, it's a flying motorcycle. The basic model is 250,000 ronia, quite expensive." Yu-Wu's face went naive as he asked, "How much is 250,000 ronia? So it's called a flying motorcycle?" With that, he casually pulled a bar of pure gold from his inventory and asked, "Can I trade this to buy it?" Seeing the young man suddenly produce such a valuable item, the guard's eyes widened like saucers. That's gold. Where did you get a bar this big? Is this real?" My grandfather gave it to me," Yu-Wu said with a smile. Back in the present, he was a bit astonished. One gold bar was worth 7,500,000 ronia. He had to thank his grandfather for insisting he take it. "Gold works everywhere, take it with you," the old man had scolded, and Yu-Wu complained it was heavy and inconvenient. "Young people with too much money have their troubles," the grandfather grumbled. At that moment, feeling the gusts of wind, the little snake Eve manifested, and Yu-Wu proudly showed off his pet. "Oh, Eve, what do you think? Like you, the concepts of love and demon gave life to this flying motorcycle. Its name is Lilith, so from now on live in harmony, Lilith." Ban Yu-Wu created it by granting the concepts of love and demon, turning it into a living willful being like Eve, and he turned toward Eve. Hearing its master, the little snake stuck out its tongue, unclear whether in annoyance or joy. Ignoring that attitude, Yu-Wu didn't forget Professor Yamina's task. "Alright, I bought the wine for Professor Yamina and made a little sibling for Eve. Everything that needed doing is done. Now it's time to head back to school," Yu-Wu said with a bright smile. But after a while he collapsed awkwardly onto a table, his head spinning as if he were fainting. "Oh god, my head," the male lead moaned like a thirsty puppy, and at that moment, Light approached, placing a cup of water before him and shaking his head. "I'm very disappointed in you, Yu-Wu, I can't believe it. Right after the meeting you went out without telling anyone and then returned drunk," Light said, looking at Yu-Wu with a highly reproachful gaze. He could only weakly say, "Sorry, Professor Yamina forced me, I couldn't refuse." Saying that, Yu-Wu remembered her grabbing his collar, refusing to let him leave. "Cheers, drink up, another round," until his face flushed like sunset. "This is my first time drinking," he added as he quickly grabbed the cup and gulped it down. Sniff sniff, Yu-Wu gave off a floral scent, Rachel remarked. "If you'd said so earlier I wouldn't have been waiting so worried," Light said irritably. Meanwhile, the cold Dok Go-Yun noticed the flower-shaped badge on Yu-Wu's chest and spoke up. "So that pin was supposed to make you the professor's drinking buddy in exchange for the class representative spot?" Hearing that, Yu-Wu leaned back and said, "Class representative? If you mean homeroom president, then yes, Professor Lortel is in charge of the four of us, so we agreed to accept it," Light interjected. But at that moment Dok Go-Yun said something that made both of them start. "If one of the four of us must be chosen as representative, it should be me, because I'm the strongest here. You see that too, right?" Dok Go-Yun said, staring intently at Yu-Wu. However, Light protested that statement. "That's kind of weird, Dok Go-Yun. Even though we're supposed to be equals as teammates, I have to point out your remark. Your arrogant attitude won't help our future tower climb. Also, I disagree that you're the strongest," Light said, pointing directly at Yu-Wu and shouting. Dok Go-Yun only gave a disdainful smile and shook her head at the questioning. "Haha, you just said we're equals? Ridiculous. Yesterday you asked the professor if you could climb the tower alone, where's the equality now? She shrugged, making Light blush with embarrassment. That's, the young man stammered, unable to reply. Yuwu and Ruchel stared at him with probing looks. Oh right, you did say that. Seeing their gazes, Light's face grew extremely flustered. No, I only asked out of curiosity, it's not that I don't want to hang out with everyone. Back to Yuwu, ignoring the youngster's words, the one beside him flopped onto the table and then began thinking. Honestly, I thought we could avoid discrimination from the start and plan together ahead, but it seemed their team was already falling apart before it even began. He wasn't very keen on the class president role anyway, but now he understood why the professor had chosen him. Light lacks social skills but has great pride, while Dok Go-yun is extremely bossy, very strong, but sure to upset others. Finally there's Ruchel, who's very passive, his personality isn't suited to lead or care for others. What a specially selected group of freshmen. Thinking that, and to prevent the team from collapsing before it formed, Yuwu spoke up, wait, everyone calm down and listen to me. The class representative doesn't have to be the strongest, no, it shouldn't be the strongest. He put forward his idea. Hearing Yuwu, Dok Go-yun's eyes narrowed and she asked, why? Because if the strongest person is the class rep, that person will make all the decisions by themselves, whereas the class rep must keep the class united and cannot do that. Right? The class rep should be the one in the middle who proposes fair, best solutions for everyone. So I think someone easygoing like me should be class rep, easygoing. Dok Go-yun almost laughed out loud. Alright, the professor can also appoint the class rep, so I'll go with whatever you say now, she said with a smile. Seeing the most dangerous member agree, Yuwu breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Thanks, he murmured. Dok Go-yun continued, from the start, the only person I truly wanted to keep here was you alone. Although I don't really like it, to get what I want I have to accept these unnecessary things too. So, she glanced at Light and Ruchel and said, fine, see you later. With that, the white-haired girl walked off coldly, leaving Light behind trembling with anger. What? Unnecessary? Light ground out. Yuwu tried to calm him. Easy, calm down, Light. After managing to placate Light for the moment, Yuwu felt completely drained. Ugh, this morning really felt like a battlefield, not a school. Pride is hard to deal with. Take it slow, Ban Yuwu, the male lead tiredly reminded himself. But before he could rest for even a few seconds, Busty Ruchel stood up and said, Hey, Yuwu, didn't you bring that cute snake from before? I want to touch it. Her eyes glittered. Oh my god, this place is full of landmines. The male lead sighed inwardly. Time passed quickly. The first lesson for Ban Yuwu as homeroom president of Class 11 had begun. The gathering of unique individuals had started, but its beginning was not smooth. Cut to some arena. Some magma-headed guy, for reasons unknown, suddenly went mad and shouted, Professor, I really want to know how good the special exam passers are. Hearing his shout, everyone turned to look at Yuwu's group with eager interest and appraisal. The referee in the prison uniform nodded and said, For the first class we'll start with a sparring match. What do you think? At that, several students couldn't contain themselves. Professor, let me fight them. No, me. Back off. Let me go first. You come here. Are you going to take that pin off or what? Provocative, angry voices rose, leaving Yuwu and Light speechless. Light's expression turned worried. So Union Academy sorts classes by student ability. No wonder Class 1, the special class, seems to hate our Class 11. Well, maybe it's because of this pin I'm wearing, Yuwu said awkwardly. While the crowd kept barking, the magma guy stared intently at Yuwu's badge, thinking, how dare that weakling wear the pin given by the flower goddess, Professor Yamaina, and flaunt it in front of me? Unacceptable. The more he thought about it, the more a fire of rage rose within him. He screamed so loudly it nearly burst the eardrums of the students beside him. Professor, let me test that guy's strength myself. Please let me fight him. The professor agreed at once. Fine, step up, Ban. I'll fight Erecto, the pup declared on his own, without bothering to ask whether Yuwu agreed. Back with Professor Yamaina, she was quietly observing Yuwu's first lesson. After seeing this joint class between Class 1 and Class 11, she began to smell something foul. What is this? Why are my students placed with a special class on the very first lesson? And it's a practical combat course right off the bat. How can special students recruited directly from the secondary space compete with senior students? They must have thought that, which is why the schedule was arranged this way. I wonder who set this up. But I can sense their malice. Back to Yuwu, he wasn't stupid enough to fight the big magma guy, so he immediately raised his hand to decline. Sorry, Professor, my sparring skills are still poor. I don't think I'll gain anything from this match. Oh? Is that so? Then I'll deduct 3 points, the professor in the prison uniform said casually, leaving Yu Wu dumbfounded. Step up, Ban Yu Wu. Don't make excuses. And at that moment Yu Wu realized this guy seemed to be targeting him. What is this? Why like this? Does he want to force me into the ring to humiliate me in front of everyone? The more he thought, the darker his face grew, and he said, I'm not making excuses, that's the truth. I was directly admitted because of a special ability, not because of combat skill. If you're curious about the special admits abilities, there should be other evaluation methods instead of forcing us into sparring, Yu Wu argued persuasively. But the professor in the prison uniform, seeing Yu Wu keep refusing, ground his teeth and shouted, are you teaching the professor how to do his job? Hearing that, Yu Wu refused to give him face and shot back, whether professor or student, if you don't know something you must learn. And I'm the class representative, aren't I? Deduct another 5 points. The professor's shout made Yu Wu sigh. Huh, playing like that, are you? Thinking that, Yu Wu came up with a counterproposal. How about this, I'll use this week to prepare and fight next week. Just give me 1 week, I'll enter the tower once and when I come out my preparations will be nearly complete. Yu Wu declared confidently. The whole atmosphere of the class seemed to pause for a beat. Then a few looks turned toward Yu Wu as if he were an idiot. What did he just say? Fight next week, prepare? What is he talking about? His ability is obviously at the bottom. In 1 week he can fight the special class. Back to the professor in the prison uniform. By now the little gray pup was so angry he bit his lip. He was being ignored and the schedule decided on someone's whim. Fine, fine, Yu Wu muttered, disdainful when he saw the professor grit his teeth. So what if we ignore him, he's not even an official professor. His remark made light behind him gape. After suppressing his anger, the professor announced, Ban Yu Wu and Erecto, next Tuesday. You two will officially spar. It will be public, and the entire academy will be able to watch the live broadcast. Be sure to tune in, he said with a smile, as if eagerly anticipating Yu Wu's humiliation next week. So he not only wanted to humiliate him but make it big? Yu Wu frowned, thinking, before the professor turned to continue addressing him. And Ban Yu Wu, since you requested time to prepare, make sure you show your ability well. If you fail, before the little pup could finish, Yu Wu boredly cut him off, I will. Hey, Erecto, right? We have an official match next week. I'm really looking forward to it, Yu Wu said with a bright smile. In response, Erecto spat at him. Humph, you weakling, he sneered, making Yu Wu embarrassed. Yu Wu didn't understand why he was putting on a cheerful face for this magma guy. TCH, I wasn't expecting a polite reply anyway, I'm not probing his attitude, Yu Wu thought, and Erecto's stats appeared in his vision. Erecto, 3 damn stats in order BBC, health 250, stamina 300, magic 120. Seeing these exact stats, Yu Wu realized how right he was to postpone the match to next week. No wonder he's in the special class. His health and stamina stats were terrifying, his health was 5 times Yu Wu's, and his stamina 10 times. Even so, compared to them he was still nothing. Yu Wu thought as he looked at Light and Rachel, about climbing the tower with them. I have to surpass Erecto's level, Yu Wu thought to himself, then laughed, why do you two look so gloomy? Worried about me? Don't pay attention to what he says. The cold Dok Go Yun began warming up at the back. What, is no one going to step up? Unlike the class rep, fighting is my specialty. Aren't you curious about the special direct admit student skills? Anyone dare to come up? If it's a spar, I'm always ready, Dok Go Yun said confidently, her stats even spilling out of the hexagon frame. Turning toward the crowd of extras, after hearing Dok Go Yun's provocation, they were stunned for a few seconds. Even the professor in the prison uniform was flustered and left speechless. And the reason was obvious, even a weakling like Yu Wu could recognize Dok Go Yun's power, it's terrifyingly silent. But it's also understandable, my 10,000 eyes couldn't fully read Dok Go Yun's strength. There's no way Class 1 students wouldn't sense her overwhelming presence, Yu Wu thought to himself. Returning to Dok Go Yun, seeing that she'd issued a challenge but no one dared step up, she said boredly, what's wrong? If you're too unconfident, I'll pick someone. Saying that, she pointed at the magma guy, Erecto, right? You're not the type to pick on the weak, are you? Come on, I'll crush you. Across from her, the magma guy startled when called out. Perhaps he'd realized Dok Go Yun's power far exceeded his. Erecto must be terrified, his original target was Yu Wu, but now someone unexpected has challenged him, and everyone here could feel it. If he accepted Dok Go Yun's challenge just to save face, he'd be finished. He would take injuries that would be hard to recover from within a week. Although it wouldn't affect Yu Wu, it shouldn't be like that. Thinking this, the saintly mother trait in Yu Wu rose up, forcing him to step forward to dissuade her. Wait, Dok Go Yun, sorry, but Erecto has a match with me next week. If you want to fight him, wait your turn. Hearing this, Go-Yun looked at Yu Wu and asked, "Are you sure?" "Of course, thanks for worrying about me. But this time I'll prove I'm worthy with my actual strength," the little general declared confidently. "And if this weakling wants to raise the difficulty of the test, there's no reason for cold dissuasion." "Ho ho, I thought you were just slippery, but you actually have some macho presence." "Fine, I'll let you do it your way." "Then besides Erecto, is there anyone else? Does anyone dare step up here?" she asked again, but the crowd fell silent and turned away. No one dared face Go-Yun directly. "No one?" the white-haired girl asked once more. Then, seeing these idiots remain as silent as rice, Go-Yun sighed deeply, and said disappointedly, "You were barking loud earlier, but when faced with a real strong opponent you shrink back like a bunch of turtles." Hearing that, the Class 1 students ground their teeth. But no matter how angry they were, they still didn't dare step forward, until the handsome blonde boy spoke up. "Who are you calling a shrinking turtle? It's true that the weak and stupid tend to gather in groups, playing the hero, barking loudly to protect their kind of entertaining to watch." Hearing someone dare to mouth off at Go-Yun, Yu Wu immediately turned his attention to him. "What's this?" This guy, though also in the special class, seemed on a whole different level. Yu Wu frowned. From his gaze, the blonde emitted an unusual aura, and the others around him were too afraid to approach. Beside him, as if reading Yu Wu's puzzled expression, Light explained, "That's Orduma, the ruler of the Kidia spatial dynasty." "Kidias? Orduma what?" Yu Wu asked blankly, and his naive question surprised Light. "You don't know, Yu Wu? Besides Union, there are 10 other high-tier spatial dimensions. Orduma comes from the ruling family of Kidias, one of those dimensions." Back to Yu Wu, hearing the blonde's terrifying pedigree made him break into a sweat. "So he's descended from one of the most powerful clans across all these dimensions." At that moment, by everyone's gaze, Orduma began descending into the arena. "Professor," he ordered coldly, and the professor, like a loyal dog, immediately understood and started doing something. "Ah, yes." Saying that, he hurriedly pulled out some electronic device, which made Rachel curious. "What's that?" "A recording device, probably going to film publicly," Light guessed. "And then what happens after they finish recording?" Yu Wu asked. "They said they'll upload everything to the internet, though I'm not exactly sure what that is." Light shook his head. It seemed Light came from a dimension without advanced tech, so he didn't get these things. But with Yu Wu's modern civilization background, he immediately understood the professor's intent. "Oh, so it's like that, it's the same here," Light asked Yu Wu. "You know what an internet is?" Yu Wu connected to Union Net and explained, "It's simply an internal network set up by companies or educational organizations to exchange information." Hearing that, Light was even more astonished. His dimension was so backward he didn't even know of Union. "How do you know this?" "In my space, this is the common development direction for everything." Yu Wu kept scrolling his phone. "Where's this school's intranet?" Rachel, the busted girl, ran over to show him. "Here, there's a live broadcast channel, our class's channel." "Thanks, Rachel, good find," he said. Then the little general quickly tapped the live channel. Almost instantly, Go-Yun and Orduma appeared on their screens. "What, this is a live broadcast? The professor is trying to humiliate us. But it won't go the way he hopes," Yu Wu muttered. Back in the arena, both Go-Yun and Orduma were radiating fierce auras. After a moment of staring at each other, Orduma spoke up, "Begin." In response, Go-Yun smiled confidently. "If you're weaker, I'll let you strike first," she said, reaching a hand forward to provoke him. "Weaker? Let's see how long your arrogance lasts. Kneel," he said as he reached forward. At the same time he activated some kind of power aimed straight at Go-Yun. From everyone's angle, they could see Orduma's palm emitting a kind of wave, and the moment it reached Yu Wu's group, he immediately felt a crushing pressure pressing down on his body. It was different from the language-based power he possessed, more like water flowing from high to low. "As if we couldn't live without air. Like a natural law. Everything in this space is forcing me to kneel before him. As if it were obvious, could it be distorting the laws of nature?" Go-Yun speculated. Light beside him, having heard that, turned to Yu Wu. "You just discovered the principle of that ability?" "Oh, Yu Wu replied, but before he could explain, Rachel here trembled and clung to his body, her eyes full of fear as she stared ahead. Back to Go-Yun, when that Orduma's power activated against her, it was like an ox in the sea, no bubbles at all. Then a dark blue-black energy began pouring from her palm. With a single sweep of her hand, she completely dispelled that pressure, which left the whole group gawking. Even Yu Wu couldn't believe his eyes. Unbelievable. He only increased his pressure a bit and already extinguished the opponent's force. Yu Wu thought to himself. As for the blonde Orduma, seeing Go-Yun easily break his move sparked some interest in his eyes. Not bad, some skill there. Across from him, Go-Yun shook her head upon hearing that. "Your ability is as ridiculous as the horns on your head. If that's all you are, it's disappointing." "Not at all," the Ortama replied, swinging his arm as if to use that technique, but the motion couldn't escape Go-Yun's gaze. Immediately, she gathered force in her foot and lunged forward. She delivered a kick to his midsection, interrupting his technique before he could unleash it. Did you think I'd stand still and be attacked a second time, because a stronger strike at close range? Go-Yun said with mocking tone. Across from her, that Go-Yun managed to block her kick with an energy shield, but having to defend seemed to bruise his fragile pride. I didn't expect to use both hands for a fight like this, he grumbled. It's because your brain is so underdeveloped your limbs grew faster. Go-Yun's voice suddenly sounded right by his ear. Startled, he swung backward, arrogant brat. The Ortama shouted, yet unbeknownst to him, he'd been the most arrogant one so far. Returning to Go-Yun, his attack hadn't reached her when she bent down to evade. Then she used her left arm to swipe the Ortama's left arm aside while her right hand grabbed his collar. Finally, she drove a knee up into the arrogant one's chin, and with that sequence, Go-Yun could confirm her thought. Indeed, his movements were clumsy. Don't tell me you still need someone to feed you, she taunted. But her strike was again stopped in time by another shield from the Ortama, yet being dominated by Go-Yun like this made the fool start to lose his temper. You bastard, he ground his teeth, channeling power into his fist and launching a lightning-fast punch at Go-Yun. However, his blow struck only air as she calmly leapt aside to dodge. Back to light, seeing Go-Yun toy with the Ortama like a barn cat with a mouse. He was left dumbfounded. Unbelievable, the Ortama, Kitios the ruler, is being overwhelmed by Go-Yun. Hearing this, Yu stood and observed both, offering his thought. It seems that Ortama was used to defeating opponents by suppressing their movement, thanks to distorting natural law, but that method doesn't work on Go-Yun, which is why he's wound up like this. Relying on distorting the laws of nature, but that method didn't work on Go-Yun, so he ended up like this. She pummeled him mercilessly, a series of rapid punches to the face. Then followed a high swinging kick, snapping straight into his chin. If not for those energy shields, he would have been flat on the ground long ago. Back to Yu, our commentator continued, that guy, although superior in power and physique, clearly doesn't train regularly, the general sneered. Light was a bit surprised at his observational skill, he could see that too. Go-Yun can fight one-on-one with Ortama, and Yu can see through both their abilities. Clearly they were admitted through a special enrollment for secondary space candidates. But what the hell is happening? Back in the battle, the Ortama no longer even had a chance to counter as Go-Yun's punches kept coming at superhuman speed. How dare you be rude to me, the idiot spat, not realizing his situation. The answer came immediately as Go-Yun's fist kissed his face. And not even the energy shield could stop that punch. You came here just to flap your gums? Or is your tongue too long and you want me to cut it shorter? Go-Yun said in a heavy tone. Back to Ortama. Enraged at being constantly suppressed, the mutt began to go mad. At that moment, a ring of diamond-shaped symbols appeared above his head, and he unleashed a violent surge of power, slamming both hands into the ground, cracking the arena floor into pieces. You bitch, how dare you insult me like that? I will never forgive you. If you want me to die that badly, I'll grant you that, the Ortama shouted, howling like a mad dog. Turning to Go-Yun, seeing the Ortama barking like that, she kindly offered him some advice. Death is not a concept a child like you should utter lightly. As she spoke, she began to gather mana within, coiling it around her arm. Then she directly charged up to teach this blonde one a lesson. Seeing this, the Ortama also screamed, die. And then started to thrust his hands forward. Then, at the moment when the two were about to collide with their ultimate moves, suddenly Professor Yumina's voice rang out, enough, that's enough, she said, snapping her fingers, which caused the actions of both freshmen to immediately cease. Because at that moment the entire arena was filled with flowers, the scene appearing dreamlike to the eyes. Both the intranet student and Ortama were somewhat stunned, and seeing both had stopped, Yamaina continued, our academy does not encourage students to fight to the death. It's better to save that attitude for climbing the tower. Do you both understand? After advising them, she snapped her fingers again, dispel their skills, causing the flower garden to slowly fade away. Up in the stands, Yu was thinking, what is this? Is it an illusion? But within that illusion he could still smell the rich scent of flowers. As for Ortama, seeing Yamaina appear, he realized he could not continue the fight, so the idiot could only click his tongue in displeasure. Then he turned and left, unaware that the professor's intervention had saved his life. Otherwise Go-Yun would have taught him what it means to taste dirt early. Turning back to Go-Yun, ignoring the weakling's attitude, she began to say to Yamaina, you're really strong. In response, the female professor simply gave a bright smile. Go-Yun sighed and returned to her place. Yeah, welcome back, Yu said. Hearing him, the white-haired girl turned to ask the god, what do you think? Pretty awesome, just watching is useful, Yu said with a smile, as an average guy like him witnessed such a heated fight for the first time. However, he didn't wait for our protagonist to finish speaking. Suddenly, Ruchel lunged and clung to his back from behind, making the group a bit curious. Rachel, what's wrong? Are you still scared of Go-Yun? He frowned as he saw her uncontrollable trembling. So cute, it's okay, come out here, Yu-Woo smiled, while Rachel stubbornly stayed clinging to his back. On the other side, Yumina's annoyed voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. You'll be punished, Professor Farrell. On the first lesson you allowed sparring, not only permitting it but turning a blind eye when things went too far. I know this was a serious mistake, right? I apologize, stammered the professor in the prisoner's robe. An apology won't cut it, you should prepare yourself, Yamina said haughtily. Then she walked over to Yu-Woo. Also, as class president, demeanor matters most. Yu-Woo, why are you wearing your pin upside down? She said, and the beautiful young professor gently adjusted the nameplate on his chest in an intimate gesture. The students behind them went wild with admiration. But as if unaware of those gazes, after fixing Yu-Woo's badge, Yamina left at once. Well then, I'm off, have a good day, everyone. Watching her leave, Yu-Woo could only give an embarrassed laugh. Our professor came to stop the match. But it only increased their resentment. Even without looking back, Yu-Woo felt countless hostile stares from the first-year students. Why just that weakling? I won't forgive him, someone grit their teeth. Time quickly passed, and news of the match between Go-Yun and Ortama spread among the freshmen. Hey, did you hear? The girl from the secondary space fought toe-to-toe with Ortama. No, she overwhelmed him. Secondary space? Isn't that exaggerated? What's going on? Hey, these freshmen are all so pretty, pink-haired cutie so adorable. Hee, agreed. Hey, don't talk nonsense, Ortama is the #1 prospect for year 1. Who would dare mess with him? Yeah, agreed, go watch Professor Farrell's video on the internet, someone suggested. After watching the battle video, question marks formed in their heads. What the hell is this? The silver-haired one is crazy, seems this year's freshmen were chosen by looks alone. Silver hair is epic. I love the silver-haired sister, I'm going to idolize her from today, the bootlickers kept commenting. Before they turned to Yu-Woo, why was this guy bargaining with Professor Farrell? A master negotiator, sharp talker. Oh my god, it's Professor Yamina, goddess descended. Wait, what's this? Sis, don't, what is this? Who's this rugged guy? Someone give info on him. The boys were crushed, what's happening, who is he? Curious comments began appearing, and of course, our protagonist Yu-Woo could also see those comments, but he wasn't happy about becoming famous. It feels like the whole world is talking about us, Yu-Woo said anxiously. Across from him, Light's head was metaphorically smoking from not understanding these high-tech devices. I don't get internet language at all. Turning to Go-Yun, after reading the comments, her unusual eyes narrowed slightly. Odd, him the #1 prospect? No way, there's at least one person in that class much stronger than him, Go-Yun said, recalling a scene of a girl dressed like a mage curling up in a corner. Before she turned to ask the male lead, I thought you noticed too. Yu-Woo just shrugged in response. I was too focused on your fight. As for Light, he was now sprawled face down on the table. But Yu-Woo, they're mentioning your name all over the community, right? Master Negotiator, what's that about provoking? They won't touch anyone who dares challenge the #1 prospect, so they turn to criticize me instead. Yu-Woo sighed. That's not the only topic, Go-Yun added. Light glanced to the side and said, come to think of it, do we usually sit so far apart? He exclaimed in surprise, not knowing why, while Busty Rachel had deliberately sat at a different table. And right now, her whole body was still trembling uncontrollably, making the mood at the meal seem subdued. It seemed Rachel sensed something from Go-Yun, or was too scared to get close. What are they like when they share a room? Maybe she's still tense from before, or I could use this to help her relax. People always need a little sweetness. Thinking that, Yu-Woo pulled a jar of jam from his bag. This was fairy jam created by Yu-Woo's synthesis ability, extracted from tens of thousands of fruits and condensed. Its special effect, though mild, helps boost overall stat growth. Look at this, the general reminded, making everyone curiously peer at the jar. Here, this is. Seeing their curiosity, the gun class player didn't keep them waiting. Surprised? Hand me your bread, Yu-Woo said as he twisted the jam's lid, and the moment it opened, a gentle sweet aroma spread around, and when that scent brushed past Rachel's nose, her eyes widened as she stared at the crowd. At that moment Yu-Woo had just spread jam on some slices of bread. Here, try it, he said, pushing the plate toward Light and Go-Yun. On the other side, although they saw Yu-Woo smearing something odd on the bread, both of them quickly opened their mouths to taste a bit. And with the very first bite, a burst of flavor exploded in their minds. Even cold Go-Yun couldn't resist its deliciousness. This is so good, what is this? They both said blankly. Huh, it is edible, right? Yu Wu smiled, satisfied. Alright then. Yu Wu, this isn't just a bit tasty, it's... Light stammered speechless, while Dok Go Yun nodded in agreement. I've tasted all kinds of delicacies in Central Plains, but this is on another level. Both mumbled with mouths full, and Yu Wu, seeing their ravenous looks, felt a bit embarrassed. Huh, as long as you say it's good. Having said that, Yu Wu turned to invite Rachel. Rachel, come over and eat. On this side, the pink-haired girl was salivating with desire, and like she couldn't resist the tempting flavor. She swallowed hard and hurriedly pulled a chair up to Yu Wu. Make me one, can you? Li Ni asked. No problem, Yu Wu replied. After tasting the jam-covered bread, Rachel seemed to start melting away, such fruitiness. The best fruit flavor in the world, she said satisfied. Yu Wu, you made this with your power? Oh, Light asked, can I have more? Dok Go Yun said hungrily, of course, here, eat as much as you like. Yu Wu said cheerfully it felt like eating something precious, and Dok Go Yun licked her fingertip. Not really, it's not expensive. Friends should share. Consider it repayment for your earlier kindness. Even so that's a lot. Alright, I've decided, to repay your elixir. I'll personally teach you martial arts, Dok Go Yun said, pressing her face close to the male lead. After the meal, Dok Go Yun pulled Yu Wu and teleported them into a house styled like ancient Eastern architecture. It seemed this was Dok Go Yun's first time here too, so she looked around in mild surprise. Well, as long as there's enough room to move, that's fine. I didn't know a place like this existed, such a strange tranquility, she said with delight, scanning the room. Our protagonist quickly guessed why the training room looked this way, it must reflect his psychological environment. No wonder, union class level, he murmured. Before he could ask, but we left right after eating, what are you going to teach me? Dok Go Yun, without answering, grabbed a wooden sword and murmured, this length is just right. Don't move around, she said as she brandished the wooden sword, making Yu Wu slightly startled. Let's start with this, she said, taking a thrusting stance, sword held horizontally before her chest, right hand gripping the hilt while the left gently rested on the hilt's base. Then Dok Go Yun put some force into her left hand and immediately pushed the sword forward. She lunged straight toward Yu Wu, and just as the sword was about to strike his face, she halted her motion. A gust of pressure slammed into Yu Wu's face. This is the thrusting move, Dok Go Yun said simply. A movement without hesitation, a human-made attack astonishingly miraculous. However, in that brief instant, Yu Wu discovered a new concept. It was piercing, penetration, indeed, but why piercing? She was just demonstrating swordsmanship, Yu Wu wondered dazedly, his face frozen. Dok Go Yun called out, hey Yu Wu, are you listening? Startled awake by the voice, the male lead snapped back, sorry. Then focus and watch closely. The thrust isn't limited to a single form. You can perform a thrust with almost anything. So I showed you the fundamental, core meaning of the thrust, how many times to thrust, where you thrust from, and what target you're aiming at when you thrust, and finally, with what spirit or momentum you thrust. As she spoke, Dok Go Yun began swinging the wooden sword in her hand, executing each technique, until she finished with another thrust aimed straight at Yu Wu. Pausing briefly, the white-haired girl continued, though there are countless applications, these are the basic cores. Just now was the thrust, don't forget it. Turning back to Yu Wu, although he knew Dok Go Yun wouldn't hurt him, each time he saw the sword point fly toward him, he still felt a bit startled. The fundamental core, Dok Go Yun refined a single concept to its limit, which feels far more powerful than combining many concepts together. Perhaps for Dok Go Yun that's why she mastered the thrust technique. On this side, after teaching Yu Wu, Dok Go Yun handed him her sword and asked, want to try? Yes, the male lead said, reaching out. He rolled up his sleeves a little and added, I'm a bit clumsy, so please bear with me. Hearing this, the swordswoman couldn't help laughing. If you were perfect from the start, then all my years of training would be meaningless. No sooner had she finished speaking than a strong gust of wind slammed into Dok Go Yun. That gust was the thrust wind generated by Yu Wu, a strike extremely precise, not much worse than Dok Go Yun's. It left her face stunned. What is this? Could he grasp the concept after just one observation? She wondered in confusion. As for Yu Wu, despite delivering a quality strike, his face was still displeased. Not good. This still isn't right, Yu Wu complained, then told himself to focus. He couldn't imitate perfectly. Until now he'd only focused on combining concepts. He thought they could only grow stronger by combining or complementing each other. However, that's not all. His power could become even stronger by refining what he already had. Think about it. There are many Chinese characters that mean thrust. So why choose the word pierce? It seemed to him that thrust meant you must pierce through the target, because it's a decisive blow. Thinking that, he seemed to have an epiphany. Yu Wu then concentrated all his mind and unleashed another thrust, so fast and powerful it broke the sound barrier, causing a large explosion in the air. And immediately after launching that strike, the protagonist himself received considerable recoil, collapsing to the ground from exhaustion. Turning to Dok-go-yun, seeing Yu-woo practicing so frantically, she stopped him. "Stop, you don't need to exert yourself from the start. If you remember what you saw earlier, try it in a larger space and use it on the opponent you want to deal with." "I know," Yu-woo panted, breathing heavily from fatigue. At the same time, as if to celebrate Yu-woo's mastery of a new technique, countless notifications appeared around him. "You have learned and experienced the concept Pierce, you have learned and experienced the concept martial arts, look at these panels." Yu-woo grinned inwardly. "Huh, I only swung the sword a few times and my stats increased." At that, a special notification caught Yu-woo's attention. Ability update, successfully observed and understood the concept, teleportation, depth of 10,000 poison eye increased by 110, martial arts 36, swordsmanship 20, pierce 16. Seeing this, he began to panic internally, his stats had truly skyrocketed. The newly learned pierce concept was already at 16 points, and swordsmanship too. No matter how many goblins I'd killed it never rose, yet now it jumped to 20. His overall combat skills had doubled. Is this reasonable? The more he thought, the more confused Yu-woo became, while Dok-go-yun looked at him with no less astonishment. "I didn't expect to lose out like this. Who would have guessed that from the start you could detach from the weapon's form and grasp the essence of the technique?" Dok-go-yun said somewhat irritably upon seeing Yu-woo achieve results so quickly. "Huh, no, I just watched and copied you," Yu-woo said, scratching his head. But that only annoyed Dok-go-yun more. Really? If watching was enough to fully copy and understand, who would bother training hard? She snapped. Seeing her angry, this brave fellow quickly mouthed a compliment. "Maybe that's true, but isn't it also because you're a great teacher?" "I'm not exaggerating, right from the first time I saw your moves I could deeply feel the meaning of the motion. I'm truly amazed someone can reach this level, and I was completely captivated afterwards, losing all sense of time," Yu-woo said passionately. Hearing this, Dok-go-yun's face slowly flushed. This guy. She thought, sighing inwardly, he'd only known her a short time yet could already say such things easily. She turned and left. Back to Yu-woo, with Dok-go-yun's help he didn't forget to repay her. "The lesson was really useful, let me handle the elixir jam for you from now on." "That's still far less than what you taught me," Dok-go-yun complained. "What? Really? So what should I do now?" Yu-woo asked in a panic. In response, Dok-go-yun suddenly showed a half-smile Yu-woo had never seen. It's fine. The losses I took today I'll collect back many times over later. Just wait. Class is starting now, so let's go out." Right," Yu-woo said innocently. And after Dok-go-yun teleported away, the brave fellow muttered something he thought she couldn't hear. "I didn't expect her to have that expression too." Cut to a hallway inside Union Academy, where Light and Rachel were strolling casually. However, some students from another class seemed to recognize Rachel's identity and stepped forward to block her path. "Hey, little sister, where are you from?" The sudden question rang out. Rachel's face froze a little at that. Behind her, Light saw the group trying to give Rachel trouble and immediately rushed forward to stand in front of the pink-haired girl, which made the blue-haired guy raise an eyebrow and look at him. "What's this?" he said irritably, and Light replied, "He's a classmate of mine." "What do you want?" Light asked coldly. For some reason, hearing that, the blue-haired guy's anger flared. What low-life vermin dares to butt in like this? Get lost!" he shouted. At the same time, Yu-woo and Dok-go-yun teleported in. "Phew, hope we're not late," Yu-woo said, attracting the group's attention. "Perfect timing," Dok-go-yun added. Yu-woo spotted his friends ahead and asked in surprise, "Oh, what are you two doing?" "Not going to class." Across from them, the blue-haired guy clicked his tongue in annoyance when he saw the familiar group, and didn't forget to bark a few typical threats. "TCH, you'd better watch yourself, bastard." After saying that, the three small-time thugs turned and left. Yu-woo, newly arrived, didn't understand what was going on. Only Rachel stammered, Thanks, okay? What's wrong with those guys? What's going on?" Yu-woo asked confusedly as he watched their backs. Time passed, cut to the lecture hall where an old balding professor was explaining the school's history, so Union's history didn't begin with the Academy's president but with the tower's appearance in the primordial space, blah blah. In another corner, the small-time guys from before were filming Rachel with their cameras. "Ooh, wow, what a catch for the collection." The bald guy spoke in a vile tone, and the red dog sitting in the middle glanced at her with contempt. "What use is a worm like you climbing the tower?" Hearing that, the blue-haired one sneered, "There are more suitable jobs for you." Suitable? Someone replied, if you come to my house as a maid, you'll be pampered every day, he said with innuendo. What a lunatic, haha, then I'll be the first to bid, they burst out laughing. They didn't even bother to hide their words, making Rachel tremble as if about to cry. Of course, our friends Yu Wu and Light sitting above heard this too, and their faces darkened with anger. Ugh, no matter the setting, people are the same everywhere. But seriously, what's wrong with that professor? It's so noisy and he still acts uninterested. Is he ignoring them or simply not hearing? Yu Wu wondered. Meanwhile, Light couldn't stand watching this any longer, so he stood up to speak. Professor. At the call, the old man paused his lecture and turned. Did you call me? Seeing this, Light spoke frankly. Yes, the other students are too noisy, I can't focus on your lecture. Could you do something to control them? Hearing this, the old balding professor grunted a few times. Yes, right. Did you all hear that? No private conversations during class, focus on my lecture. Hearing this, the old balding professor grunted a few times. Yes, right. Did you all hear that? No private conversations during class, focus on my lecture. Over here, the three punks saw Light stand up but have no effect, so they turned back to taunt. Oh, look at the goody two-shoes student. Thinks he's hot so he acts all high and mighty. Come to think of it, I couldn't get her number earlier because of this guy. What's up with that? Are you two a couple? No, we're not. Then why is he so touchy? That girl's body isn't ordinary either. Ha ha ha, obvious, agreed, They laughed freely, bringing Rachel to the verge of tears, while Light grit his teeth and snapped the pen in his hand from anger. But before he could lose his temper, Yu Wu put a hand on the young man's shoulder to calm him. Stay calm. Hearing that, Light glanced at Yu Wu. You're telling me to hold back, even when they say stuff like that about a classmate? Yu Wu kept a composed expression and replied, if you don't hold back, what will you do, fight? Those meaningless actions won't help much. Causing trouble in class will only make things worse. Calm down and watch. As he said this, Yu Wu began to take out his phone. He showed Light a video titled Union History Lecture 01 on UniTube of the internet. What are you doing? Light asked. Yu Wu put on a sly smile. There are many ways to solve a problem, Light. To deal with cowards who talk behind someone's back, the best way is to let their own actions backfire on them. Hearing this, Light seemed to realize something and shouted, wait, Yu Wu, don't tell me. But before he finished, our protagonist immediately did something on his phone. Keep laughing, idiots. All the filthy things you said during class are being streamed live right now. At that moment, from their perspective, a camera angle from above was focused straight on the three punks. Unaware they were being filmed, they continued spouting scorn. What's a worm like you doing climbing the tower? If you come to my house as a maid, you'll be pampered every day, lunatic. That aerial shot was filmed by Little Snake Eve, who carried a camera in her mouth and recorded from above. And of course, upon hearing those words from them, then the online community began flooding in with insults. What is this, pests? What class are these lunatics from? They must be freshmen in class 7. Are you guys insane? Where's the professor? Freshmen these days are crazy, this is too much. The blonde girl's pretty good, I respect that she keeps studying despite hearing that. This is why some people are called space trash. What's wrong with Union lately? Lines of comments kept appearing, making Yu Wu grin like harvest time. Oh, explosive reaction, big backlash. Light said fearfully. As expected, Dok Go Yun shook her head. Then she turned to Yu Wu and praised him, you're pretty clever too. You titled it Union History, to steer public opinion, huh? Hee hee. There's no way I'll let those who hurt Rachel off, I have to make them miserable. The deity smiled slyly. Very quickly, the group realized they were becoming the center of attention online. Hey, what the hell is this? It's streaming live, damn it, who's filming? Find the camera. They shouted and frantically scanned for the camera angle, and quickly the blue-haired guy spotted Little Snake Eve holding the camera above. There, over there, he called to his two companions. But before they could grab the little snake, Eve immediately vanished from sight, driving the three crazy. It disappeared, the damn snake. Was that you, Blondie? The blue-haired one angrily shouted back at the blonde. What they didn't realize was that their casual, fly-on-the-wall behavior in class had reached the limit for the balding professor. Students, your attitude toward learning is terrible. Those who were noisy earlier, yes, you, stand up, I'll call your names and classes, and leave now. The professor spoke while exuding an extremely dangerous aura, causing the red dog to shrink back. "No, Professor, someone uploaded a video of us to the internet," he hurriedly explained. But the professor said, "I don't give a damn." So before they could explain another word, he kicked them out. "I said get out," he said, then angrily warned the others. "I'll fail those kids for the whole year. And the rest of you, don't bother others, focus on the lesson." Back with Yu Wu, seeing the professor so irritated, he mentally gave him a like. Wow, even the substitute professor is no joke. TCH, still, just getting an F after insulting Rachel is too lenient, Yu Wu said irritably, and Light agreed. Yeah. But their student lives are basically ruined now. Speaking of Rachel, seeing the two of them stand up and retaliate on her behalf, the pink-haired girl broke into a satisfied smile and said, "It's okay, that's enough. I'm fine now. Thank you both for stepping up for me." Looking at her cute face, Yu Wu turned slightly embarrassed and faced forward. "No, I didn't do much. I'm not as strong as you guys, the tactics I use just happened to work. No need to thank me," he said modestly, "though, because you're the class president, I feel more at ease," Yu Wu, Light said with a smile. Time passed quickly, cut to the arena from before, where the trio of scumbags had come to look for Light to get revenge. "Hey, you freshman over there." Hearing his name called, Light slightly turned his head. "Yeah, it's you, come here, can't you hear us?" They swaggered toward Light as they spoke. "So what? Got a problem? What do you want to do this time?" The blonde youth asked coldly, while the faces of the three in front looked as if they wanted to tear him apart at any moment. On the opposite side, the blue-haired guy now raised his voice, explaining about what happened yesterday. "Those insect things." In the back, the red dog guy also gritted his teeth, pissed off about that damn broadcast yesterday which ruined the early term. "Our scores are already shot, and the seniors are on to us. Classmates are distancing themselves, do you know that?" The bald guy shouted in bitter indignation, as if they themselves were the ones wronged, not caring about these words. The moment these guys provoked me, Yu Wu had turned his attention to the professor sitting calmly aside to see how he would react, and as Yu Wu expected, the man only watched with interest and had no intention of intervening, watching three students armed with sharp weapons confront them, but the professor made no move to stop it. It seemed neither the professors nor the students here paid any heed to people from the secondary space, which made sense. Who cares about the state of chickens and pigs anyway, Yu Wu thought to himself, while Rachel hurriedly stepped back behind him. Back to the quarrel, the blue and red-haired guys had now gripped their weapons tightly and spat at Light's face. "What did you just say, you bastard? Say that again," he shouted loudly as if afraid no one heard. And as if worried these guys were deaf, Light had to repeat himself once more. "It seems you still don't get it, so I'll say it again. If you want me to explain, ask politely." "You savage," the blonde said in a sharp, cutting voice. And faced with this insult coming from someone of the secondary space, the three idiots trembled with fury as if having a seizure. "What, savage? A lowly creature from the secondary space like you dares talk to us like that, savage," he said as he pressed his sword against Light's throat. But before this pup could say another word, a flash of a sword suddenly sliced through, making the tip of the blue-haired guy's sword snap in two, to the astonishment of everyone around. What was that just now? Yu Wu thought to himself. From a mere glance he suddenly discovered an entirely new concept. Back to Light, at this moment he was holding a sword that shone with blinding light. "Didn't I tell you? If you ask politely I'll be willing to answer," he said as he pressed his radiant sword to the blue-haired guy's throat. This made him so frightened he immediately dropped to his knees, and as for Yu Wu, looking at the aura Light was radiating, even the commander was stunned. How strange, the atmosphere around him had suddenly shifted. Could it be because of that sword? What kind of splendid concept could pour out like that? He wondered inwardly, unaware of Yu Wu's thoughts. After seeing the blue-haired guy kneel, Light continued, "Silence like this is good. Now that proper greetings have been exchanged, go on your way." Across from him, the blue-haired man's whole body had stiffened, overwhelmed by the pressure Light exerted. "I can't move my legs from the force," he thought. While the two other idiots, not yet scared to death, still had mouths to run. "You insect, how dare you?" Ignoring the words of these weaklings, Light turned to the professor and asked, "Professor, how would the academy evaluate a group that suddenly attacks classmates with swords during class?" Upon hearing the question, the professor smirked. "Why ask me out of the blue? Ah well, ahem. Our academy encourages practical sparring, so from one perspective, he intended to let it slide, but how could he get past Light? This isn't proper sparring. Isn't that so?" he asked coldly. "That's true, but even if you hadn't agreed, you still drew your personal weapon. Isn't that right?" he said, extending his hand. "I only retaliate when provoked." Light shook his head. "No, you can't deny you were the one who emitted energy first," the old professor challenged. But Light had his reasons. Acting that way could avoid harm. "Or do you mean I should just stand still and take it?" "What did you say?" the stupid professor snapped angrily. Seeing him argue directly with this foolish professor, Yu-Wu and Ruchel felt worried for their friend. Hey, Light's behavior is a bit different, isn't it? Back to Light, he now stared at the professor with a murderous look. So how am I supposed to deal with their crude insults? As for that, sorry but I didn't see anything, he shrugged, and such a blatant lie pushed the blonde to the brink. Say what? The teacher's words, Light growled, while his sword radiated an even more terrifying energy. The whole group flinched, but fortunately Dok-Go-Yun stepped forward and flicked his forehead to stop him from doing something foolish. You idiot, Dok-Go-Yun, you. Light rubbed his forehead as he spoke, after a painful flick that brought tears to his eyes. But before he could press the issue, Dok-Go-Yun retorted, too noisy. You're acting all high and mighty just because a sword influenced you, she said as she delivered a two-yong finger strike to his forehead, and as if understanding, Light immediately sheathed his sword. And the moment the sword vanished, Yu-Wu felt that strange energy dissipate as well, letting him breathe a sigh of relief. The green-faced professor, seeing this, began to tap his cane in annoyance. TCH, lowly creature from the secondary space, how arrogant, TCH, he grumbled, then turned and walked away. His yapping like an old dog left Yu-Wu and Ruchel at a loss for words. That was a bit dangerous just now, Yu-Wu said, glancing at the pink-haired girl. On this side, Dok-Go-Yun continued scolding Light, already hollering so much just holding a useful item. That's your true nature, isn't it? Indeed, Light is the biggest bomb, Yu-Wu thought when he saw the scene. Later, while they ate together, the commander toyed with his food instead of eating and said to Light, You know, I've been thinking a lot, at this rate we might not be treated well at the academy, Yu-Wu said sadly, making Light feel a bit embarrassed. What did you say? Light shouted. Seeing that, Yu-Wu rolled his eyes and scolded him, What did I do? Didn't I try to get along with the professor? I even signed up for an official duel after being provoked, I'm just like you, okay? Hearing Yu-Wu, Light's voice grew weak. Oh, that, after seeing your reaction last time, I wanted to improve things a bit, he stammered. But Yu-Wu's anger hadn't cooled at all. Yes, and it just caused a bigger problem. I don't get it, you let the ringleaders go and then plan to challenge the professor? I'm sorry, the young man said, eyes already welling up. Over here, Yu-Wu was actually more concerned about Light's attitude when using that sword. On a normal day Light wouldn't act so rashly, it was as if someone had flipped a switch and changed him. So it really is because of that sword. Thinking this, to ensure no more trouble occurred, Yu-Wu frowned and asked, Light, be honest with me, can you control the power from earlier, right? Hearing the question, Light slammed the table and affirmed, of course, otherwise how would I have passed the entrance exam? Earlier I was just angry at the professor's lie. Oh, so it was the lie, Wow, that's a terrible lie, Yu-Wu smirked, but his tone held no real trust, which made Light involuntarily tremble. Of course, I get it. So you're confident you can control it, Yu-Wu asked again. Trust me, I guarantee what happened today will never happen again, the blonde thumped his chest and asserted. However, immediately after that Dok-Go-Yun blurted everything out. Luckily it didn't cause trouble, but the scene of you being controlled by the sword was something to see. You should be scolded more, enough said, Yu-Wu advised when he saw Light lying limp on the table, completely drained. Speaking of Dok-Go-Yun, the swordswoman remembered something and turned to the commander. Hey, Yu-Wu, I'm starting to understand the professor's advice from the past few days. If this keeps up, campus life will only get noisier. If you have any thoughts about our future, speak now. I want to hear the class president's opinion, you. Hearing Dok-Go-Yun's question, our protagonist felt a little surprised inside. My opinion? After these few days of attending school, I've realized what the real problem is. The notion that some are born strong or that lineage determines nobility, the excessive contempt for lower-dimensional spaces, and the archaic systems that treat that as normal, and so on. What can outsiders like us do in a place that accepts that as common sense? Thinking that, Yu-Wu felt a bit bewildered and turned to ask everyone, hey, do you want to gain public sympathy? No, what does it take to earn sympathy? Hearing this, the group was somewhat puzzled, but they offered answers. Communication, Light said. Maybe strength, Dok-Go-Yun replied. Yu-Wu, hearing their answers, quickly interrupted, no, the thing you already have. It's your appearance, Yu-Wu said as he studied the handsome and beautiful team intently. Then he briefly outlined his plan to the others. So you intend to create a channel showing our daily lives? Yu-Wu asked in surprise, and the protagonist nodded in confirmation. Yep, in the world I grew up in, that's a common way to garner goodwill. We'll build an image and present it to the public. When an image is formed in people's minds it creates familiarity, right? That can develop into respect, even admiration for the subject, Yu-Wu said as he adjusted the camera angle and the lighting backdrop. Turning to Light, he saw the plan made sense at a glance, but the young man had a question. Yu Wu, if the goal is to earn respect and admiration, why should we stage fake fights among ourselves? It's not fake, it's real fights. Be serious, Light, Yu Wu reminded him. At the same time, Dok Go Yun lunged forward and attacked repeatedly. However, Light still didn't take it too seriously. Being suddenly told to fight seriously made him think hard. He threw a right hook, but Dok Go Yun immediately caught it and ducked to evade. Yu Wu, you don't have to worry, getting hit a few times in a match is what makes it real, Dok Go Yun said as she reached out and grabbed Light by the collar again, and executed a shoulder throw. The impact was strong enough to leave a small dent in the floor and left Light dazed. Seeing this, Dok Go Yun teased, "Oh my, is that all you can do?" "I know, it's understandable since last time you were influenced by an item. What's the point of pulling out that sword? I bet even if you did that you still wouldn't be skilled enough to fight me," Dok Go Yun said contemptuously, causing Light to grind his teeth inwardly. Opposite them, Light couldn't bear the insult. He shouted and lunged to brawl with Dok Go Yun again. Yu Wu, seeing them fight so fiercely, grew excited and praised, "That's it, Light, you're doing great," then began scouting the most photogenic angles to film. Ruchel, seeing Yu Wu so enthusiastic, asked with some worry, "Hey Yu Wu, will this really make campus life easier? I still don't quite get it." Yu Wu didn't know how to explain precisely, so he just chuckled a few times. "Well, things won't change immediately, but I guarantee it will work." Thinking that through, to get through to the busted girl, Yu Wu gave an example. "Just imagine if those who've been causing trouble lately learned how awesome you guys are, they surely wouldn't dare mess with us anymore, right?" "That's true," Ruchel nodded. "Right? Huh, look at them, like the ground is softer than tofu." The protagonist chuckled as he looked at the floor, already smashed by the two monsters' punches. "Anyway, we won't know until we post it, so don't worry too much, Ruchel. Your beauty is far too elegant to fret about. Didn't you know beautiful people look even better when they smile?" That line was for Ruchel. You have a face people will love anywhere. It's a pity to keep frowning like that. So set aside your worries and enjoy the moment, the commander advised, and as if under a charm, Ruchel's mind calmed and she unconsciously smiled. "It's miraculous. Whenever Yu Wu speaks I feel like things will turn out right." Back to the fight, though it was intense, Light was essentially taking a beating from Dok Go Yun. "Where are you going?" "I'm just warming up," the swordswoman said, cracking her knuckles, while Light cried and begged Yu Wu, "Oh God, Yu Wu, save me, he's not human anymore." Time passed quickly, the scene shifted to mealtime. Ruchel was whining over her beef noodles with tons of veggies. "I can't eat this, it tastes like soap," she said, but for the sake of their big YouTube channel plan. Yu Wu winked and reassured her, "It's fine, Ruchel, you'll get used to it." "But why are we filming this?" she complained. Time flew as Class 11 followed the class president's suggestion and began posting daily life videos to their group's Rebellion channel. And just as Yu Wu predicted, they received an explosive reaction, especially the video of the battle between Light and Dok Go Yun. Just watching the level of destruction they caused stunned viewers. "Wow, really? Aren't they from the secondary space? They're freshmen. Silver-haired sister, I love you. Is this fake? Hard to believe, he looks fragile but hits pretty hard. Is that even pretty hard? Ha ha ha, are they some kind of combined monsters?" people exclaimed. Before they moved on, they watched a video of the four-person team playing something. "What's that?" someone asked. "It's called a board game, it's a traditional game among negotiation masters." Before they moved on, they watched a video of the four-person team playing something. "What's that?" someone asked. "It's called a board game, it's a traditional game among negotiation masters." Before they moved on, they watched a video of the four-person team playing something. "What's that?" someone asked. "It's called a board game, it's a traditional game among negotiation masters." The scene switched to Professor Yamina appearing, and as soon as she showed up the simping army flooded the comments. "Oh Professor Yamina always looks like an angel, I wish I were in that group, must smell so nice in that space, huh, perv. They look like top-tier families. What brand is that car? Must be Ronica, you can buy it at the Flower Temple. Just looking at them is healing, so jealous," the commenters gushed. The scene shifted to a frame featuring Professor Yamina. The moment she appeared the army of simps flooded the comments. "Oh Professor Yamina always looks like an angel, I wish I were in that group, must smell so nice in that space, huh, you perv, they look like heirs. What car brand is that? Probably Ronica, you can buy it at the Flower Temple. Just looking at them is healing, I'm so jealous," the fans gushed. "Watch the next one, what's the next video?" "Huh, the next one is a live stream? Really? Amazing. Wait, it's scheduled for tomorrow?" Yes, early tomorrow morning. Hold on, doesn't tomorrow have the tower climb? Someone shouted. Judging by their looks, this broadcast had been scheduled in advance. Back with Yu Wu's group, he himself hadn't expected the video he posted to get such an enthusiastic response. No, unbelievable. How are there so many people? Ruchel asked. Yu Wu didn't care about that, he only cared about the results. Our channel gained 1,000 subscribers in just one day. That's awesome, Yu Wu said cheerfully. Light was a bit annoyed. Why is the video of me getting beaten the standout one? He complained. At that moment the beautiful Professor Yamina saw their excitement and stepped closer to praise them. Wonderful. The Union is a top-tier space full of wonders. In a place where we're considered commonplace, no student thinks to create content. But your channel has cleverly slipped into that world. Hee hee, creating entertaining content and connecting with people, I've never considered that either. Hearing this, Yu Wu bragged, the first fight video is blowing up. Hey, take it down, Yu Wu, Light sobbed. Putting that aside, the professor clapped and said, let's continue. Today we will enter the tower. You all know that, right? Are you ready? Hearing this, the group nodded confidently. Meanwhile, the commander turned to survey the group and was startled. Wait, I'm the only one wearing a uniform? Why is everyone else dressed up? The others looked at Yu Wu oddly. Because we'll be fighting continuously inside the tower, we just chose clothes comfortable for movement. Right, if we're fighting, this outfit feels safest. Ruchel nodded in agreement. I see, Yu Wu murmured. Is what you're wearing okay, Yu Wu? Light asked. Hearing that, Yu Wu pondered inwardly. I get it, because I lived in a peaceful place I don't have gear specifically for fighting. But I chose this life, if I must join a fight to survive. Thinking that, he adjusted his tie and said confidently. This is enough for me. He turned toward the professor. Seeing the group fully ready, she nodded. Hee hee, so you're all prepared. Then let's go. Saying that, she snapped her fingers, forming a magic array beneath their feet. After a flash of light, they were teleported to the front of the battle tower. There, countless other students were waiting to enter, and when they saw Yu Wu's group appear, people quickly recognized them. Huh, aren't those the rebellion group? Seriously, they came too, shouted the brown-haired kid. Ruchel, suddenly finding herself there, looked around in a daze like a lost child. Wait, this is the tower entrance? The tower opens at dawn, but you must line up by class rank. We're in the second-year line, Yamina explained. Her words made Yu Wu turn a little pale. We're first-year students entering first. Well, you could say it's because your level is high, she shrugged. Speaking of Light, while wandering and waiting he spotted the 3 small fry who had teased him before. They were standing inside too. Oh, it's those guys, seems like they're looking at us differently than before, the swordsman wondered. Seeing them avert their gaze and avoid looking him in the eye, Yu Wu felt deeply satisfied. They even subscribed to our channel. On this side, the swordswoman Dok Go Yun spoke up, but there are still a few murderous stares. She said that while glancing toward the guy named Erecto, who was staring at Yu Wu with headlights like eyes. Hey, ban Yu Wu, she warned, but Yu Wu already got the hint without more words. I know, let's go. With that, Yu Wu led the group inside, thinking as they walked that today was tower climbing day and his fight with Erecto was next Tuesday, so he had 4 days left. In that time, I'll reach a level he can never touch. Back to Professor Yamina. Before the group officially began the tower climb she gave some final advice. Finally, for safety I hope you complete the expedition quickly and return to wish everyone a good weekend, but the people participating should decide, what do you think, how long will this expedition take? Hearing the question, Yu Wu turned to the others and said, since we're of the same mind, let me answer. Okay, go ahead, the 3 nodded, and Yu Wu told Yamina, 3 days and 2 nights. We'll return on time, he added, pulling out a mini robot to handle the live stream. Seeing they already had arrangements, Yamina could only wish them luck. Take care, then. After they bade their teacher farewell, the 4-person team and their robot officially stepped through the gate. Ancestors, please watch over me, Yu Wu vowed inwardly. Rewinding to an earlier time when Yu Wu's friends asked Professor Yamina about filming inside the tower. Are you talking about filming inside the Babel Tower? She asked again. Yu Wu nodded and admitted, yes, I'm trying to record the situation inside the tower, and this friend will handle filming, he said, pointing to a small teardrop-shaped robot buzzing around him. This is an autonomous device created in the same way Yu Wu made Eve and Lilith. Professor Yamina assumed Yu Wu's team was filming to study tactics later and cautioned, do you think filming will be meaningful? After all, the tower's structure changes by the second, you know that, right? Yu Wu fumbled, seeming unaware of that information. Meanwhile, the night light checked the information on his screen and nodded. That's right, do 1. If you read the basic guide, it says the tower's internal structure changes, and equipment brought from outside breaks down quickly. Right? What does that mean? He asked. The beautiful Professor Yamina explained further, confirming the information. Each floor is called a room, and when you defeat the monsters in that room or overcome its traps, the space moves the group to the next room. This unique structural change is called a shift. The more shifts you experience, the deeper you penetrate the tower. Hearing that, Yu-Wu curiously asked, do the rooms always move whenever you teleport? Yes, once you pass through, you can't return to the previous room, she smiled. Light, a bit worried, asked, do the monster types and traps change? The professor nodded in response. Of course, each time the room shifts, the monsters will differ and grow stronger, and the traps likewise. Speaking of Dok-Go-Yun, after sipping her tea she grew a little pensive and posed a difficult question. What happens if someone dies during the tower climb? Hearing this, Yu-Wu and Light, who had been chatting excitedly, were jolted and realized things weren't as simple as they'd thought. Right, now that you mention it, what happens if I die in battle? I almost forgot this important point. Both of them worried and thought anxiously. Facing that question, the professor gave a soft chuckle. That's a key question. Contrary to your worries, in most areas inside the tower challengers don't truly die even if they die. Phew, thank goodness, both commanders breathed internally when they heard they wouldn't be gone for good inside the tower. She continued, if you do die, you'll be returned to the tower gate. So do we have to start over from the first floor? Yu-Wu asked in surprise. No, your student identification ring records your teleportation history, so on your next entry you can restart from the location where you were eliminated. Therefore your student identification ring is very important when climbing the tower, don't ever forget it, remember that, she said, pointing to a pendant on her hand as it displayed the words, teleportation. Back with the two commanders, after hearing their teacher they felt like they were playing a game. This is like a roguelike with mid-run saves, if you die you can respawn, so you can challenge as many times as you want, Light said confidently. Among the four of them, only Dok-Go-Yun paid close attention to the professor's words. Wait, you said that in most areas challengers won't die, right? She continued. If so, are there areas or situations where a challenger can die? Does the tower not guarantee absolute safety? Hearing this, the group turned to Professor Yamina awaiting an answer. Is that correct? Indeed, you're very perceptive, Dok-Go-Yun. Yes, now I'll explain a few special situations where even you could die, the beautiful female professor said in a serious tone, but the following explanation was hidden by the author. Cut back to the group as they were enthusiastically fighting some toxic green slime inside the tower. This strange monster was a claw scyther, a beast notorious for tearing apart explorers' gear and stealing their weapons. However, that was true for others. To Yu-Wu's team it was nothing more than a lump of goo. With a single swing, our friend Light easily cleaved the three slimes. Beside him, Dok-Go-Yun snapped her fingers. She fired several streams of magical bolts that blew their bodies apart in midair. While the two of them were caught up in the thrill of battle, Yu-Wu was experimenting with a torch hanging on the wall. But it didn't seem to work well. Yeah, it's not working. Although I can clearly sense the concept of fire, I can't separate it. I can do this in other dungeons, so why not inside the tower? Finding the reason would help unlock my ability, Yu-Wu frowned in thought. Before Dok-Go-Yun, seeing him brooding over the torch, approached to remind him, hey Yu-Wu. Hearing the call, Yu-Wu startled and turned. Sorry, I just got a bit distracted. You said you needed time to think, have you figured it out? She asked. Yu-Wu shook his head. I've tried to see if I can separate the fire, but it seems I can't. Hearing this, Dok-Go-Yun felt a little regretful. I see. That's a shame. If you could do that, we could exploit the tower's terrain at will. Hey, could you not jump to scary conclusions about my abilities? The commander said awkwardly. While the two were talking, a green slime slowly crept toward them. When it crawled near Dok-Go-Yun's heels, the green mass suddenly surged upward, spreading out into the air as if trying to swallow her whole. But before it could touch the swordswoman, a chain shot forward at supersonic speed and smashed the claw scyther's body to jelly-like water. Of course that attack came from Yu-Wu. Seeing the protagonist use such a weapon, Dok-Go-Yun's eyes flashed with surprise. Whoa, does that autonomous item fight like that? She meant the little snake Eve. Yeah, that's right. The commander nodded, then waved to send Eve charging. Because it had its own soul, Yu-Wu didn't need to give many orders. Eve circled and tore through all the claw scythers at extreme speed. Even Dok-Go-Yun had to admit, not bad, pretty fast. Yu-Wu forced a smile in response. Actually I have something stronger, but it's a bit noisy. Hearing that, Dok-Go-Yun glanced toward Rachel and said, no matter how loud it is, can it beat those guys? At that moment, by both their looks, Rachel had become extremely aggressive, her hands transforming into bestial forms. With a single swipe, the cute girl tore a huge hole in the floor and dust flew everywhere. It's funny, the basic rule in combat is to stay hidden and out of enemy sight, yet she screamed while fighting in a place like this. Dok Go-yeon shook her head in exasperation at Rachel's style, while Yu Woo went a bit numb. Rachel's fighting style is totally instinct-based, yeah. Light and Rachel shouted, making Dok Go-yeon behind them grind her teeth in annoyance. Seriously, it's too noisy, every swing comes with a shout, she complained. Time passed quickly, soon the group had completely cleared the corridor. It seemed room 1 only had claw scythers. Monsters of this caliber are nothing to us, right? Light said calmly, but at that moment Dok Go-yeon suddenly sensed a strange aura. She warned them not to let their guard down. As soon as she finished, energy began to gather, a stronger monster was about to appear. Hearing her, Light hurriedly gripped his sword and asked, could it be a high-grade monster? Could be, Dok Go-yeon speculated. Hearing that, Light looked over to Yu Woo to signal, hey Yu Woo. I know, Light, no need to tell me, I'm already looking, Yu Woo said, beginning to use his Vanduk eye to observe. Very quickly, he detected some strange energies. They were emanating from the stone slab ahead. Rachel, smash that slab. Hearing this, Rachel went mad, screamed loudly, and sprinted forward to punch the slab with full force. The monster was killed before it could even spawn. The punch was so strong the entire corridor seemed to quake. Oh my god, we defeated the high-grade monster before it even appeared. It even dropped its enchanted core. Did it really fall out like that? Light said in amazement. He had been preparing for a big fight and hadn't noticed this. Rachel quickly retrieved the fallen magic core, but, the moment she touched the core, Rachel's pink hair turned blood red. At the same time Yu Woo noticed a concept above her head labeled, Heart Furnace. Hey, Rachel, your hair darkened, the commander warned. He also paid attention to the words above the shy girl's head, Heart Furnace, meaning an inner forge that burns emotions into fuel for power. Like a berserker. Could her hair change completely? Thinking back, things became clearer to Yu Woo. Yu Woo thought to himself. Seeing his awkward posture, Rachel worriedly came over, tugged his sleeve, and anxiously asked, hey, did I look scary just now? In response, Yu Woo offered an overly flattering smile and complimented her. Not at all, on the contrary, you're very reliable. But, what if it gets worse? Rachel stammered. There's nothing we can do. Dok Go-yeon stepped in to cut her off. I told you it's fine. What are you still worried about? If you're afraid of losing control, don't worry. I'll kill you to prevent any damage, the swordswoman said firmly, bringing Rachel to the verge of tears, while the other two looked at her in alarm. Don't, Dok Go-yeon, if even one of us dies we'll have to explore again from room 1, the protagonist hurriedly reached out to stop her. But Dok Go-yeon had her reasons, at this rate maybe only 3 of us can continue climbing. Saying that, Dok Go-yeon seemed to think of something, then shook her head. No, I think only the 2 of us will climb. That's better, she snarled. Light blinked back tears. Hey, wait, what about me? He shouted, feeling left out, which made Yu Woo inwardly wonder why he suddenly felt angry. He then looked at Rachel's anxious posture and realized she was still worried about her condition. The commander gently touched her shoulder and comforted her. Listen, I'll think of something. I know why you're worried, so as class president I'll find a solution, Yu Woo said with a bright smile. Rachel's innocent face lit up. Thank you. Rachel said this while taking the protagonist's hand. Yu Woo's face flushed as he scratched his head and said, no big deal, that's what a class president should do. Nearby, Light and Dok Go-yeon, feeling like third wheels, glared at Yu Woo in irritation. So you're just like other guys, eyes light up at a pretty face, Dok Go-yeon sneered. You're misunderstanding, haven't I always acted normal around you? Yu Woo replied quickly. But hey, aren't you all being a bit too lax? Light warned. After clearing this floor, they used a teleportation array to go down to the next floor. Teleportation complete, this is room 2, Light said calmly. He sat down, plucked a few blades of grass from the ground, and added, aside from moss and weeds, I don't see much difference from the previous room. Ignoring his words, our protagonist kept fiddling with the magic core collected on floor 1, the high-grade monster core Rachel had given him. Focusing a bit, its stats appeared before Yu Woo, Life 8, Demon 11, Melt 12, Acid 5, Resistance 1. Seeing these sky-high numbers, the protagonist's face went as dark as the bottom of a pot. What is this? Time spent in dungeons was wasted. 1 room's concepts equal what I get from 10 goblin caves. Acid and melt are suffixes denoting material breakdown, probably because we defeated a claw scyther. Now I'll absorb melt into my sword. And of course acid is for you. With that, he casually tossed the acid orb to the little snake Eve to devour. Maybe the orb was too big, because Yu-Wu kept forcing it and Eve's eyes widened but she still couldn't swallow. Seeing this, Go-Yun ran over curiously and asked, "This kid is growing so fast, isn't he?" The sudden voice made our protagonist jump. "Hey, don't sneak up and shout like that," the commander said in alarm. "If you trained your senses a bit you wouldn't be so easily startled," Go-Yun complained. While the pair were still bickering, the Night Light noticed something and warned, "You guys, monsters in room 2 are about to appear. Can you be a bit more serious?" At that moment, dozens of magic circles suddenly formed on the path ahead, as if preparing to summon monsters to test the team's strength. Before Light could finish his complaint, Go-Yun fired another magical bolt. She blasted apart a stream of black smoke in front of her. "Be serious, just be serious, but this room 2 doesn't seem much different from room 1. No matter how careless a lion is, you don't see it killed by ants, right?" She shrugged. Waiting to greet them on the second floor was a humanoid black smoke monster. They are evil spirits, entities that target the magical energy within people. Turning to Light, he really couldn't agree with that idea. "If we stay on the defensive we'll get into trouble sooner or later." "Then let me propose something," he said. "How about we have Yu-Wu handle the fighting in room 2? She suggested, startling our protagonist in the back. And of course, everyone knew how weak Yu-Wu was and immediately rejected it. "Why would you say that? That's too dangerous." Hearing this, Go-Yun still smiled and continued, "I think it's a good idea. After all, there's the sparring match next week. He needs to quickly improve his abilities," she added. "Makes sense, right?" Go-Yun said, glancing at Yu-Wu as if to tease him. At her words, the sun god could only force a somewhat bitter laugh. "Huh, you're right, no wonder you've been acting strange earlier." "Fine, let me try handling this myself," Yu-Wu said, starting to spin his arms to warm up. He seemed excited for a fight, while only Light remained worried and warned, "Hey, Yu-Wu, it's dangerous." Not waiting for the night to finish, our protagonist, realizing he needed to improve his combat ability, put out a hand to stop him. "It's fine." As Go-Yun said, "I need to get stronger quickly. It's a waste for you guys to expend energy here. These 2 fights will help me progress as fast as possible, right?" "Yeah, if Yu-Wu says so, I trust you," Rachel nodded like a little squirrel. "Okay, but if anything even slightly dangerous happens I'll jump in immediately," Light agreed. "Thanks a lot then," Yu-Wu said with a smile before turning to Go-Yun behind him. "Listen, Go-Yun, save your stamina for now. I believe you'll wholeheartedly help me later," he said, "right?" In response, the swordswoman gave a very confident smile. "At least I promise you won't die from exhaustion now." Reassured by the big boss's backing, Yu-Wu felt no worry. "Good, Eve, go!" the protagonist shouted once, and their minds connected. Immediately, Eve transformed into AK-47 mode and began firing like rain toward the front. She started distributing it equally among the monsters. Sure enough, the monsters were torn apart before they could take another step. Light and Rachel, witnessing the god's firepower, nearly fainted. "What on earth is that? Is that the characteristic weapon from Yu-Wu's world?" Its destructive power was unknown, but its monster-killing speed was astonishing. "If only our soldiers were equipped with such weapons," Light thought to himself. Meanwhile Go-Yun quietly observed Yu-Wu's weapon and assessed, "Is that chi technique? No, it's continuously firing metal pellets. It can handle rank 2 assassins and even approach rank 1. It would be useful in martial circles. However, the attack method is only in a straight line. Long-range combat is fine. But in such cramped spaces you'll always face unpredictable situations. For example, if an enemy strikes at a blind spot," Go-Yun thought, and no sooner had she finished thinking than an evil spirit hiding in a corner appeared. It waited for Yu-Wu to pass, then leapt to bite him from behind. Seeing that, Light and Rachel also cried out in alarm, "Yu-Wu!" Hearing the call, Yu-Wu calmly turned back. But our protagonist reacted extremely quickly. He pulled a long sword from his pack. With a single slash, he easily split the evil spirit in 2. Before it could bite him, he finished and exhaled, "Ha, gave me a scare." Behind him, the others only breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the commander was safe. "Phew, what was that, Yu-Wu?" "That sword?" Light asked. This was Yu-Wu's longsword with stats, Magic Sword 12, Killer 19, Blood Poison 9, Melt 12. "You're that skilled with a sword?" "I had no idea," Light and Rachel praised. While they talked, a swarm of evil spirits from behind charged like a flood. Turning back to Yu-Wu, hearing the compliments, he humbly replied, "No, I'm still far behind Light and Go-Yun." he tightened his grip on the sword to deal with the rest. Meanwhile Dok Go-yeon nodded and observed Yu Wu's demeanor. With the combination of gun and sword, our protagonist no longer worried about being ambushed by the evil spirits, and soon enough, this second floor was almost entirely cleared by him. Only one shamefaced evil spirit stood alone. No more around, this must be the last one. After we finish it will teleport again, so let's rest a bit now. Saying that, he ordered his little snake to transform into chains and bind the evil spirit tightly to prevent it from escaping. The others in the group used the moment while the monster was chained to take a break. As for Dok Go-yeon, she crouched down to inspect the remnants of the evil spirit's bodies. She examined them carefully. The blade had melted and decomposed them. He had already used the power obtained from the previous room. Based on what had happened in his sword technique just now, it was clear he had never been to the battlefield. How could he have improved so quickly? Dok Go-yeon wondered inwardly. Meanwhile Light and Rachel praised the protagonist, coming up with that teleport coordination. Yu Wu is truly clever, only an experienced student would think of that. Huh, really? Yu Wu scratched his head bashfully at the praise for such a small thing. Even Dok Go-yeon acknowledged it. Well done, the final cut was excellent. Oh, really? Thanks. The protagonist replied happily. However, she then shook her head and critiqued, except that you focus too much on speed, it's still much better than an idiot wildly swinging a sword. Dok Go-yeon stroked her chin and mocked Light, which infuriated the knight. What? Why am I the idiot? I fought my hardest just now. Hearing this, Dok Go-yeon feigned innocence. I didn't call anyone an idiot, how would you know? You finished slashing the darkness and yelled, what else is that if not foolish? She complained. The knight next to her still argued loudly, I was taught swordsmanship like that, whether in darkness or not. Returning to Yu Wu, not paying attention to their bickering, he casually took a can of some fizzy drink from his pack and smiled. Huh, you guys are truly strange, it's break time, aren't you tired at all? The more he spoke, the weaker his voice became, as the sun god noticed the three others staring at him with very strange looks. After that, the swordswoman Dok Go-yeon's face darkened as she turned to question him. Hey Yu Wu, what are you nibbling on? Beside her, Rachel looked at the protagonist with a hungry gaze. I heard a hiss just now and a fragrant scent spread out. Responding, Yu Wu hurriedly pointed at the can in his hand and explained, this? They sell this outside. The young commander tried to smooth things over, but that only made things more complicated. You got to go out, but we couldn't, Light said coldly. Calm down. I'm sorry for drinking it alone. I wanted to share with you, but there wasn't much. Besides, this only works when you're exhausted, drinking it now would be useless. Saying that, Yu Wu quickly tossed the can back into his pack. Of course, his previous words were just bragging, there's no fizzy drink that only works when you're exhausted. Unfortunately, Dok Go-yeon and the others didn't know that, so they believed him outright. Only when exhausted? Alright, then I'll take responsibility for room 3, the swordswoman said, cracking her knuckles to warm up. Yu Wu, seeing this, began to wonder, wasn't it supposed to be let me handle it to improve? Why the change of heart now? Hearing this, Dok Go-yeon pouted and ignored him. I've never tried that drink, and I can't let you drink it alone. Hey, that drink is Yu Wu's, Light glanced and reminded her. Leave it. After resting, Yu Wu finished off the unlucky evil spirit to spare it any more mental torment from the group. And as it perished, a teleportation circle appeared beneath the group to send them to the next floor. Teleportation starting, Light warned. Back to our protagonist. While waiting for the teleport, he took the chance to check the results of the floor's grind. This is his current status sheet. Yu Wu, Life 129, Body 72.8, Soul 350, Mana 101, Martial Way 62, Swordsmanship 36, Pierce 26, Leadership Skill 7, Driving 15, Resistance 2, 10,000 Poison I 115, 10,000 Hearing 105, 10,000 Tongue/Body, Lips 107. Looking at the current stats compared to when he first entered the academy, they'd increased dramatically, really impressive. This level is around the academy average now, and after just a few swings here, even the swordsmanship and the piercing skill I recently learned have improved. At this rate I should focus on developing swordsmanship. The match next Tuesday will likely depend on how much my martial skills progress. My body and Erecto are over 200 strength points apart. Honestly, it's hard to catch up to him in just a week no matter how hard I try. But learning martial arts from Dok Go-yeon taught me that harvesting skills is important. Nurturing and developing them is just as important, and regarding developing the martial way, if only Dok Go-yeon. If Dok Go-yeon could teach me more, the protagonist thought, looking at the swordswoman with expectation. But then Yu Wu smacked his own forehead in disbelief. What was I thinking? No matter how strong Dok Go-yeon is, relying entirely on her isn't right. Don't create an unbalanced dependency, think straight. I still have time, he thought, rubbing his head. At the same moment the teleport magic activated and hurled them to the 3rd floor, and while he was still deep in thought, suddenly the panicked shout from the night light rang out, "Hey Yu-Wu, what are you doing? Get a grip." At the shout, the god jolted and realized the 3 of them were plummeting downward. Looking at the distance between him and the ground was enough to make Yu-Wu's face turn pale. What is happening? Why am I falling? Oh god, has the ground disappeared? Yu-Wu stood dazed, thinking to himself, while Busty Rachel screamed and clutched at her skirt. Back to Yu-Wu, things looked even worse when he glanced down to observe. Below he discovered a field of sharp traps, waiting to impale anyone who fell into them like a honeycomb. There was no time to think. Yu-Wu immediately ordered his little snake Eve to transform into chains and lunge forward. The chains wrapped tightly around Rachel's body. They saved her in the nick of time. If she'd fallen another half-meter, her body would have been pierced. Above, Yu-Wu grabbed the chains with his other hand. Seeing he'd rescued Rachel in time relieved him somewhat. Phew, that was close, he said in a panic. Thank you, Yu-Wu, Rachel cried from below. Not paying much attention to that, the protagonist scanned the surroundings and thought, what the hell is this teleportation? Why is this room so big, and why are there traps at the landing point? Could this place be? As he thought, Yu-Wu's mind conjured an association to somewhere else. Before he could voice it, the swordswoman's voice rang out, "Hey Yu-Wu, you should move quickly." Hearing that, Yu-Wu turned his gaze toward the sound. He saw, somehow, Rachel standing on the ceiling as if it were solid ground. "How did you get up there?" Yu-Wu exclaimed. Rachel didn't explain much and only warned, "If you stay there you'll really die." "What?" Yu-Wu asked, still not understanding the swordswoman's meaning. Then, as if answering him, small windows suddenly opened in both walls. From them countless spears and pikes began firing straight at the protagonist. He was put in an extremely tight spot. Damn it, I can't drop Rachel down. With that thought, he acted. The protagonist thrashed his right arm with all his strength, pulling the chain and Rachel's body rocketing upward. At the same time he summoned his flying motorcycle Lilith to avoid falling. With that lightning-fast maneuver, Yu-Wu successfully got them both out of danger. Next, Yu-Wu quickly reeled in the chain and caught the pink-haired girl in a princely cradle. "I've got you. Are you okay?" "Sorry for the rough handling, but that was really dangerous just now." "No, I'm fine," Rachel blushed and stammered. "Hold on tight, this space still seems dangerous," she added. Yu-Wu glanced around and immediately noticed another volley of spears preparing to shoot out from inside the pillars. In another development, like Yu-Wu, the night light was being targeted by countless flying axes. But these simple attacks weren't enough to trouble him. With just a few sword swings, Light easily shattered all those axe blades. Meanwhile 2 pairs of wings sprouted from his back, allowing him to hover in the air. "What is going on?" Professor Yamina said traps only appear after floor 20. "But we're only on the 3rd floor. Isn't this difficulty weird? Also, Yu-Wu, what did you pull out this time?" Light said, glancing at Yu-Wu as he flew while carrying Rachel. Dodging the spears aimed at him, the young commander grit his teeth and thought, insane, traps are activating from all sides. What on earth is this structure? Behind them, contrary to Yu-Wu's panicked thoughts, the shy girl was actually enjoying being part of the pilot team. Not sure if it was because she felt so comfortable, but she suddenly remembered Yu-Wu's earlier instruction, "Hold on tight, Rachel." Thinking that, she happily wrapped both arms around Yu-Wu's waist and pressed her massive speaker apparatus against his back. This made the young commander's face in front flush as if scalded. "Hey, what are you doing?" "My back's getting hot," Yu-Wu thought in alarm. At the same time, an arrow flew in and struck the tail of the vehicle. Lilith lurched in an S-shaped skid, screaming, "This is dangerous." Yu-Wu shouted, and then a golden blade flashed by. It sliced apart all the spears chasing them from behind. And of course it was Light who struck. "You were driving fine, why did you do that?" Hearing that, Yu-Wu briefly stopped the vehicle and exclaimed in surprise, "Hey Light, what's with those wings?" "Before I answer, I want to ask about that too. What are you riding? Is that stuff from your world?" "It's a flying motorcycle, haven't you seen one?" Yu-Wu asked back. "A motorcycle?" Light replied blankly. Hearing that, Yu-Wu didn't bother asking further, he was sure Light knew nothing about it. Putting that aside, Yu-Wu scanned around and asked, "Where's Dok-Go-Yun?" Hearing this, Light realized he'd completely forgotten the swordswoman. "Oh, now that you mention it, I didn't notice her earlier. She hasn't been seen, could she have fallen into a trap?" Light worried, but Yu-Wu waved his hand frantically, "No way, there's no way she'd fall for a trap that easily. She's definitely somewhere keeping an eye on things," Yu-Wu guessed. As they moved, Light asked about the plan, "So what do we do? How do we stop these traps?" Yu-Wu focused for a few seconds and answered, according to guides, survival means holding out for a set period. I don't know exactly how long or how they work. For now, Light, run to the other side. I'll try to analyze them, Yu-Wu said, steering to his left. Got it, the knight nodded and swiftly flew that way. Yu-Wu hurriedly observed all the windows firing spears and analyzed the trap's activation directions. They were all targeting Light. They prioritize attacking whoever's moving. Thinking back, it was the same then. It was the same, I shouldn't have moved so recklessly. Am I an idiot? The more Yu-Wu thought, the more foolish he felt, until Rachel reminded him about the arrow lodged in the vehicle's tail. Hearing that, Yu-Wu angrily pulled the arrow out. Ugh, this thing can hurt Lilith too. I need to tell everyone to stop moving around chaotically. Wait, if we stop we can't get through this room either. Thinking about how to leave without triggering traps gave Yu-Wu a headache. Just then, suddenly the arrow in his hand began to slowly dissolve into a beam of light. It startled him. Wait, what's happening? Did I absorb something? I think I just read some concept. Why like this? I couldn't read anything in room 1, so why now? Quickly, the god shook his head to deny the thought. No, maybe it's a coincidence, but I have to check. Saying that, Yu-Wu glanced at a sword beside him and gently touched it. Sure enough, once again the sword began to dissolve in his hand, confirming his suspicion. Unbelievable, Yu-Wu said in amazement. Looking at the two characters hovering on his palm, Yu-Wu frowned and thought, the concept he obtained was decapitation. Why decapitation instead of sword? Come to think of it, last time I saw a concept that differed from its outward form. Before he could find the reason, Rachel panicked and shouted, "Hey Yu-Wu, over there." Hearing that, Yu-Wu hurriedly glanced to the side and discovered, inexplicably, that Light was being swept away by a surge of water. Light, you idiot. Yu-Wu yelled. Back with the knight, he had to dig his heels in with all his strength just to avoid being carried off. Damn, I let my guard down. I thought only weapons were dangerous, but who knew water would gush out of a trap? There must be something in the water. He felt numb and his vision was growing blurry. At this rate he wouldn't be able to handle the next trap. Looking at the number of spears aimed at him, Light had no confidence he could dodge them all while under this negative effect. In the distance, as if sensing the knight's unstable condition, Yu-Wu gunned his bike and dashed in to rescue him. Watching the protagonist's back as he sped off, Rachel remembered his earlier words. Sorry, Rachel, I'm about to take a gamble, so I can't involve you. Wait here for a moment. After thinking that, she whispered, go get, Yu-Wu. Back with Yu-Wu, as he rode he reached out and touched the water spilling from the trap. And sure enough he immediately received new concepts. From this concept you gained over 10 points in acid and waves. As expected, just like before, though I touched water, what I gained wasn't water but wave. Now I understand. That's why the concept I absorbed earlier was decapitation and not sword. In another corner, unlike those struggling to evade traps, the swordswoman Dok Go-Yun moved freely atop the pillars without any difficulty. But from her perspective, she saw Yu-Wu charging straight toward Light as if to do something. Yu-Wu, what are you planning to do? She asked, frowning. Back with Yu-Wu, while driving he reviewed, the state in which matter appears determines what concept you can obtain. Earlier the hidden weapons targeted the neck, so their concept was decapitation, not sword. Thinking this, as if he'd found a way to deal with these damn traps, Yu-Wu shouted to Light ahead, let me handle it, Light. Saying that, he revved the throttle and purposely lunged forward to intercept the incoming weapons. Silently praying inside, the protagonist hoped that as the depth of his Vandukai expanded and allowed him to see truth or more, he could even read the intentions of the hidden weapons fired from the trap. With that thought, Yu-Wu began to activate his Vandukai. All those weapons then appeared to him with their respective concepts. Down below, unaware of Yu-Wu's intention, Light watched his friend charge into the volley of weapons with wide, disbelieving eyes. What? He's heading straight into the trap. Ignoring that young man, back with Yu-Wu, when rushing into death he already had an idea. He didn't need to absorb everything. He just needed to blend them all together and destroy their forms. That would be enough. Thinking so, a conceptual sphere began to gather in Yu-Wu's palm, and that sphere began sucking in all the surrounding concepts into Yu-Wu's hand, causing the shapes of the weapons to gradually dissolve, and upon seeing this, our protagonist realized he had successfully made the gamble. Alright, he shouted, over here, as soon as Yu-Wu stopped the bike. The Night Light hurried over and asked, hey Yu-Wu, are you okay? Yeah, Light. Glad you're safe. We barely escaped that, Yu-Wu said with a smile. So what happened earlier? Light asked. At this point, Yu-Wu took out the conceptual sphere to show him and explained, I have no idea. It seems everything combined into this block. Looks like I harvested something great. Seeing that, Light could only admire Yu-Wu. Looks like you just awakened a new ability. You confronted the trap head-on, that's fierce. No sooner had he finished speaking, than from afar countless whistling sounds came as spears flew toward them. Facing this assault, without Yu Wu or Light intervening, Go-Yun and Ruchel rushed in and knocked all those weapons aside. Go-Yun didn't forget to scold them. If you don't drop that reckless attitude, sooner or later you'll get into serious trouble. Ha, thanks, you too. I almost got done for, Yu Wu breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Go-Yun glanced at Light and smirked. You nearly got seriously hurt and you're still careless, aren't you? What did you say? Light gritted his teeth. After they cleared the traps, a teleportation circle appeared beneath the group, signaling they'd completed this damned floor. Oh, looks like that was the last trap. It's starting to teleport us again, Ruchel said nervously. While the two continued bickering, Light narrowed his eyes and challenged Go-Yun. What's with your attitude? Aren't you being a bit harsh to someone who just escaped death? Go-Yun shot back. Who told you to let such a weak trap hit you? You showed up at the right time and act all high and mighty. Was that your plan all along? Light ground out, and she only gave a faint smile in response. Do I still have to answer that? Back with Yu Wu, seeing them argue so much he didn't bother to intervene. They're fun, he thought. No matter what, we always rush to save each other when in danger. What's there to argue about? But this does show our team works well, Yu Wu thought to himself, before Go-Yun shattered his illusion. Of course I waited for the crucial moment. Because once you owe me, I'll definitely collect both interest and principal, the proud swordswoman said, leaving the group stunned. Yu Wu hoped the earlier friendly feeling hadn't been an illusion. Scene cuts to the 4th floor. Now, around Yu Wu's group was a ruined architectural space. After scanning the 4 directions, Yu Wu spoke up, this room's ceiling is lower, at least we won't be attacked from above like before. Good, that's great then. Saying that, he pointed behind him, and little Snake Eve, in AK-47 mode, understood and opened fire immediately. She aimed straight at a spider not far away. However, when hit, the spider only let out a few panicked cries. The bullets only produced sparks against its body. Yu Wu's elation instantly died down. Beside him, the night light immediately recognized the creature and warned, that's a tower spider. Tower spiders are uniquely excellent monsters on any floor of the tower, low or high. Seeing his attack had no effect, Yu Wu swallowed reflexively. They're completely unharmed? They even deflected Eve's firing angle. Responding to this, Light stepped in front of Yu Wu and held out his hand to stop him from rashly rushing forward, explaining, the tower spider's ability is random regardless of floor. Looks like your weapon isn't strong enough, Yu Wu. Leave this room to us, Go-Yun. Looks like we'll need your help this time. Hearing that, the swordswoman knew it wasn't a time for joking and nodded. I understand. Back with Yu Wu, seeing his weapon had no effect at all, he clicked his tongue in annoyance. TCH. I didn't expect such a strong monster to appear already, the veteran ground out. Seeing his struggling posture, Go-Yun sighed. She reached out to block the lot and said, everyone fall back, Yu Wu too. Watch closely. This is what you wanted, palm blast. Go-Yun shouted, and immediately a burst of force shot from her palm straight at the tower spiders ahead. With just that one strike, she utterly knocked them flat like dead dogs on the ground. Seeing this, the protagonist gave a crooked smile. Wow, that really is a palm blast, much stronger than Eve's bullets. Most of the spiders were down. Go-Yun glanced over to confirm none remained capable of fighting, then said, leave finishing them to you. What leader is ever as kind as me? She said arrogantly, and for a windfall like this, Yu Wu had no reason to refuse. He immediately pulled out his long sword from his pack and instructed the two behind him, all right Light, cover the rear, Ruchel, watch the ceiling in case. Got it. They both nodded. Back with Yu Wu, now fully guarded by his teammates, the veteran calmly approached the crippled spiders to siphon experience. Interesting, Go-Yun isn't my leader. Back with Yu Wu, now fully guarded by his teammates, the veteran calmly approached the crippled spiders to siphon experience. Interesting, Go-Yun isn't my leader. Thinking he'd gain experience, but no, the moment he struck, a metallic clanging rang out in the silent space. Yu Wu's whole body trembled violently from the recoil of the blow. It turned out his sword had struck something like a block of iron. No, too hard, Yu Wu gritted out. Below, the tower spider seemed enraged by Yu Wu's attack. Its two eyes suddenly lit up like headlights. It leaped straight into the air as if demanding a taste of his blood. Seeing that, Yu Wu quickly stepped back a long pace. Even so, there's always a way. With that, our protagonist ran up with momentum and drove his sword through the spider's head. It was foolish, after all, to expose the soft part of its body for Yu Wu to cut. Got it, Ruchel said happily, while Light sighed in relief for Yu Wu. Phew. Back with the protagonist, though he'd succeeded in killing a tower spider, he felt no joy. If slashing is ineffective, it's pointless. I can't keep stabbing in and out in large numbers. Phew. Back with the protagonist, though he'd succeeded in killing a tower spider, he felt no joy. If slashing is ineffective, it's pointless. I can't keep stabbing in and out in large numbers. I have that supreme item from the previous room. I can't believe I didn't think of it. Now's the right moment. Saying that, he took the conceptual sphere, with 20 accumulated points, chopped it off and embedded it into his long sword. The sword burst into a glow like heated steel as he tested its compatibility with his blade. Just after doing so, a notification appeared before Yuwu, evolution item due to excellent compatibility, Executioner's Longsword, Chop 30, Demonic Sword 30, Damage 19, Blood Poison 9, Mel 12. Across from them, after a brief rest the remaining miserable spiders had recovered from Dokgo-yun's forceful blow, and sensing the killing intent from Yuwu they all rushed forward to gang up on him. Seeing this, the protagonist clenched his sword confidently. He slowly pulled it back to prepare his strike. "Now let's try it," he said, and Yuwu swung the sword forward with full force. With a single blow he easily sliced through the bodies of 3 tower spiders that earlier had not even taken a scratch. Behind him, Light's group was astonished. "What did Yuwu just eat to get this strong? How did he suddenly?" Light said blankly. Dokgo-yun watched Yuwu intently as if trying to discern what trick he'd used. Back to our protagonist, his face showed some surprise. "Wait, though the slash was clean, something feels off. It's awkward, maybe I swung the sword harder than necessary. Try again. This time do it right," Yuwu muttered, and he swung at the spiders once more. As for Light and Rachel, seeing there were still many spiders they charged in to help. "There are too many, let us give you a hand." Right, Light nodded in agreement. While they rushed forward, Dokgo-yun realized something. He must have done something to the sword earlier. In that brief moment he could cut down enemies he previously couldn't. How could someone possess such intuitive, overwhelming capability? Moreover, he was developing skills without relying on pre-existing abilities. Normally, when a weapon is enhanced or you receive a stronger weapon, people swing wildly like fools, but he didn't have that weakness. Not immediately, perhaps, but one day he would grasp the core essence of the slash. There's no reason for me to interfere in that process, but it would be a shame to leave it be. After overcoming his trials I pride myself as the greatest prodigy in the martial world. But it would be a waste to watch this unfold. After passing my tribulations I'd be hailed as the greatest prodigy, yet now I'm staring at a talent that makes my past look pathetic. Not acceptable. Sure enough, this man must belong to me, she thought, and Dokgo-yun's eyes flashed dangerously. Meanwhile, our protagonist fought on, unaware he'd become her target. Very quickly though, the protagonist suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Even his sword stroke froze as he looked around left and right. "Hey, Yuwu, you okay?" Light asked. No, I just got a sudden chill. I thought a high-level monster was about to appear," the veteran said anxiously, not noticing Dokgo-yun's face darken behind him. Then he turned to her. "Hey Dokgo-yun, why are you just standing there? Aren't you going to palm blast again?" Why should I?" "You're doing fine yourself," she snapped. Yuwu grinned slyly and replied, "Oh, is that so? Maybe I don't need to offer you a drink then, since I'm doing well." "What?" Dokgo-yun widened her eyes. "Phew, looks like we finally cleared this room," Light breathed. Meanwhile our protagonist began pulling out 2 cans of soda to tease the swordswoman. "I'll have to share with Light and Rachel, then, were you just saving that soda for yourself?" Dokgo-yun chased after him as she said it. At that moment Light received a notification message. A message from outside? At the same time, not only he but Yuwu and Dokgo-yun also received a message. Even Rachel too. Seeing this, the two of them paused their teasing and fell into thought. A message from outside, but why now? Did everyone get it? Glancing through the message, Light's expression turned worried. The message ordered everyone to evacuate the tower. What? Why all of a sudden? This is a direct message from the principal, meaning it applies to the entire school. No way, I don't accept this at all. This isn't even proper warm-up for me. I haven't had my soda yet. Unless there's a satisfactory explanation, I refuse, Dokgo-yun complained angrily. But before she could say more, Rachel up front immediately went into combat stance and shouted, "They're coming." At that sound, the group startled and turned forward to discover, without them realizing when, several spatial gates had opened before them, and countless tower spiders were crawling out in swarms. Seeing this, they pieced it together. So that's it, this is why they told us to evacuate. Looking at the strange phenomenon, Light remembered something and added, "Isn't this what we heard about in the meeting?" "Seems like it," Dokgo-yun nodded. No wonder the difficulty felt so odd, Yuwu said with a laugh. Then the swordswoman checked her identification ring and shook her head, the ID ring had stopped working. It seems we're completely trapped in this room, so this is what the professor meant about a phenomenon that could even kill students, an irregular space, Light said with tense voice. At that moment, a wave of tower spiders surged straight toward them. Recalling Professor Yumina's meeting earlier, when she warned that even students could die if they encountered it, especially freshmen entering the tower, there's a chance of a spatial pirate invasion. Hearing that, Yu-Wu asked in puzzlement, what are spatial pirates? I'll explain them later. The point is their abnormal invasion causes an irregularity, an unpredictable phenomenon. On normal expeditions you can't die, but once an irregularity occurs everything changes. All rules inside the tower get distorted and even safe zones become dangerous. The number of cloned monsters becomes uncontrollable and the difficulty of rooms spikes unusually. You could call it hell mode. Additionally, a host of other problems occur simultaneously. Hearing this, the faces of the three went pale as liver. Just imagining themselves trapped in such a scenario was terrifying enough to make them faint. Returning to the pretty professor, as you can see, the tower does not guarantee absolute safety, so remember, if you get trapped in an irregularity, keep in mind that it's a truly dangerous situation. Back to the present. Once they grasped their situation, of course the group wouldn't try to fight an apparently endless wave of monsters. Immediately Yu-Wu started his mount and fled with Rachel, while the other two also accelerated to full speed. Meanwhile, the spiders stuck close to them, refusing to let up. We don't know how long these spiders will keep appearing, so trying to hold out in a cramped space is too risky, Yu-Wu frowned. Like infinity, Dok Go-Yun muttered, and as the spiders began pouring out from the corridor, Dok Go-Yun unleashed her force, sending a burst of inner energy that blew the spiders away. Alongside that, the Night Light continuously swung his sword, slashing out blades of sword chi that cut through the spiders' bodies. As he slashed he shouted, Dok Go-Yun, don't stop, look out for yourself first. Dok Go-Yun complained. Next, the two of them coordinated their swords to completely halt the monster wave, but Yu-Wu worried about their energy consumption. Dok Go-Yun had already killed dozens on the way here. Light was the same, their stamina had been drained. And Rachel's hair had darkened, he couldn't even speak anymore. If his hair completely changes, could something terrible happen? These spiders are pretty tough, what should I do? Yu-Wu worried inwardly. As for the swordswoman Dok Go-Yun, with a brief moment free she turned to the protagonist and said the monster seems to have completely lost its mind. Who could have expected this? I can't hold out much longer. If we don't get a break it'll be dangerous, Dok Go-Yun said, rotating her wrist as if it ached from too many strikes. Opposite them, Yu-Wu quickly pulled a can of soda from his pack and handed it to her. Oh my, this. Dok Go-Yun replied, just drink it, I'll hold them off, rest and drink. The gallant assurance prompted. Dok Go-Yun's face flushed as she accepted the can. Huh, can you really do that? She teased. Of course, watch closely. Ready? Having said that, Yu-Wu somehow produced a grenade, pulled the pin, and threw it into the center of the spider mass ahead. The grenade then produced a violent explosion. Shrapnel scattered the tower spiders' remains everywhere. What is that power? Light shouted in astonishment. How about that? Awesome, right? I put a lot of work into making it. Take a breather, Light, Yu-Wu said with a smile and began piloting his flying motorcycle to soak up experience as he moved. Yu-Wu also took the chance to absorb the concept from the spiders' bodies and thought to himself. Rachel still looked full of energy, but he was unpredictable now. Monsters kept coming and who knew how much time they had. Letting Light and Dok Go-Yun rest was the best choice. Meanwhile I must kill as many monsters as possible. Buy them time to recover, Yu-Wu thought silently, before a notification popped up in front of him. The executioner's longsword's blood poison increased by 15, you have understood and enlightened a bit of the slash concept, slash depth reached level 2. As the notification appeared, Yu-Wu's sword was suddenly covered in a sinister red aura. Is the sword turning red? Yu-Wu frowned. Looking at the transformed sword in his hand, the protagonist had no time to study it. Unsure what blood poison relied on concept-wise, he decided to just try it. With that he gripped the sword and swung hard, cleaving the two spiders before him in half, and immediately after that strike, Yu-Wu noticed a difference from before. Wait, the sword's trail is expanding. Thinking back, if enhancements widened the slash, blood poison widened the attack range and distance by draining my blood. Let's see, I can't use it often. Each slash felt like donating blood. Now I'm craving chocolate. Yu-Wu panicked inwardly at the rebellious sword. Behind him, Light saw Yu-Wu's sword change and asked, did you get something interesting again? What's with that sword chi? Yu-Wu didn't answer. Yu-Wu watched for a moment and asked back, Rachel, where is she? Hearing that, the knight also glanced aside and shook his head. She's massacring the spiders over there, we shouldn't get close to her right now. Yu-Wu looked toward Rachel, who was roaring like a wild beast and punching every spider that dared approach to pieces. Seeing this, he sighed and advised, both of you, don't rush in, rest a bit more. No need, Yu Wu, thanks to you I've had enough rest, you should look around. The spider swarm has decreased significantly, Light said softly, which startled Yu Wu into looking and realizing the number of monsters had indeed dropped. You mentioning it made me notice, he said, turning to Dok-go Yun. She scanned the area and said, her mood sinking, usually when monsters stop attacking it means the battle is ending, or something stronger is about to appear. Light rubbed his chin and said, and sure enough, very quickly, Rachel, who had been bloodthirsty in combat over here also noticed the oddity and froze mid-action. They turned toward one direction where a spatial gate was slowly forming, and from inside it, an enormous spider crawled out, its body as big as a building. Light was stunned and spoke too late. Beside him the protagonist's eyes went wide, not understanding. What's happening? Didn't they say giant monsters like this only appear after floor 50? The swordswoman, seeing Yu Wu's naivete, complained, aren't you tired of constantly whining whenever something abnormal happens? Hearing it so much makes my hands want to bleed. Then, as if their luck weren't bad enough, the Night Light noticed something and, panicked, slapped the protagonist's shoulder and said, hey, Yu Wu, what is it, Light? Focus on the elite monster in front of us first, Yu Wu urged. Light blurted out, are there more than one elite monster in this room? Hearing that, Yu Wu jumped in fright and turned to look behind. What are you talking about? Then Yu Wu got his answer as another colossal spider came into view. By now Yu Wu and Light's faces had gone ashen. Oh shit, this is bad. With two high-grade monsters appearing one after the other, Light's teeth chattered violently. What do we do? He asked fearfully. Does our school textbook record any similar cases? While the group still hadn't found a response, beside them, sensing the massive threat from the giant spider, Rachel grit her teeth and charged to attack, leaving Yu Wu and Light at a loss for words. Oh god, she's attacking without restraint, Light complained, but having her is better than nothing. Yu Wu replied and quickly devised a plan. Light, watch Rachel. Each of us will take down one, front and back. Behind will be me and Dok-go Yun. We'll do our best. Fine. Got it, said the knight, gripping his sword and rushing to support the fierce girl. Facing the spider up close, Yu Wu realized how terrifying it truly was. Well, easy to say split up when you're confident, but what do we do now? The earlier ones could be dealt with by chopping and blood poison, but with something this large he wasn't sure if his current attacks would be effective. The more he thought, the less confident Yu Wu felt, and sensing his worry, the swordswoman stepped forward. Weren't you the one who said it would be me and Dok-go Yun? You knew you couldn't win alone but still refused to ask me for help. Is that pride or stubbornness? She whispered into Yu Wu's ear, making his face flush slightly. What? Yu Wu blurted. You like this kind, don't you? It's rather unique, not bad. Now pay for that sweetness. The price might be a little high, but don't treat it like a debt, Dok-go Yun said as she slowly drew the sword at her side. And this was the first time Yu Wu had seen her use a weapon. Dok-go Yun, with a sword? She could fight barehanded though, why is she showing me this on purpose? He wondered eagerly, and whether she had mind-reading ability or not, he couldn't tell. Almost immediately she explained, I just don't want my hands to get dirty, don't overthink it. Hearing that, our protagonist blushed and mumbled, yeah, sorry. The shy little divinity spoke, and his embarrassed demeanor made Dok-go Yun chuckle. You only lack one thing, I'll show you just once. And with him as the target, a single sword stroke would be enough to answer the question. Thinking that, Dok-go Yun began to emit a fierce aura. Then she sternly warned the protagonist, watch closely, Yu Wu. She slowly drew the sword backward, and the atmosphere around her turned more serious than ever. But at that moment Yu Wu suddenly heard a commotion coming from Light's position. Hey, Rachel. Idiot, don't hunt me, go hunt that monster, Light said with difficulty as he struggled to use his sword to restrain the big-breasted girl. She had lost her mind and turned to attack even her teammates. While the two of them were squabbling, the giant spider behind seized the chance and launched a massive web strand toward them. Then, amid the struggle, only Rachel reacted in time and leaped to the side. Light was hit by the web and stuck to the wall. Seeing that this spider dared interfere in her fight, Rachel snarled and growled at it to threaten it. Watching this, the protagonist broke into a cold sweat. Oh god, what a mess, he muttered, and Dok-go Yun's reminder rang out. Yu Wu, where are you looking? Focus on me. When she said that, Yu Wu turned back and said, I'm looking here, but that spider over there. I told you it's fine already. Because now there's only one spider left there, Dok-go Yun said calmly, and as Yu Wu looked back she swung her sword. With a single strike she cleaved that spider in two before it could react. Through Yu Wu's eyes, he clearly saw Dok-go Yun's movement. That arm swung up from below, a motion so simple. Just from that incredibly simple motion, he could perceive death splitting the world, he thought to himself, and then, because he had witnessed that supreme skill, Yu-Wu's mind also reeled as if too much information was being loaded, and at the same time countless notification screens from the system appeared around him, the advanced skill detected instantly. Control over elevated path powers, the depth of myriad poison eye, myriad hearing, myriad source god increased by 5 points, he partially comprehended an immensely powerful and complex concept of martial arts, depth of soul severance is 390, depth of martial path is 97. Depth of swordsmanship is 52, you observed the essence of the palm, depth reached 15. Back to Yu-Wu, there was no time to pay attention to those notifications, his head still throbbed as if about to split. Words could not describe it. Merely glancing at her martial art, his stats skyrocketed, that power felt like breaking through Ortima's energy field. It must be an upgraded version of the deadly slash he had seen before. God, how could someone infuse such fierce will into a sword? The concept of death he discovered was so clear and vivid it sent chills down his spine. Thinking this, the protagonist trembled at the thought of facing that attack, and only when Go-Yun noticed he was dazed after her slash did she speak. Hey, Ban Yu-Wu, did you observe carefully? Don't expect to see it a second time. As she said this, she pressed her face close to Yu-Wu's, making him start and step back. Why are you avoiding me? She asked. You're always standing too close. Yu-Wu awkwardly blurted, never mind that. Then Go-Yun casually tossed the core of the elite spider to the protagonist. Huh, isn't this the core of that high-grade spider from earlier? He exclaimed in surprise. And by his reckoning, the core stats were no joke, vitality 3, body 11, demon 12, armor 15, webbing 10, resistance 1. Seeing this, the protagonist hesitated whether he should keep it. Go-Yun had defeated it after all, would it be right for him to take it? He looked at the swordswoman with an indescribable expression. As if sensing his mood, she smirked teasingly, oh, that's a reward, don't be shy, just take it. Hearing her say that, the young hero silently turned his face away in embarrassment. Then, while the two of them were lost in each other, the nightlight, stuck off to the side witnessing this display of affection, couldn't stand it and shouted, hey you two, stop being lovey-dovey and come help me. Meanwhile, Rachel has gone berserk now, Light said nervously, glancing over at Rachel not far away, who at that moment had literally beaten the elite spider to a pulp. Huh, it seems Light is completely useless after all. I'll be finished in a second. In this situation only one person can stop her. Who else but Go-Yun, Yu-Wu said as he glanced at the strongest fighter in their party. But after seeing her stand with arms crossed as if it's none of her concern, the protagonist broke out in a cold sweat. Don't look at me like that. I've done my part in this fight, the swordswoman complained, though she herself couldn't defeat Rachel. So Yu-Wu earnestly tried to persuade her, I know you don't like this, but right now it's an irregular phenomenon. If one of us dies, who knows what will happen. No sooner had he finished speaking than the elite spider's legs suddenly began to move again. It seemed it was not yet dead. Indeed, fine, I'll play with that little beast then, Go-Yun said as she began cracking her knuckles to get started, making Yu-Wu beam with relief. Oh, that's more like it, he said happily, but Go-Yun had a condition. In return you have to finish off what's under your feet. Come on, beast, don't stay up there, come down now, she said. And Go-Yun casually fired a palm blast straight at the shy girl's face to grab her attention. Wait a moment, Go-Yun, down there. Before the protagonist could say more, Go-Yun cut him off. Let's have some real fun, she taunted, provoking herself. Rachel gritted her teeth and growled like a wild animal, then lunged fiercely at her. Rachel's landing struck with such force that the ground immediately cracked into pieces, but Go-Yun easily dodged, and she taunted Rachel to bait her along. Over here, beast, Go-Yun laughed. Rachel kept charging at Go-Yun without a second thought, and after a missed stab, Go-Yun easily grabbed Rachel's wrist, then swung and slammed her body hard down into the ground. Oh no, not there, I meant this side. Huh, charging blindly at the stronger foe. Get up, you're still full of energy, aren't you, beast? I'll toy with you while you still have any sense left, run around as much as you like, Go-Yun taunted, which only drove Rachel crazier. Seeing this, Yu-Wu began to get goosebumps. My god, it really looks like she's toying with it. Back to Go-Yun, while restraining Rachel she had a free hand to remind the protagonist, don't get careless, Ban Yu-Wu. Hearing that, Yu-Wu drew his sword and faced the elite spider. I know what you're getting at, but isn't this mission already tough enough, teacher? He said awkwardly, because even if this elite spider was previously injured by Rachel, it's still a formidable opponent for him. If you watched my attack carefully you can do it, Go-Yun said, giving the protagonist a confident look that made him break into a silly smile. Huh, on what basis do you say that? No sooner had he complained than the spider launched its attack, swinging a leg straight at him and sending Yu-Wu flying. Hey, Yu-Wu, you okay? Light asked anxiously. What the, they just left and it immediately pounced. he exclaimed in surprise. And Yu Wu felt as if the spider was looking down on him, thinking that with only a bit of vitality left it could still handle him. Alright, fine. Then let's see about that, Eve. Yu Wu shouted, and immediately, magic circles appeared around the spider, and chains shot out from them, tightly binding its legs. Is he tying the spider's legs? Light cried out at the sight. Meanwhile, Yu Wu took advantage of the spider being immobilized and dashed forward to attack. I'll use Eve to paralyze it. Then add cuts infused with venom blood and strike at close range. Right after that, Yu Wu swung his sword hard, slashing straight at the spider's face, causing a deep wound to appear in its eye as it screamed in pain. Take this, he said gleefully. However, Light, stuck to the side watching, frowned slightly. What now, Yu Wu? This doesn't look good. From afar, Dok Go Yun, dodging attacks, muttered, too shallow. If you want to kill it you have to tear its head off. What are you doing, Yu Wu? Turning back to the protagonist, he realized his strike, aside from enraging the beast, hadn't caused much damage. The slash was too short. Why? The venom blood didn't activate properly. Thinking back, it's understandable. I'd never used two abilities in succession before. With that thought, the spider in front began to thrust power into its leg, snapping the chains into pieces, and its leg then slammed hard toward Yu Wu, creating a not small explosion. Damn, the protagonist cursed inwardly. From afar, Light cried out in worry at the scene, while Dok Go Yun's face went blank for a moment. Then, after the dust cleared, Yu Wu reappeared, and luckily, as if blessed, he had used his sword in time to stop that attack. However, even though he blocked it, from the direct impact Yu Wu felt as if his bones were about to come apart. Panting, for a moment I thought I couldn't withstand that blow. The moment it hit the blade, I changed the angle. If I'd taken that hit full on, the sword and my arm would surely have been broken. But how did I sense that? Truly, in that moment a second stretched out like an eternity. Could it be because I saw Dok Go Yun's swordsmanship then? Yu Wu thought to himself. Along with surviving this life or death moment, his power increased a bit. During the defense against the enemy's attack, he recognized and grasped the concept of flow. The depth of flow rose by 5. Seeing this, Yu Wu used his sword to brace himself and stand, and he was able to confirm his thought. So that's it, the slash affected me. Huh, amazing. Yu Wu hadn't expected he could awaken an aspect of martial arts. Even I don't know if I can exactly replicate his swordsmanship, but perhaps I now know what to do. With that thought, Yu Wu felt a surge of fighting spirit and stood confidently before the elite spider. Alright, spider, try me again. Come on, he said, staring straight into its eyes with a very serious face. In response to the provocation, the elite spider began striking with its 4 front legs at him simultaneously. However, by some miracle Yu Wu swung his sword like a machine, blocking all the attacks of the big brute. Watching the two of them clash, Light, stuck to the side, quickly read something. There's a concept called parry. It's the technique of blocking or deflecting an opponent's strike. It can stop an attack or prevent a fatal wound. If done well it even opens opportunities to counterattack. But the technique is merely tactical. In reality it's not so simple. On a real battlefield most people die before they can learn that technique, or they use other fighting methods. After all, you only have one life. That's usually the case, but Yu Wu, how in a situation like this could he display that technique? Didn't he say he'd never touched a sword before? The more Light thought about Yu Wu's rate of development, the more curious he became. As for the protagonist, he seemed to split into 3, covering 3 directions to block attacks coming from the brute's 4 sides. While parrying, Yu Wu's eyes widened, staring straight at his opponent, waiting for an opening. And the moment he saw the spider swing its leg to attack again, Yu Wu knew his chance had come. This was the time to stop the frontal attack and redirect the side strikes. Thinking that, Yu Wu swung his sword to knock the leg aimed at him to the side. Then the spider swung another leg at him from a different angle. Facing that attack, Yu Wu placed the sword on his shoulder, letting the leg slide along the blade and fly off to the other side. Done, Yu Wu breathed a sigh of relief. Good, bit by bit. It's becoming clearer. Closer now. Back to the fight between Dok Go Yun and Rachel. It's a one-sided battle in the truest sense, with the beast being toyed with like a cat plays with a mouse. And as if bored with the game, Dok Go Yun hooked Rachel's leg, sending her momentum forward so she face-planted into the ground. Unable to focus on the shy girl, Dok Go Yun turned her attention to the protagonist's fight. Incredible. I expected you'd pick up something by watching the slash, but you showed me something I didn't anticipate. Ban Yu Wu, there's a rare style in the central plane that uses the essence of flow, but very few study it. Deflecting an opponent's force is the technique of seizing an instant opportunity in just 1/10,000th of a second, because the risk is so high and it requires enormous exertion. Most people opt for easier techniques. To someone like me who pursues oppressive martial methods, you've opened a different perspective. I never expected something I once dismissed as a mere trick to be so profound and so cool. Thinking that, the swordswoman's face flushed slightly, until Rachel's roar snapped her back. Thanks, beast, for pointing out my embarrassing posture. Hey, let me go, Light reminded. Ignoring the request, after giving Ruchel a dazed headbutt, Dok-go-yun refocused. But merely redirecting it isn't enough to finish the fight. To win you have to look wider. If we've come this far, show me, Yu-woo. If you've mastered the flow skill to redirect an opponent's power, then of course you can use that force to counterattack. Back to Yu-woo, as Dok-go-yun said, our protagonist understood this, so he kept watching for an opening. Then, as the elite spider thrust its leg at Yu-woo once more, he actively rushed forward to meet the strike. This was the moment to use the enemy's penetrating force. Spinning, combining two severing techniques, thinking that, Yu-woo swung his sword aside to deflect the spider's leg, and at the same time used its momentum to spin and amplify his cutting force. Along with that, he combined the two attributes, venom blood and cleave, into the strike, and swung his sword straight at the spider's face, making a large slash appear instantly across its face, causing the spider to scream as if its house were on fire. Behind him, Dok-go-yun clenched her fists in excitement. Right, that's it, well done, she cheered inwardly. Back with Yu-woo, after seeing the spider finally collapse he slumped to the ground, panting from exhaustion, and to reward his fighting efforts the system promptly issued a notification. Temporarily synthesizing the origin of a concept is a way to create a stronger concept. The depth of the concepts for poison, air, and language increased by 5. Looking at these messages, Yu-woo was a bit surprised. Oh, I did it? It increased that much, he wondered inwardly. But before he could check his own status, Light and Dok-go-yun called for help. Hey, Yu-woo, handle this for me, Light said, still stuck fast in the spider's silk, while Ruchel was going berserk attacking Dok-go-yun, and also this, Dok-go-yun reminded. Back to Yu-woo, after hearing that he could only give a crooked smile. Everyone's asking me for everything just because I beat an elite monster? Light, you're a prodigy, he said. At this Light's eyes welled with tears. I'm sorry, I'm stuck and can't cast magic, he stammered. To that remark even Dok-go-yun had to nod in agreement. This monster's durability and strength are amazing. I wish I were stuck like that idiot, the swordswoman complained, and her words made Yu-woo's eyes widen as if he'd thought of something. Sounds good, he muttered, and then the protagonist quickly put his idea into action. Study the concept of the spider silk wrapped around Light and feed it to Eve so I only need a net to catch the monster. As he said it, he absorbed the concept from the strands of silk and fed it to the little snake Eve. You obtained the concept of spiderweb. Eve's concept depth is now 25, higher than the level 16 spiderweb. Having absorbed the concept, Eve's body transformed into a cage made of chains. Next, Yu-woo threw the chain net straight toward Ruchel, startling her so she couldn't react in time, and the chains wrapped tightly around her. The more Ruchel struggled, the tighter they held. Seeing this, Yu-woo let out a smug laugh. Huh, keep struggling, Ruchel. It's even more secure, it can drain your mana too. The more you thrash, the tighter it wraps, Yu-woo said cheerfully, as the chains began to coil around Ruchel's body in a very strange way, making Light and Yu-woo's faces flush the more they watched. Then the Night Light put his hands over Yu-woo's eyes and warned, you shouldn't look at it. In response Yu-woo complained through gritted teeth, what about you? I'm fine. Light awkwardly replied. Meanwhile Dok-go-yun, seeing things had stabilized, looked around and nodded with satisfaction. Phew, lucky. The room hasn't been altered yet. That chain looks useful. At the same time, Yu-woo's pendant began to emit warning beeps, making him feel urgency as he alerted the group, my certification card is beeping, let's get out of here. Hearing that, Dok-go-yun nodded in agreement. Right, let's leave. No sooner had she spoken than a red orb of energy appeared behind them, and from inside the orb a strange voice rang out, you, the kids who passed the test. In front of them, Yu-woo's group heard the voice and tensed in alarm. Then the protagonist turned his gaze to where the voice came from and demanded, who is speaking? The energy orb slowly shifted and formed the silhouette of a woman. She then raised her hand toward the group and made an offer. I will grant you a reward now. I will give you the chance to contract with the overseer of 10,000 eyes. Time passed quickly. Cut to the outside of the tower. Professor Yamaina was anxiously waiting for her students because the kids still hadn't emerged from the tower. However, she didn't have to worry long. Shortly after, Yu-woo's group was teleported outside through the teleportation array. Phew, is anyone hurt? Yu-woo asked. Where are we? Light asked curiously. This is where we entered, Dok-go-yun answered. Back to Professor Yamaina, seeing her students return, she ran over with a face full of worry. Are you all alright? Any injuries or after effects? Seeing her about to cry, Yu-woo smiled and reassured her, it's okay, ma'am, we're fine. Please calm down. Hearing this, the professor's small heart still couldn't settle. Although the emergency evacuation alert had malfunctioned, she was relieved the students were safe. So, what happened in there? Can you tell me? The professor's question startled the group. Yu-Wu scratched his head and stammered, about that, let's go sit in the room first. Time passed quickly, cut to a deserted area with no passers-by, where our protagonist finally had time to ask in detail about the tower incident. So what happened in there? We were drawn into a very strange place shortly after the fourth room changed after we entered. While we were there, what exactly occurred? In response to Yu-Wu, the professor's expression grew sad as she answered. Actually, one student was murdered by an intruder from outside. The academy is trying to handle it, but that student's teammates are in deep grief. That may explain the earlier anomalies. We've mentioned intruders before, right? On the other side, Yumina's earlier warnings came back to his mind. Space thieves target fresh recruits, kill them, and steal their certification cards. They cannot be resurrected and remain trapped there forever. Thinking this, Yu-Wu broke into a sweat and probed, have we found those intruders yet? To that question Yamina could only shake her head. They escaped, the students there couldn't stop them. Hearing this, the swordswoman Dok Go-yun, who had been listening at the side, offered her theory. It seems this test was arranged. Even if they aren't students here, there are still desperate fools who want to climb Babel Tower. To them, the new students who just entered the tower are a juicy target. They kill the new students who passed the entrance trial to ruin the Tower Academy's reputation, then infiltrate the academy using the stolen certification cards. From the academy's perspective, confronting intruders is a mandatory exam that places a heavy responsibility on them, isn't it? As she spoke, Dok Go-yun glanced at Yamina with a teasing look, and her remarks seemed entirely accurate, so Yamina had no rebuttal. Turning to Dok Go-yun and looking at Yumina's embarrassed, speechless face, she sighed and sneered, really, this place is something else. The intruders brazenly broke into the tower, which lies within the academy's territory, and the academy couldn't stop them from massacring its students, casting doubt on its reputation as the best academy of the age. Behind them, Yu-Wu's group fell silent, as if lost in thought. Only Professor Yamina disagreed with that view. You misunderstood something, Dok Go-yun. Protecting students is the academy's responsibility, but once they enter the tower they must fend for themselves. Moreover, the tower allowing intruders to enter cannot be changed, that is the will of the tower. Saying this, Yumina's face dipped slightly, as if she couldn't bring herself to meet the student's eyes. The swordswoman ground her teeth in frustration upon hearing it. The tower's will? If that's the case, then I don't need to be here anymore. With that, she used her pendant to teleport away, leaving Yamina no time to stop her. Beside them, the protagonist spoke up to explain, please understand him, Professor, bad things happened inside the tower. Turning to Yamina, she now noticed the group's odd mood since returning and asked, tell me, Yu-Wu, what exactly happened in there? To her question the protagonist fell quiet for a moment, but then recounted everything. Just before we returned, we encountered the Star Guardian. At that answer, Professor Yumina's face turned alarm. The omnipotent guardians, or observers, absorb countless dimensions. And when they find someone they favor, they form a contract through that person. They are transcendent beings with great influence over that dimension. They grant their power, potent magic, superlative skills, artifacts, and more to make others obey them, but in return they demand much. Yet even so some refuse their offers. But in a world where power is priceless, there's hardly anything better than what they bestow. The Star Guardians truly are an irresistible partner. Returning to Professor Yamina, after a few seconds to steady herself she asked curiously, a Star Guardian is in this world? Yu-Wu nodded with absolute certainty. Yes, the observer of sentient beings told me so in a very strange tone. That entity promised me power in exchange for me carrying out its requests, and at that Yu-Wu's face showed some embarrassment. But the professor seemed not to notice. Instead she looked at Yu-Wu with a beaming face and congratulated him. Wonderful, everyone, being offered a contract with a Star Guardian early on is a first recorded at the Academy. Having a contract with such an entity this early means your talent has already been recognized, she said excitedly, unaware that the more she spoke the darker light and Rachel's expressions became. Meanwhile, the protagonist found it hard to believe he was being praised so highly. Really? Is that for real? He asked, and the professor nodded repeatedly. Would I lie to you? For Yu-Wu, being praised like that didn't make him overly happy. Instead he was awkward and asked the professor, Professor, how will the Academy react to contractors bonded with Star Guardians? Upon hearing his question Yamina looked curious at first, then replied at once, of course they would remain neutral, but if such an opportunity truly arose they would naturally encourage you to seize it. I understand. So the Academy encourages them to accept these contracts, Yu-Wu replied. To clarify for the protagonist, Professor Yamina added, that's right, in the multiverse, the tower draws the most attention from the Star Guardians. Nobody is more suited to climb the tower than someone with a contract to the stars. Back in the protagonist's thoughts, the more he heard, the greater his suspicion grew. It was unbelievable that a place like the Academy had no defenses against such an intruder. Sure, they seemed friendly and harmless, but there was too little information about them to be sure. Strange, he told himself, before Yumina's question pulled him back. So then, Yu-Wu, what exactly did the observer of sentient beings ask of you? She asked excitedly, face full of curiosity, and the answer was one she least wanted to hear. As Yu-Wu spoke, his expression shifted. Well, the entity asked me to assassinate. The entity promised it would form contracts with two of us if one of us killed the other first. That was the demand of the Star Guardian. Time rewound to the moment when the Star Guardian made its offer to the group. Only those whose blood hungers for power are raised to me with songs and chants, children of astonishing potential, cut your comrade's throat and offer it to me. And I will make you my most trusted attendant until you reach the summit of this tower and receive what you crave. My love will never leave you. Now do it. As she spoke, the red-clad girl's silhouette reached out a hand toward the group, as if inviting them to slaughter one another. Of course, Yu-Wu found the demand utterly absurd. What nonsense was that? Asking us to kill friends just to gain power, who would do that? Do you think I'd do that? He thought, glancing uncertainly at Do-Go-Yun. If she truly snapped, no one in the group could stop her. And sure enough, not to his disappointment, Do-Go-Yun stepped forward a few paces, glared at the Star Guardian, and snapped, "Leave them alone," in a cold voice as she unleashed her power. Back in the present, after hearing the story, the professor also felt unsettled for the students. She knew things were not as simple as the protagonist had described. So that's what happened. She must have poured out all her power, Yamina remarked, and Yu-Wu nodded. Yes, he forced the Star Guardian to back off. But treating our lives like toys like that is truly terrifying. Saying this, Yu-Wu paused briefly and then asked on. So does that mean we can't enter the tower until the end of the week? It sounds too dangerous. They'll be monitoring the tower all week to prevent any further intrusions, Yamina answered. This forced Yu-Wu to rethink his plans. He needed to increase his strength to take on that stone man. The duel with Erecto is on Tuesday, and now he can't climb the tower, definitely a disadvantage. How can I train in the remaining time? Yu-Wu sighed inwardly, then remembered something, and turned to ask his professor, Professor, I plan to report what happened in the tower along with the footage we have. Would that be okay? To this the professor pondered for a few seconds and nodded. That's fine, but if possible she'd like to hear the report while dining with you. Though that seems unlikely now, she said, glancing at Ruchel sitting withdrawn to one side. Seeing their mood, Yu-Wu could only shake his head and reply, yes. You all look pretty exhausted. Turning to Professor Yamina, regarding what her students had endured, she could only offer a few words of comfort. I understand, Yu-Wu, Light, Ruchel. You all did very well. She'll make sure nothing like this happens again from next week. I hope none of you form an overly biased view of the academy. For today, just rest. Upon hearing this, Light's mood improved a bit and he replied, yes, permission granted. Have a good weekend, Professor. After saying that, Light and Ruchel used their pendants to teleport away, and just as Yu-Wu was about to do the same, Yamina suddenly called him back. Wait a moment, Yu-Wu, I have a question. I'll get straight to it. That observer of sentient beings didn't just promise contracts to 2 of the 4, did it specifically designate you and Do-Go-Yun? Her accurate guess left Yu-Wu stunned, and then, her correct speculation left Yu-Wu dazed, and then, you two can certainly reach the top of the tower together, yes, absolutely. But only if those burdens are removed first, she said, pointing warily at Light and Ruchel at her side. Hearing that, both of their faces went pale with shock. Unfazed, the observer of sentient beings continued. Now, my beloved children, go deal with those burdens, and I promise you will ascend the tower side by side. You will be left with only the most distilled, essential potential to defeat all, except the power I offer, for it is what this world revolves around. Now, my beloved children, go deal with those burdens, and I promise you will ascend the tower side by side. You will be left with only the most distilled, essential potential to defeat all, except the power I offer, for it is what this world revolves around. Seeing his roommate like that, Yu-Wu tossed out a few casual words. Impressive, huh? Even Ruchel can't manage to look cheerful. Sitting like that and pretending to be fine is annoying to watch. As he spoke, Yu-Wu loosened his tie. Light turned to him with a distant tone. Yu-Wu, are you mocking me for sitting abnormally? Hearing that, Yu-Wu hurriedly explained, what? I didn't mean that at all. From behind, Light seemed to realize he'd gone too far and bowed. Sorry, actually I wanted to dig a hole and bury myself. Go ahead and roast me, I didn't mean it. Yu-Wu replied awkwardly. But somehow that made Light laugh scornfully. Honestly, I'm not even worth your spit to scold. The more Yu-Wu listened, the more he felt his friend's mind was a little scrambled. Why would he react like that? He's usually so arrogant, Yu-Wu wondered inwardly. Then suddenly Light said coldly, hey, Yu-Wu, truth be told, I kind of hate you. Yu-Wu didn't bother with a sour look and admitted, so what? I hate you too. Finally we have something in common. That was what Yu-Wu thought but wouldn't say aloud. he wanted to, but had to restrain himself. Calling someone an idiot outright is rude. Thinking that, he clenched his fist in anger. After a few seconds to calm himself, the protagonist sat down to listen. Hey, Light, if you have something to say, say it. Even if you complain, it won't change anything, I will listen to everything. Saying this, he stared at the knight, and only when those words came from the protagonist did Light begin to open up and share his story. Same here. In my world, I was one of the greatest prodigies. I'm not exaggerating. Family, retainers, everyone admired and praised my talent. They entrusted the holy sword to me, not out of flattery, but because of the trust everyone placed in me, which allowed me to form a contract with the holy sword and come to this academy with everyone's expectations. But what is this? What the hell am I doing? Why does he treat me like a useless burden? Saying this, Light's mental state seemed a little unstable, which made Yu hurriedly speak up to comfort him. Hey Light, those relics, or whatever, you don't have to pay them any mind. Before Yu finished, Light cut in, whether they're sacred relics or not, you call them whatever because you're the chosen one, but I'm different. After all, I'm just an outsider compared to the two chosen ones. First of all, they're divine beings, transcendent creatures, far stronger and wiser than humans. With an offer like that, how could you and Go-Yun so easily refuse it? Light demanded of Yu. This left him silent for a few seconds, then he slowly explained to Light, because it's obviously meaningless, those kinds of proposals. There are many ways to become strong without anyone having to die. Neither you nor I came here to follow that kind of thing, right? Yu asked again, but these words didn't seem to persuade the knight. He drew inward and shook his head, saying it's because you were an extraordinary prodigy back then. In truth, if it were necessary to be chosen, I might have hesitated and sacrificed all of you. I probably couldn't refuse as firmly as you and Go-Yun would have chosen that. The truth is, I feel great resentment, great fear, and I cannot forgive myself. Saying this, Light's face became indescribable. Time passed quickly. It's unclear how the two of them ended the conversation. But now Yu had finished his bath. He sighed and turned to look at Light lying on the bed. As if sensing the protagonist's gaze, Light spoke up. Yu, I'm sorry for moaning like I did earlier. It's not your fault, yet I behaved so jealously and told those unpleasant stories. I'm really sorry, Light said with a voice full of remorse. Hearing him say that, Yu smiled faintly and brushed the whole matter off. We're friends, after all. I'm always ready to listen. I'm stepping out for a bit. If you want some chocolate, have some. Usually bad feelings fade after a sweet treat. Saying that, Yu set a cup of hot chocolate down on the table. On the bed, Light gently replied, thank you. Returning to Yu, after closing his door and stepping into the hallway, he reflected inwardly. He's completely changed since they first met. I must be more careful about what I say next time, Yu warned himself. At the same time, the swordswoman Go-Yun, walking down the corridor, spotted him and ran over excitedly. Oh, you're back, at least you don't have to go inside. Lucky. Hearing Go-Yun's voice, Yu suddenly panicked and shouted, why are you here? This is the men's dorm. His eyes widened. Seeing that, Go-Yun quickly put a finger to her lips to shush him. Shoo. If no one saw, then it's not a mistake, don't you know that? She said, flashing a very lively smile. Before Yu could complain any further, she grabbed his sleeve and pulled him away to another spot. They moved to some wooden bench outside. Sitting there, Yu shrugged and said, so you came because the side cafe was too crowded? Not answering Yu's previous question, Go-Yun turned to ask about Light's condition. I was curious, so I came. How's the burden, is he okay? Yu replied with a bit of complaint. Come on, what do you mean by burden? Why do you keep saying that? Hearing that, Go-Yun cleared her throat. Isn't it obvious? He only knows how to use power like an idiot, pitiful, untalented, unable to adapt, right? Light isn't untalented, he's skilled with the sword and has many other abilities, Yu interjected in defense of his roommate. But Go-Yun had already seen through the true nature of that knight's abilities. The problem is that it's all thanks to the sword, you know that. A strong body, keen combat instincts, special abilities, it's all because of that sword. Without it he's nothing but a useless fool, unable to grasp the situation, utterly insecure at critical moments, he gets caught, becomes an ignorant, clumsy fool. The swordswoman slowly listed Light's weaknesses, making Yu beside her rub his forehead in frustration and stop her. Alright, I get it, stop. If you keep listing them we'll be here forever. Hearing that, Go-Yun temporarily stopped listing his faults, and her tone grew noticeably more serious. In such a dire situation, if he loses all courage and spirit, it's over, there's no need to proceed together anymore. Even aside from that, the monster is already weak, if that fool stays silent, then really. With that she fell silent, but it was enough for Yu to understand her meaning. Still, he was a bit curious, was Go-Yun insulting Light or worrying about him? Thinking that, he suddenly turned and asked Dok Go-yun, "What about you? You behaved very oddly when facing that deity. You even got annoyed in front of the professor. Are you okay?" Yu-woo asked with some concern. The swordswoman's face flushed, she seemed a little embarrassed. "You're worried about me, why don't you use your ability to check?" Dok Go-yun stammered. Yu-woo, hearing that, just looked up at the sky and sighed. "I don't need to use abilities to know, it's written all over your face. I just wanted to ask if you're okay," he said, pulling a cup of hot chocolate from his pack and handing it to Dok Go-yun. Back in the swordswoman's thoughts, she lightly reached out and took Yu-woo's cup. A little pleased, she thought, "I see, he's comforting me." She tasted the chocolate and nodded in approval. Sweeter than I expected." "What did you expect?" "Hot chocolate is supposed to be sweet," Yu-woo replied nonchalantly. Dok Go-yun's mood seemed to improve, and she began to open up. "Thanks for worrying about me, but it's not that serious, I was just annoyed then." Hearing that, Yu-woo shot her a curious look and asked what had made her so irritated. "Well, honestly I'm not sure. Do you think I, the one who observes with 10,000 eyes, share the same thoughts as that thing? Is that what you think?" She said that suddenly, making Yu-woo involuntarily exclaim, "What?" Beside them, Dok Go-yun continued to explain, "In essence, it's the same, if those two can't help, I'm considering eliminating them." Back to Yu-woo, the more he heard, the more he felt the conversation was taking a wrong turn, so he hurriedly asked, "What nonsense are you talking about?" In response, Dok Go-yun's expression gradually grew colder. "That's why I'm irritated. If I were more ruthless, I've thought about only bringing the capable ones with me. If I were truly determined, even if I didn't kill them directly, I might have been able to kill them indirectly through my indifference, probably. I feel angry at myself for having agreed with such a method," Dok Go-yun said bitterly. Meanwhile, our protagonist quietly took a small sip of his chocolate, then asked, "Is that so?" "Yes," Dok Go-yun replied calmly. "So that means you're the fool, huh?" Yu-woo teased, causing the swordswoman's face to flush. She turned away in annoyance, sharing her deepest thoughts only to get that reaction. Muttering irritably to herself, she then asked, "Do you really think those two are talented?" In response, Yu-woo gave Rachel a very confident look. "Yes, no matter how marvelous an artifact is, if they're not talented they won't go far. Light has a natural gift for swordsmanship, but he's prone to relying too much on the holy sword and struggles to keep up with unpredictable changes in a fight. The same goes for Rachel, she has exceptional physical ability and potential. It's just being hindered by their inner selves. That's not easy. But if they can compensate for each other and address their lingering issues, their talent will surpass anything you or I can imagine," Yu-woo said with a smile, offering his assessment. These words made the white-haired girl fall into a brief reverie. Then, although she still didn't fully trust the two, she decided to put her faith in Yu-woo. "Alright, I believe you. If they train hard, sooner or later the results will prove themselves." Hearing this from Dok Go-yun, Yu-woo's eyes lit up with joy and he asked, "Oh, so you're ready to help now? As you said, if they overcome hardships and grow, I'll admit you were right. But if the results aren't what I expect, you'll be held accountable," she said, turning to look at Yu-woo. This made his face a little flustered. Before the protagonist could refuse, Dok Go-yun continued, "You made me suspend my judgment and spend time on those fools. Think carefully about that. See you tomorrow morning, bring those two kids with you." After saying this, Dok Go-yun immediately walked away, leaving Yu-woo unable to say a word before she was gone. Time passed quickly until the next morning. Scene switches to training. Light and Dok Go-yun were sparring unarmed. Each strike they unleashed cut through the air with whistling sounds, and unsurprisingly Light was overwhelmed. His punches couldn't reach Dok Go-yun, while she, with a single fist, easily sent the young knight flying toward Yu-woo. "Hey, Yu-woo," Light said weakly, as if wanting to give his last words. Hearing that, Yu-woo rushed over. "What?" I'm here." In response, Light put on a very resentful, complaining face. "You said you'd teach me something, so I followed you. Why am I the only one getting hit?" For this, Yu-woo stammered, at a loss for words. But before he could come up with an excuse, Dok Go-yun strode over, stomped her foot on the ground, and shouted, "How stupid. This is physical training. Applying it this way is completely normal. You're not the type who can copy something after one look like Yu-woo, so stop whining and get back up." Back to Light, his whole body trembled as he reached toward his sword. "Wah, my sword, give me my sword." "No. You won't get your sword back until you learn to fight without it. It's the same as inside the tower," Dok Go-yun flatly refused. Her words made Light's eyes go wide. "But I'm a swordsman, taking a swordsman's sword away, how is that fair?" Dok Go-yun gave him a look like he was an idiot. "If you lose your sword, is that how your life ends?" "No, I won't lose it," Light insisted. His evasiveness irritated Dok Go-yun. "So do you want your sword back and to fight me? I'll guarantee you'll lose it within 3 seconds." Her bold claim left Light unable to argue. He could only mutter in despair, but without the sword As for Yu Wu, to encourage Light he had to offer some useful words. Light, this is a training course for your development, something Doko Yun and I agreed on. Trust us this time and train without your sword, this is all for your sake. From Light's perspective, he seemed to sense the sincerity in Yu Wu's words and gradually regained his determination. If Yu Wu has a plan in mind, that means something. I understand, I will trust and try this time. Good, start again. The young knight said enthusiastically, but before he could finish, Doko Yun lunged and delivered a spinning kick from above, sending Light flying backward like a torn sack. Before he could finish speaking, Doko Yun had darted in with a spinning kick from above, sending Light flying backward like a ripped bag. Aren't you going to block? Don't just rely on sight to attack, sense them with every sense. Don't let yourself get hit so easily anymore. If you understand, focus now. Is your combat instinct really that bad without the holy sword? Doko Yun shouted as she unleashed a barrage of rapid attacks, leaving Light no choice but to raise his arms to defend. Beside them, Yu Wu, using his eye, recognized the problem. What Doko Yun was saying was completely correct. Right now Light's stats were steadily declining over time. Normally he is a monster who could easily handle that erecto, but for some reason, he was now starting to fight without his sword. His potential could advance dramatically. If this change is caused by the sword, then his condition is worse than I thought. Thinking that, Yu Wu's brows tightened. Meanwhile, Doko Yun's scolding showed no sign of stopping. She delivered hammer-like blows while shouting, "You're getting weaker. Is the real you the holy sword? Are you the sword?" "I'm not," Light shouted. "What do you mean? You're completely useless without a sword?" Doko Yun retorted. "That's not true." Light gritted his teeth and said, "If you really don't think that way, then stop searching for a sword that's not even in your hands. Go and face me." Doko Yun shouted, eyes wide, and her words seemed to awaken something inside Light. At that moment, his whole body suddenly began to emit a glow. Then Light let out a loud shout and launched a lightning-fast punch straight forward, which even startled Doko Yun. She immediately tilted her head to dodge. Light's punch was so powerful it generated a gust that blew everything behind him away. But what shocked everyone more was that Light's current form had completely become female, with long glossy hair and enormous breasts. This new appearance left Yu Wu and Rachel standing nearby dumbfounded. As for the swordswoman Doko Yun, she fell into a brief reverie at Light's fresh form and was about to say something, when suddenly Light's body underwent another change, and at that moment, the clusters of light surrounding him were abruptly drawn into a cross-shaped mark in the center of her chest, causing Light to cry out in pain and collapse to his knees. At the same time Yu Wu, seeing this, hurried over to check, but Doko Yun put out a hand to stop him. "Don't worry, he's okay. It's just not something easily dealt with," Doko Yun said, narrowing her eyes slightly. Light's form then returned to normal, and Doko Yun coldly asked him about the matter. "Light, you know what's wrong, don't you?" The knight's face showed sadness as he nodded in acknowledgement. "Yeah, Yu Wu is right, I don't think I can continue like this." "Fight me," he said. Across from him, Doko Yun spoke up. "Earlier, I'm sorry for misjudging you." Hearing that, Light scratched his head awkwardly. "No, you don't have to apologize. I'm the one being helped," he said cheerfully, but that happiness lasted less than 3 seconds before Doko Yun's next words shattered it. "I thought you were an idiot who knew nothing, but actually you're an idiot carrying a bomb on your back. Hopefully that bomb won't go off inside the tower," she said, sighing heavily. Light could only wail, "I really don't like you." Then turning to Rachel, seeing Light and Doko Yun like that, Rachel felt a surge of fighting spirit and suggested to the protagonist, "Yu Wu, we should do the same," while gently tugging at his sleeve. However, at that moment Yu Wu couldn't hear her because he was still focused on Light. He had discovered something extremely strange. What was that just now? Holy spirit, demonic spirit, how could such opposites coexist in one body? It seemed that was the cause of the outburst. Should I tell Light about this? Okay, I'll tell him after we return to the dorm, Yu Wu thought to himself. He then turned to answer Rachel. Sorry, Rachel, you've been calling me for a while, haven't you? I was lost in thought. It's fine. More importantly, if possible, let's spar too, Rachel asked awkwardly. But when Yu Wu imagined her manic expression, he became a bit hesitant and stammered, "Is that okay?" Across from him, the pink-haired girl guessed what Yu Wu was thinking, and hurriedly replied, "I mean, it's not safe, but Yu Wu has a way to restrain me. So I want to control my power. I also want to help," she said, her voice full of pleading. This made Yu Wu unable to refuse. "All right," he nodded. He started heading back toward the weapon rack nearby, thinking as he walked that Rachel was unusually energetic today. Was it because yesterday's event was so shocking? With that thought, he casually tossed his friend a wooden sword and explained, "We need to set our own pace. We don't have to be noisy like them, right? Gradually increase the intensity." "Got it," Ruchel nodded. Hearing that, the protagonist also raised his sword. Alright, let's begin. Yeah, I'll do my best, Ruchel replied. Just then, Yu-Wu suddenly realized something. Wait a moment. Thinking it over, isn't this exactly the school life dream I imagined? Youth I pictured isn't a chaotic fight of meaningless gritted teeth blows, but men and women encouraging each other, sharpening skills together. This is it. Huh. I'm so lucky. Thanks to Ruchel my dream has come true, the protagonist thought happily, his nose tip flushing faintly pink. Opposite him, Ruchel's face showed some worry as she said, "Shall I start?" "Okay, come on," Yu-Wu whispered. And as soon as he said that, the pink-haired girl's demeanor completely shifted into a berserk state. It scared the protagonist pale, so 5 minutes later Yu-Wu had to command little Snake Eve to quickly transform into chains to restrain her. Eve, hold tight, whatever happens, don't let go," Yu-Wu shouted in panic. Very quickly, because the chains were drawing mana from Ruchel's body, her consciousness slowly returned. "You're back," Yu-Wu said, his eyes already misting. Seeing his condition, Ruchel covered her mouth and asked, "Yu-Wu, are you okay? You're not hurt, right? How many times has this happened?" He replied, "My soul nearly left my body, I lost count, but it's probably over 10 times. It's fine, my limbs are intact." Turning to Ruchel, she could only cry and berate herself. "I'm sorry. It's because of me that Yu-Wu ended up like this," she said, her eyes wet and pitiful. Seeing that, Yu-Wu couldn't help but reach out and ruffle her hair, comforting her. "Really, it's okay. I promised I'd help you. I'm prepared for things like this. So don't be sad anymore," Yu-Wu said warmly, making Ruchel's face flush slightly. But before the pair could get sentimental, Dok Go-yun's shout rang out, startling them as if caught in the act. "Huh, while I'm training hard you're whispering sweet nothings to a beast?" Dok Go-yun said, dragging Light's limp body over to them. Faced with her accusing look, Yu-Wu hurried to protest. "What sweet talk? Didn't you see I almost died?" Dok Go-yun didn't believe him at all, sneering that he was whispering sweet words to an innocent beast. "No, Yu-Wu really was just worried about me," Ruchel quickly explained. A suspicious look from the white-haired girl followed. "Is that so?" A beast with hidden motives, the remark struck Ruchel's heart, making her jump and blush. Dok Go-yun then stopped teasing and shifted to serious advice. "When you train, stop imagining you're being rude to your opponent, beast. You should cast those thoughts aside." As for the protagonist, having listened, he had some thoughts. Ruchel, usually so energetic, had become shy. She's too soft with Dok Go-yun. No, thinking back on it, isn't it great that she has motivation? If it were me I'd be down all day. She probably doesn't have time to take care of her mental health, but Ruchel is doing her best. Thinking that, Yu-Wu felt he should do something to lift the pink-haired girl's spirits, so he spoke up. "All right. I asked the professors whether I could take one of you with me when we leave the floating island, and I just got approval." Hearing him, the swordswoman Dok Go-yun smoothed her hair and fantasized. "Great, it's so cramped here anyway," though she paid little attention to his words. Hearing him, the swordswoman Dok Go-yun smoothed her hair and fantasized. "Great, it's so cramped here anyway," though she paid little attention to his words. His words made the other two jump. Time passed quickly. According to plan, Yu-Wu and Ruchel were now on a date, cut to some clothing store, while Dok Go-yun's questioning voice echoed over the comm. "No, I told you before you left." Hearing that, Yu-Wu sighed and explained again, "I'm not staying overnight, just going out for a bit. I'll be back before evening." On the other end, Dok Go-yun relaxed a bit at that, but she was still angry. "Alright, you've lived in another world too long, do you really think men and women go out so recklessly at night?" Meanwhile Light started sobbing. "Hey, Yu-Wu, that's it? If you go out with anyone besides me, your roommate will go with you." Before the youth could finish, Yu-Wu cut in. "Are you my mother or what?" At the same time, Ruchel came out of the fitting room shyly and said, "Excuse me, I tried on the outfit you suggested, does it look okay?" "This feels like I'm showing off my body," Ruchel said, a little embarrassed. But it only accentuated her beauty so much that Yu-Wu covered his mouth and immediately gave her a thumbs up. "Really beautiful." On the other end, Light and Dok Go-yun nearly went crazy seeing the scene. "Wait until you get back, I want to go out too." Putting that aside, the two started strolling together. It was Ruchel's first time off campus, so she was excited. "Wow, amazing, I didn't expect such a big city outside the academy," she said, eyes wide as she looked around. Behind her, Yu-Wu smiled and nodded. "It's great, right? Though I've only been to the city outskirts twice. Let's take a walk. There's a store and a shopping area over there." "Okay," Ruchel replied and hurried after Yu-Wu. But before she realized it, there were so many people that she worried she might lose Yu-Wu. She thought that to herself and quickly reached forward, thankfully. At that moment Yu-Wu noticed and grabbed her wrist firmly, speaking with a bit of embarrassment. "Oh man, are you okay?" sorry, I forgot this was your first time in a place like this. It's fine, I'm okay, Rachel shook her head. Seeing that, the protagonist gently took her small hand and suggested, there are a lot of people in the shopping area, let's hold hands from now on. Saying that, he turned his face away as if to hide his flushed expression. From behind, Rachel softly nodded, yes, like that. They spent the whole day together, having a wonderful time in the city, trying street food, visiting a teddy bear shop, and wandering around the park. This made Rachel feel better than ever. Finally, they stopped at some outdoor eatery and sat down to eat. Unlike Yu-woo, who worriedly turned and asked, are you really okay with this? The restaurant's ingredients are all made from monster meat, I think. Yu-woo's concerns were completely unnecessary, she was enjoying it without hesitation. That's why I like it, it's so delicious, she said with a satisfied look, while Yu-woo behind her had to nod in agreement. Wow, it's better than I thought. Back in Rachel's thoughts, she was happily enjoying her meal, even humming a tune. I'm really surprised. I can't believe I'm eating something this good since coming to the city. It's all thanks to Yu-woo, she thought, then suddenly realized something and her mood visibly dipped. Yu-woo immediately noticed and asked, what's wrong? Do you feel uncomfortable? Rachel answered in a sad voice, no, it's not that, it's just that I realized I got way too excited. This is the first time Yu-woo has taken me to the city in a while. You even gave me a very nice outfit as a gift and treated me to a delicious meal, and I can't do anything for Yu-woo in return. I wonder if it's okay to enjoy so much like this, and whether what I'm doing will actually help me control my powers, I don't know. The more I talk, the more anxious I get. Hearing that, Yu-woo was silent for a few seconds. Then he raised his hand, pulled a concept into his palm, and said, can you look at this for a moment? The emotion you're feeling right now is appearing in my hand. Seeing that, Rachel looked puzzled and shook her head, I don't see anything. Well, just pretend it's there, Yu-woo awkwardly replied and continued explaining. Until recently, my ability could only manifest anger, but now it's different. Even from spending a short time together, I could sense these emotions. If we become closer and more intimate, I'm sure we can find a way to solve your problem. Turning to Rachel's perspective, after hearing the protagonist's reassurance her face bowed slightly and she murmured, you know my problem now, right? Yes, but now all your worries are gone, Yu-woo said as he crushed the orb representing Rachel's sadness in his palm, then affirmed again, I promise you once more, I'll take care of all the trouble for you. So I hope you can enjoy today without worrying about anything, Yu-woo said with a smile. His reassurance seemed to lift Rachel's mood a lot. Yeah, she answered softly, thinking to herself that what Yu-woo said felt like magic making it true. Back with the protagonist, sensing his earlier words sounded too confident, he scratched his head awkwardly. Even though I said that so firmly, maybe too much, next time we go out, I won't call it a date anymore. Before Yu-woo could finish, Rachel quickly interrupted, no, it's not too much, not at all, actually. I mean I want to be closer to Yu-woo, I want to know more about you, like her, I mean Dok Go-yeon. If I say it honestly, she probably scares me and the others a little. But she seems to really like you, Rachel added, glancing toward Yu-woo with a probing look. Not sure if she understood Rachel's meaning, Yu-woo quickly raised his hand to deny it. No, she doesn't like me, she wants to possess me like you want a sword or a sharp weapon. Across from them, hearing Yu-woo's explanation, the pink-haired girl couldn't help but snort with laughter. Ha ha ha. Yu-woo, a weapon, do you really think that? Looking at Rachel's expression, now it's Yu-woo's turn to be confused. What's weird? Why are you laughing? No, I feel a bit more reassured now. I even thought Yu-woo was some kind of omnipotent mage or something, but I guess I was wrong. Because of that, I feel like I can try harder. Come on, if you're finished eating, let's go, Yu-woo. You've bought so many gifts and clothes for me. To thank you, I'll pick out a dress and outfit for you. As she said this, she reached out and took Yu-woo's hand. Alright, don't worry about money, let's just enjoy ourselves. Yu-woo smiled and nodded, since he's basically rich now. Going out with someone talented like this feels luxurious, Rachel chimed in. Elsewhere, cut to a meeting of the Academy's professors. The atmosphere inside the meeting was tense. It made the little robot on Professor Yumina's shoulder a bit anxious, so she turned and quietly signaled it to be silent. I'm fine, it's a little awkward, but it'll be fine soon. It'll be over quickly. At that, shouts began to break out in the meeting. How did information about the tower spread so wildly? Who would accept something like a tower climbing ranking? How dare they do that? Hearing this, a female professor voiced her opinion. The prior information spread quickly, there's no way to stop it. Yes, because there was no violence in it, someone else replied. But another professor slammed the table and shouted that we should never have agreed to let people from secondary worlds act on whim like this. At the same time, a loud voice rang out in the meeting silencing everyone. Enough, Professor Yamina. No matter how you feel, your students' autonomous actions have gone too far. This clearly violates academy rules, doesn't it? Do you realize what responsibility you'll bear for letting him do as he pleases? The purple-haired professor asked, eyes wide. Rewinding to a short time before the professor's meeting, after Yamina watched the videos recorded by Yu Wu's group, she couldn't stop getting a headache. Oh my, he actually recorded the entire process inside the tower. At first he said he'd climb and film the climb. There was no objection at all, but I didn't expect it to succeed to this extent. Clearly peripheral electronics and artifacts don't work inside the tower because devices get overloaded by the tower's power flow. That's obvious in this world, yet he managed to overcome that and produce results beyond imagination. He must have had no idea about this. It's not just that this boy could bring back footage from inside the tower. The fact he could make a device that works inside the tower is absurd. And moreover, that ridiculous idea didn't stop there. Thinking of this, Yamina recalled her conversation with Yu Wu when the protagonist proposed. What? You plan to post that video publicly on your channel? The professor asked in surprise. Yu Wu frankly replied, yes, I think it'll draw more attention. A kind of rebellion, as we call our group, it's a way to increase our likability among other students at the academy. Back to Yamina, she had no intention of stopping Yu Wu, but she still had to warn him. Are you sure about this? The valuable information about the tower you all worked hard to gather will be spread on social media. You won't regret it, will you? Hearing her, Yu Wu felt confident and untroubled. The credit is also due to the others, and right now only Techie can film inside. There's no other way to record inside the tower, so that means we have exclusive access to the information. Some presences, like guards, will of course be edited out of the footage before posting. Sharing the information will benefit everyone. If that's the case, fine. Yamina nodded in agreement, also greatly admiring the protagonist's idea. Wonderful, I'd warned him about the injustices inside the academy, but I never imagined he'd handle it like this, she thought. Yamina didn't forget to note there would certainly be backlash and warned him again. In response, Yu Wu, having already anticipated it, had no objection and said, yes. As you said, this incident will have consequences, whether big or small. So we should also reaffirm our position, not, will monitoring us really make the professors feel more at ease? Yu Wu said with a smile, which made Yamina think even more highly of him. The most notable thing was she had never imagined it would turn out so charming and precious. He had created a strange expectation. It felt like what he'd cultivated might produce a miracle, perhaps closing the gap between dimensions. Back in the meeting, after the purple-haired professor saw Yamina lost in thought, he spoke up again. What are you thinking? How will you be responsible for abandoning him like this? At his words, Yamina reminded herself quietly that she had a hunch she should trust and support him. With that in mind, the professor stood and fired back. Responsibility. Filming and posting about the tower, isn't that a human right? What's wrong with that? And who exactly are you saying is responsible? I don't understand what your question is supposed to mean. Professor, in response to her question, Professor Cantoni suddenly broke into a mocking smile. Heh. You're such a pretty liar. Am I the only one who feels that your words were just for show to appear concerned about the students? Before he finished, head Professor Talia Liriana, the chief representative of the artifact fabrication department, cut him off. Quiet, she said, then turned to Yamina and asked, Hey Yamina, don't provoke me, just tell us straight, who is it? Even if you ask that, he's just a normal student, a first year who enrolled this year. Yamina shook her head. In response, a blue-haired professor objected, his name is Ryu Kielmayang, a professor in the combat aura department. No, he's just a student. I can't accept that, there are limits to selfishness, you know. Information about the tower is intimately connected to the academy. How can you irresponsibly disseminate it? That's clearly a violation of the Academy's regulations. Hearing this, Professor Yamina's expression changed slightly. Professor Ryu, your words seem different than usual. The reason no one has been able to record the tower until now is simply that equipment hasn't been advanced enough. What we need to discuss now isn't rules or policy but how to use his ability. I don't think this relates to regulations anymore. Then, Professor Yamina, can you explain the core of his ability and technology so everyone can understand? Professor Cantoni said with a sly smile. Even the little robot was frightened and brought its hands up to cover its mouth. Next, Professor Talia pressed further. Listen, Yamina, I spent 200 years researching this field. Artifacts made outside the tower simply cannot operate inside it. Things requiring high precision like recording are even less likely to work. Nothing can withstand the mana waves the tower emits. The deeper I research, the more I believe no external mechanical device can function inside the tower. It has become an immutable law, but Ban Yu Wu managed to do it. Yamina said softly. Yes, that's exactly what I'm asking. How did he do it? Isn't he from a lower-tier world with no mana at all? How do you think that's even plausible? Why do you keep trying to make it sound like he's the only special one? Saying that, Talia immediately turned her gaze toward the little robot on Yumina's shoulder with a covetous look. Yes, that registered artifact currently inside the tower. Give it to me now, I'll take it apart and see what kind of technology was used to let him film. She slipped on gloves as if ready to snatch the robot at once. Of course Yamina wouldn't allow that. I refuse, Talia. I was entrusted to carry this artifact, but it's a major achievement of the students, I won't let anyone ruin it. With that, her resolute expression caused the group of professors to bristle and turn to scold her. Professor Yamina, are you refusing to cooperate? The atmosphere in the meeting grew tenser, then suddenly a voice rang out and dispersed the pressure. Now, this debate is getting a bit too heated. It's time for everyone to cool down a bit. Pause the statements for now, said a neatly dressed man with bright blue hair, smiling. He was Xenon Union, head of the Babylon Constellation Division and vice president of the Academy. At his words, everyone around fell silent in fear and immediately nodded in agreement. Understood, Mr. President. Seeing this, Professor Xenon was satisfied and turned to speak with Professor Talia. Professor Talia, I thank you for the research and effort you've invested over the past 25 years. After all, for a professor with your power in the field, your judgment. It seems the artifact from Ban Yuwu's group is extremely special, isn't it? Yes, I'm not sure why, but it truly is, Talia said, blushing. Xenon leaned back in his chair and nodded. I understand. This must be something hard for a professor to accept. In short, Ban Yuwu has been acknowledged by the tower, the only one in the world, he said excitedly. Hearing this, everyone in the meeting did not agree with him. They began shouting criticisms, ignoring Xenon's status. What kind of conclusion is that, Professor Xenon? That student just entered the tower for the first time yesterday. How could someone like that be acknowledged by the tower? Isn't he from a lower-tier world? Even if you are the vice president, I still think that's a ridiculous conclusion. Voices of annoyance rose up, but Xenon remained unruffled, keeping a cheerful attitude and shrugging. You're all free to believe me or not, but the reason he's special must be that he has something else. He then looked at Professor Yamina and said, Tell me, Professor Yamina, shouldn't you share other parts of the footage with the other professors so they can understand better? At his words, everyone turned to the female professor with faces full of curiosity. Is there something else, Professor Yamina? Additional information not in the footage? Caught off guard, Yamina looked flustered and speechless. What? What is it? Seeing her bewildered expression, Xenon's eyes showed slight surprise as he explained, perhaps Professor Yamina doesn't know about this, then let me tell you. Ban Yuwu and his classmates. They are the only tower climbers chosen by the Star Guards. At this newly revealed information, all the professors in the meeting completely lost their composure. Professor Talia even stood up from her chair and asked, first-time climber yesterday, he was calculatedly chosen? Not giving Xenon a chance to answer. Professor Yamina immediately reminded him, Vice President, linking with the Star Tower is also a student's personal achievement, if you speak carelessly here then. Before she could finish, the Vice President immediately interrupted and fired back, then answer honestly, this is a question from me as Vice President, did Ban Yuwu and the other students form contracts with the Star? On the other side, since this was a superior questioning a subordinate, Yamina had to answer whether she wanted to or not. No, neither Ban Yuwu nor the other students made contracts with the Star. Back to Xenon, after hearing the answer, his face grew pensive as if considering something. So they refused, indeed not ordinary. It must have been very difficult for them to express their intentions under the Star's pressure. Thinking that, he rubbed his hands together and made a decision. If that's the case, fine. I'll have Ban Yuwu and all the 11th grade students attend my special lecture, he declared. The group of professors in the room again objected. What? Wait a minute, Vice President, you just said none of those students made contracts with the Star, so why is he getting advanced alchemy instruction? Hearing this, Xenon, a bit exasperated, tried to enlighten the foolish professors around him. Professors, the important point isn't whether they made contracts with the Star, it's that they were chosen by the Star. Being chosen by a Star is proof of their superiority. Since they refuse the contract, other stars will surely take notice of them. Then aren't they the students who should attend my lectures? I am the instructor for students chosen by the Star. If Ban Yuwu was chosen by a Star, then he's my student too, understand, professors? He said, his eyes brightening as he glanced around the room. At the same time, he seemed to emit a certain pressure. This left the professors with no choice but to agree weakly. Yes, sir, the group replied. Xenon continued, then I'll resume the meeting. Regarding the internal tower video distribution, there's nothing the school can impose as punishment on that student. As for his ability, personal questions and requests regarding it will be permitted. But if, during the process, we find someone who pressured the student or caused any disadvantage, those involved, whether professor or student, will be expelled from the academy. Please remember that. The meeting is adjourned. I hope you all complete the rest of the week well. Saying that, the president smiled and teleported out of the meeting room. Meanwhile, Professor Yamina understood everything. Now I get it, the meeting wasn't to decide how to deal with Yu Wu. The vice president spoke for the president. It's the president's warning through the vice president, don't touch Ban Yu Wu. That's good. Ban Yu Wu, I never thought he'd win the president's favor so much. Sigh, I didn't need to worry. Thinking this, Yamina exhaled a heavy sigh. For some reason, Professor Cantoni suddenly approached the pretty professor and suggested, Professor Yamina, what do you say, shall we have a drink at the bar? I want to toast to your student's success. The little robot shot him an angry look as if scolding him for having pressured the pretty professor earlier, yet now having the nerve to invite her for a drink. Beside him, Yamina looked at him as if he were air. She then immediately left the meeting without another word. Seeing this, a few other male professors could only force a smile and console Cantoni. Looks like you got rejected, Professor Cantoni. Come drink with us. Time quickly passed to the next day. Scene transitions to the cafeteria, where for some reason Yu Wu was surrounded by a crowd of students, everyone wanting to get to know him. You're Ban Yu Wu, right? I'm Mira Iae, from the World Hatoro. Are you interested in the student council? Yu Wu, would you like to chat a bit? I'm Eureka. Are you really from that lower tier world with no mana? Are you listening? I'm asking you out. Can we meet up a bit tonight? Should I save this in my diary? The student council always welcomes talented people like you. A barrage of questions kept coming, leaving Yu Wu dazed. He had no idea how to react to all this attention. Seeing the scene, Dok Go-yun couldn't help but ask curiously, what's going on? Why is it so crowded? To explain, Light spoke up, you know the channel we created, right? It's become popular. After posting the tower climbing video, we've passed 2 million subscribers. The videos from inside the tower have over 5 million views. At this point, it's hard to find anyone at the academy who hasn't watched our channel. Back to Dok Go-yun's thoughts, seeing so many people approaching Yu Wu, she became contemplative. Honestly, given his abilities, I didn't think the filming itself was that impressive. But judging by how people reacted, Ban Yu Wu's ideas and talent really stand out. Time passed quickly, and eventually Yu Wu escaped the crowd. He collapsed onto a table, exhausted, and complained to his friends, oh man. It's only Monday morning and it's already like this? Opposite him, Ruchel smiled and praised, well done, Yu Wu. Light teased, wow, Yu Wu, you're famous now. Enjoying it? Maybe it's better than getting dragged into arguments over nothing. Just breathe. At that, Yu Wu suddenly remembered something and said to Light, hey, you have a lot of fans, huh? If someone talks to you, be kind to them. They say they're scared and don't dare approach you. Light replied with a bright smile, if they come with good intentions, it's fine. On the other hand, not everyone liked Yu Wu's group. A few began to sneer, how ridiculous, making a fuss over a staged video. There's no way they could have cleared 4 rounds so quickly, especially those lower world scum. Look at the size of that spider. It's obviously staged. How can we allow things like that to run wild? Just wait a bit longer. Tomorrow, all those lies will be exposed. They said, casting malicious glances at Yu Wu. Their reminder made him remember, right, tomorrow is the day. It's the day I have to fight that huge brute. After hearing this, those who doubted the video or disliked Yu Wu were surely eager to see him crushed the next day. Behind him, Light and Ruchel looked worried. Still, beyond cheering Yu Wu on, there was nothing else they could do. At the same time, the swordswoman Dok Go-yun had just finished her meal. She lightly raised a napkin to wipe her mouth, then smiled and replied, then just respond as best you can, to both your opponents and your supporters, right? Yu Wu laughed, you're right. He also reminded himself, at least tomorrow will be the best event to attract more subscribers. Time flew by. Scene shifts to the training arena. Yu Wu and his opponent, the stone fighter Erecto, were present. Meanwhile, the sleazy referee spoke up, this match will be streamed live on the school's channel. Do you both agree? If so, just sign the document. As soon as he finished, a system screen appeared before them. Reading its contents, Yu Wu couldn't hide his surprise. What? What are these warning terms for the match? If one of the two surrenders or loses the ability to continue, the match ends. Attacking hazardous areas is prohibited, but injuries are at your own risk. They want us to fight until one of us is disabled? The more he thought about it, the less Yu Wu could understand the school's policy for this match. Before he could ponder further, Erecto shouted, hey, negotiator. His sudden shout surprised Yu Wu a bit, and he asked back, what? Negotiator. Are you really a subscriber to our channel? Without waiting for an answer, Erecto taunted, "You scared now? If you're scared, just surrender. Crawl between my legs and bark like a dog, and I'll accept your surrender." His delusional words made Yu Wu's eyes widen in anger. This rockhead, what the hell is he saying? Around them, the thugs who had been taught a lesson by Light were already present and sneered, lowly scum who don't know their place, daring to cause a ruckus here. Tear him to pieces, Erecto. In another corner, Ortama was also on the stands watching. At that moment, he was also looking toward Dok Go-yun with a contemplative expression, as if something weighed on his mind. Unaware of this, Dok Go-yun turned to ask her friend Light beside her, who was also live streaming on his channel, "What's the reaction?" Hearing that, Light answered with an awkward face, "Live viewers have exceeded 10,000. But most of them are cursing Yu Wu." Seeing this, Rachel worriedly said, "Everyone's targeting Yu Wu. It's so unfair." As for Ho-jan, she seemed unconcerned and thought, "Actually, this isn't surprising. At most, those who like us can be counted on one hand. So this reaction is not surprising. Therefore, with so many people watching now, besides proving himself, he has no other choice. After all, to prove his talent, he has to strive on his own." Back to Yu Wu's perspective. The words of the rock thrower Erecto made him snort with laughter and think, kneel, crawl through his crotch and bark like a dog? Huh, no way. I never thought I'd actually hear something like that. Sounds like a B-grade novel. Yu Wu felt annoyed if he didn't retort to Erecto's stupidity. "Hey, did you prepare that line to provoke me? What you just said sounded good. But do you have the strength to back it up?" Erecto across from him replied with a challenging look, "Hee, I wonder how long you'll keep that composure." Yu Wu shrugged, turned, and said as he walked, "Whether I'm calm or not, come and see." Saying that, he drew a sword from his gear and raised it to taunt the foolish rock thrower. The action made Erecto grit his teeth so hard they creaked with rage. His blood boiled, wanting to crush the protagonist immediately. He demanded the referee beside him, "Professor June, declare the start now. Let me smash this guy to pieces. Start it now." His voice full of murderous intent made the professor sweating profusely, and he hurriedly complied. "Then, Class 1 Erecto will fight Class 11 Ban Yu Wu. Begin the match." As soon as the words left his mouth, the rock thrower didn't hesitate and rushed in, launching the first attack. He clenched his fist and swung his massive arm like a sledgehammer, down straight at Yu Wu's small body. "Die!" he roared, as if wanting to send Yu Wu to the underworld in a single blow. Meanwhile, Yu Wu watched the attack calmly and thought, "You seem overly confident rushing in, huh? But being that slow, what can you do to me? His slow movement is my advantage." Thinking that, he stepped his foot slightly back and performed a spin, dodging Erecto's attack. At the same time, the sword in his hand struck straight into his face, causing the fool's face to twist to one side, and his massive body to collapse to the ground. Facing a rock like him, the most effective method was to use the movement technique he'd learned. At that moment, Yu Wu began recalling the memory of the night after his date with Rachel, in the Class 11 training room. At that time, Dok Go-yun had also started instructing the protagonist. Her voice rang out, "But before using this technique, there are too many trials and mistakes. If so, it's no better than a half-baked technique. When facing a new opponent, a new attack, you must be able to use your agility. And you may feel a bit overwhelmed, but stay calm and read your opponent's moves. So, to master it you must always practice so you can use that movement method at any time. With this staff, I'll attack at different speeds, in different forms, and each time with a different intent. If you can counter even once, consider it achieved." At Ho-jan's sharp words, Yu Wu trembled like a lamb. His eyes even began to water. Back in the present, Yu Wu watched intently ahead and analyzed, "That stupid rock, he can't even touch me. He attacks ineffectively and will expose a weakness soon." Opposite him, Erecto still hadn't collected himself, not understanding how he took that hit so easily. "Wait, what just happened?" he blurted out. But just as he sprang up, the stone-like skin on his face suddenly began to crack wide open, making him clutch his face and scream in agony. Seeing this, Yu Wu nodded in satisfaction. The strike's effect seemed very good. "Before attacking, I channeled wave energy into the sword. Your stone-hard body seems to conduct wave energy very well. That's why you felt that pain." In response to Yu Wu's explanation came a crazed look from Erecto. He loudly accused the protagonist like a rabid dog, "You dared to wound my body?" Back to Yu Wu, looking at this weakling still barking in front of him, he coldly stepped toward him and warned, "Excuse me, could you stop whining and actually attack me? If you don't want to be tormented further, then stop here." For Erecto, an arrogant, stupid fool, how could he tolerate Yu Wu's mocking words? His whole body began shaking uncontrollably with anger. Then, without any warning, he suddenly swung his giant arm toward Yu Wu as if to grab him. But with his snail-like speed, how could he reach the protagonist? With a light jump, Yu Wu easily dodged the attack. This only drove Erecto into greater rage. You, a lowly dog from an inferior dimension, dare look down on me? Saying that, Erecto's eyes turned ink-black. From his mouth and the cracks on his head, white smoke kept pouring out. Next, for some unknown reason, his already large hand grew several times bigger. I'll definitely kill you. Erecto roared wildly, raising his hand high and smashing it down. His strike was so powerful the whole arena trembled once. However, enlarging his arm only made him even slower. This attack posed no danger to Yu Wu. He even mocked inwardly, how foolish. At least after taking such a heavy blow, you should try a different attack. If you keep attacking the same ineffective way, I'll have no choice but to counter and drop you quickly. Unaware of these thoughts in Yu Wu's mind, Erecto officially lost his mind. He lunged in crazily with no strategy, while Yu Wu ran around to the side. He slowly concentrated energy into his sword. Just before Erecto's giant hand came down, Yu Wu's blade swung up and struck his stone arm. With a single slash, he carved countless cuts into the giant arm, causing it to start showing numerous cracks. And Erecto kept screaming like a pig being slaughtered. In another development, Vice Principal Xenon was also watching the battle between Yu Wu and Erecto from his office. Seeing this, he gave a small smile and shook his head. What is this? Truly a meaningless fight. Not only him, the whole group who had looked down on Yu Wu while watching the match began leaving countless question marks in the comments, which left Light ecstatic. Huh. Even seeing it with their own eyes, they'd hardly believe it. Beside him, Rachel replied excitedly, that's right. Compared to when he first enrolled, Yu Wu has become unbelievably strong. Back to the gang of thugs Light had taught a lesson, they were now tearing their hair out at this result. Is this for real? Why was Erecto defeated just as the match began, and beaten by someone from a lower world? Could the skills shown on that channel actually be real? They said with faces full of doubt, while referee Professor June fell silent at what was unfolding. He wondered inwardly, what the hell is happening? Just a week ago, he didn't seem anywhere near this strong. What on earth happened in those few days? By his gaze, Yu Wu was now surrounded by an intense golden aura. However, before he could observe further, he suddenly received a message from the faculty council. Back with Yu Wu, looking at the pitiful Erecto lying on the ground, he wondered to himself, what now? Attacking someone so badly injured they can't move would be shameful. Get up and keep fighting. But before Yu Wu could think much, Professor June raised his hand to intervene. Enough. Stop at once. By decision of the professors monitoring this match, we declare Erecto unable to continue fighting. For the safety of both competitors, the match ends here. His announcement left both Erecto and Yu Wu utterly surprised, especially Yu Wu. He began to feel something was off when the professor declared the match over at such a critical moment. What are they thinking? If I were the one taking the beating, they wouldn't have done this. Yu Wu sneered inwardly, then spoke up to ask, Assistant Professor, wait a moment. But before Yu Wu could voice his opinion, Professor June immediately dismissed him. You have no right to object, ban Yu Wu. The match is over, leave the ring now. His resolute voice left Yu Wu grinding his teeth in anger. However, he could not defy the decision of the faculty council. So, unwillingly, Yu Wu turned and left. As he walked, he thought, the match ends without declaring a winner? That's frustrating. But at least I didn't lose, so it's tolerable. But at that moment, Yu Wu was suddenly drawn by Professor June's panicked shout. Wait, Erecto. Stay there, you cannot fight anymore. The match is over. Yu Wu turned to look and saw Erecto's battered body trembling as he tried to stand. He shouted, who said that? You want me to kneel before another low-worlder and be humiliated here? That bastard, that damned bastard. I'll kill you. With that, he began using the skill again, enlarging his right arm and charging like a tank. The arena floor cracked with each step he took, while Professor June could only stand helplessly behind, shouting weakly, Stop, Erecto. Move aside, ban Yu Wu. For Yu Wu, being treated so unfairly had already infuriated him. And now this Erecto, ignorant of his position, charged to attack again. Then Yu Wu refused to endure it. He drew his sword from his gear and whispered, Dodge, why should I dodge? This guy's trying to kill me. Erecto, he must have heard someone tell him to stop, right? Does he think he has to obey the rules just because the opponent is from a lower world? The professors encouraged the match, then ended it as they pleased. And now, someone stirred up purely by pride acts like a fool. The way this environment operates is starting to piss me off. With that thought, Yu Wu's gaze turned cold. He swung his sword forward swiftly. Immediately, Erecto's stone arm flew off. This made Erecto's eyes widen like a cow's in shock. But a second later, he hurriedly clutched his severed right arm and screamed in agony. Meanwhile, all the students watching in the stands gaped in astonishment. Referee June, seeing Erecto moaning like a small dog, rushed over and tried to reassure him, "It's okay. Calm down, Erecto. Your arm can be reattached. I'll send you to the infirmary immediately. Don't move." As he spoke, he frantically operated the system screen, seemingly contacting the medical team. At the same time, Yu-Wu suddenly received a notification from his system. System notice: do you want to steal the following attributes from Erecto's arm? Vitality, Titan body, Volcano, Monster strength. Reading this message made Yu-Wu break out in a cold sweat. What is this? Can this even be done? While Yu-Wu was still wondering about the strange notification, June finished his operations on the system screen and teleported Erecto's body along with his severed arm to the infirmary. After finishing, the assistant professor immediately turned to question Yu-Wu. "What do you think you're doing, Ban Yu-Wu? I told you to stand back." In response, Yu-Wu casually sheathed his sword, shrugged, and said, "Sorry, Assistant Professor June. But the incident happened so suddenly after the match ended that I couldn't react immediately." Of course, the assistant professor could not accept such an explanation. He barked angrily, "Is that your excuse?" But before he could continue, a call screen appeared beside him. From it, Vice Principal Xenon's calm voice rang out, "Enough, Assistant Professor June. I will answer questions related to this situation." Hearing that, June immediately withdrew his annoyed expression and weakly replied, "Yes, I understand." The system screen then turned toward Yu-Wu and issued a steady, stern voice, "Hello, Ban Yu-Wu. I am the representative of the professors. We have observed the entire incident. From now on, I will ask the questions and you will answer. So think carefully and respond honestly." Xenon paused, his gaze cold as he stared directly at Yu-Wu, Erecto's reckless attack. "You surely won't say you couldn't avoid it, right? With your skill, you could have evaded the blow easily. The power gap between you two was so large that the faculty council decided to end the match. So give us an answer we can accept. Why didn't you dodge that attack, Ban Yu-Wu?" Xenon spoke with a frigid face, while Yu-Wu felt a bit of tension inside. Returning to Yu-Wu's thoughts before Vice Principal Xenon's question, he did not answer immediately. Instead, he silently thought deeply before replying. Although he had acquired the skill to wield the power of words, he had never truly pondered the so-called soul of words. Hearing the question come from behind the screen, Yu-Wu could feel an overwhelming pressure. Who on earth is this person? Yu-Wu asked himself a question, then spoke up, "As everyone guessed, I did not dodge Erecto's attack. Instead, I chose to counter because I felt that a student who dared to disdain the authority of the professors, and even seemed pleased by it deserved to face consequences." Hearing this, Xenon asked in surprise, "You mean the authority of the professors?" Yu-Wu nodded and admitted, "Yes. Furthermore, in an official training match where rules must be strictly followed, I want to ensure no student dares to disregard the rules or think they can land sneaky blows without punishment." At this explanation from the protagonist, Xenon, curious, asked again, "Why?" In reply, Yu-Wu calmly described the reality he perceived, because many students and people from other realms are watching today's match. Erecto deliberately ignored the match end notice and continued to pursue me. In that case, if I only passively dodged, it would gradually spread a false idea, that when fighting students from lower realms, one need not follow the rules. Although the decision was made in a short time, I am convinced my action was entirely correct. I acted to protect the Academy's rules. Yu-Wu answered very calmly, but this sharp reply, skillfully using the Academy's honor as his shield, made Vice Principal Xenon secretly smile. A smart answer. He knew well that many people were listening, and turned a personal dispute into a matter for the whole school. I cannot deny that argument, but, thinking this, Xenon adopted an authoritative tone, "Student Ban Yu-Wu. A student who disrespects training match rules deserves punishment according to regulations. However, deciding who to punish is the school and my responsibility, not that of a student like you. Isn't that right?" Xenon's words caused Yu-Wu's face to fall noticeably. Beside him, Assistant Professor June grinned smugly as if he'd hit the jackpot. "Ha! See now? No matter how much you rant, your opponent is the vice principal. You're finished, Ban Yu-Wu." However, Yu-Wu understood the situation. He had no way to oppose the vice principal's authority. So he chose to admit, "Professor, you're absolutely right. If my actions infringed on the professor's authority, I apologize. Whatever the case, I am willing to accept any punishment." Hearing this, Xenon suddenly laughed. His tone relaxed. "Haha, punishment? No, that's not it. From the start, I didn't intend to discuss punishment or anything. I was merely curious what you were thinking when you acted that way. Saying this, Zenon paused, his sharp gaze evaluating Yu Wu. He really is eloquent. And he has an extreme determination to persuade the stars to side with him. Then Zenon concluded, anyway, the final fault still lies with Erecto. He ignored the match-end notice and continued to attack you, so I will recognize Ben Yuwu's actions as justified self-defense. In the stands, Light and Rachel heard this and celebrated the victory. Only Assistant Professor June froze like an idiot and hurriedly exclaimed, Professor. But what he did, before he could finish, Zenon cut him off. Enough, Assistant Professor June. You should stop this shameful behavior of yours. If you had intervened earlier to restrain Erecto and prevented him from losing control, today's incident might not have happened, right? In this matter, you must bear responsibility too. Assistant Professor June turned pale and dared not say another word. Zenon closed the matter. Reattaching Erecto's arm is not difficult, so we will end it here. Students who were watching the match, please return to your seats and focus on the upcoming activities. And Ban Yu Wu, you've worked hard. You may go now. As for Yu Wu, seeing himself easily acquitted, he stood stunned for a few seconds, then hurriedly bowed in thanks and quickly turned to leave. However, at that moment, a whisper sounded in his ear. Zenon's very soft voice, see you later. The remark made Yu Wu curious. He glanced back at the screen behind him. Next, he joined up with his friends. Seeing Yu Wu easily beat Erecto, Light and Rachel excitedly said, there you are, Yu Wu. Welcome back. That sword technique you used at the end was amazing. Light praised him, and Rachel breathed a sigh of relief. Most importantly, I'm glad you're not hurt. Responding to both of them, Yu Wu nodded, you guys out there? Thanks for cheering me on. Training by fighting the elite monsters in the tower really helped, right? Yeah. On the other side, the swordswoman Dok Go Yun also chimed in, I really enjoyed the match. You've gotten stronger, haven't you? How does it feel to gain new power? Is it more useful? Hearing that, Yu Wu scratched his head and turned to thank her. It's all because you kept training me with those mysterious exercises, but Dok Go Yun didn't let him finish. Her eyes narrowed slightly and her tone became serious, not that. That guy's arm. You absorbed it already, right? Dok Go Yun's words made Yu Wu's face go stiff. He began to recall, earlier, he had decided to absorb power from Erecto's arm. Just to be safe, take a little first, he thought, and quickly pressed the confirm button. Immediately, the system returned a notification, Life Drain 22.9, Body 27.9, Titan 14, Volcano 14, Super Strength 14, Giant and Volcano are attributes humans cannot possess. Looking at those notification lines, Yu Wu was dazed for several seconds. Back in the present, Yu Wu admitted to the group, up until now, I still can't control living people's attributes at will. But, it seems I can steal certain specific parts by severing them, I guess. So, in some way, I ended up choosing to absorb the power from Erecto's right arm. Yu Wu said with a sorrowful face. Seeing that expression, Dok Go Yun coldly reminded him, isn't that a good thing? So why do you look like your life was drained from you? Explaining, Yu Wu shared his thoughts, At first I was happy to become stronger. But thinking it over, something felt wrong. Because, in the end, I cut off a human's arm, not a monster. Feeling joy after chopping off someone's limb to gain power, I don't find that normal or comfortable. As he spoke, Yu Wu's voice grew deeper, filled with profound sadness. This made Rachel, standing nearby, a bit worried. However, in response to Yu Wu, Dok Go Yun immediately snapped him back. What nonsense are you talking? Hold your head high. He tried to kill you. The price of an arm, you win, he loses. The outcome has been decided. It doesn't matter who it is, if someone intends to take your life, you don't have to show mercy. Clear. Dok Go Yun's blunt words snapped Yu Wu awake, as if enlightened. His mind cleared, he gave a small smile and nodded, yeah, you're right. Sorry everyone, I overthought it. Opposite them, Dok Go Yun, seeing Yu Wu return to his normal mood, complained, anyway, worrying about such things is truly unnecessary. What if I took a stroll and gently took one arm from each kid in that so-called special class the underworld keeps whispering about? Take their power, spare their lives. But I would crush their souls. Hearing her say that terrifying intention, Yu Wu could only give a crooked laugh. You're scaring me. On this side, Light also shook his head in mockery. Yu Wu, don't worry. Compared to Dok Go Yun, you're more humane. Those words immediately made Dok Go Yun angry. She shot them both a glare. Hey, what did you just say? Not paying them any mind, suddenly a notification screen appeared before Yu Wu. This made him shout, oh my god. What is it this time? His cry instantly drew the attention of the other three. Before Yu Wu was a notice about a class taught by Professor Xenon. This made Yu Wu break out in a cold sweat. Oh no! It's a mandatory supplementary course, no veto power. Professor Xenon's Babylon Constellation class for seniors from 4th year and up. Inside the screen, Xenon's voice also rang out, how to attract support from constellations, how to negotiate pacts with a constellation more skillfully, useful knowledge and preparations to avoid a constellation's wrath, how to switch constellations easily, and so on. This course specially welcomes participation from Class 11. Time passed quickly, and Yu Wu's group was slowly moving along. However, those around them were looking their way with rather unfriendly gazes. Hey, look over there, the lower year group is passing through. That guy's got an attitude, it's irritating to look at him. Annoying. Someone said. However, another person thought differently. Really? Even if he's a lower year, he looks okay. Watching his one-on-one fight, he was pretty sharp. But why are they walking through here? This is the 4th year floor. Someone asked, causing people to exchange puzzled looks. Yeah, right? This floor only has Professor Xenon's lecture hall. Back with Yu Wu, seeing his friends sullen at the whispers, the protagonist spoke up to dispel the gloomy mood. Have I told you guys? In my world there's a rumor that the more cursed you are, the longer you live. In response to that, Dok Go-yeon gave him a look that said he was like a 3-year-old. Huh, then you're basically immortal, aren't you? She teased. Meanwhile, Light winced and scolded those people, cowards. Talking trash behind our backs, do they think we're deaf or what? As for Rachel, she reached out to tug Yu Wu's sleeve and whispered, are you okay, Yu Wu? After what happened yesterday, I'm afraid people will start to keep their distance from you. People don't really understand you and are spreading rumors, Rachel said with watery eyes, as if about to cry. To Yu Wu, it seemed Rachel was the one who needed comforting more. It's okay, Rachel. It's a bit sad, but that's better than being looked down on like before, so don't worry too much. Thanks for worrying about me. As he spoke, Yu Wu reached up and ruffled her small head, visibly lifting her spirits. However, their pleasant moment barely lasted a few seconds before Dok Go-yeon's teeth-grinding voice rang out, ha ha ha. You two just went out together this weekend and now you're already so in sync, huh? Her words made Light, standing beside them, feel goosebumps and he hurriedly slipped aside. Then Dok Go-yeon turned her eyes to Rachel and asked, you like the outfit Yu Wu gave you that much? If you want to get close, go do it somewhere else, you fiend. On this side, somehow Rachel found the courage to snap back at Dok Go-yeon, jealous, are you? Her unexpected retort made Yu Wu widen his eyes in surprise, while Dok Go-yeon bristled like an angry cat. She began to growl, haven't you had enough beatings and training, you fiend? Seeing this, Rachel quickly hid behind Yu Wu. However, her eyes remained full of determination. Poor Yu Wu had to step in to calm the swordswoman. Wait a moment, calm down, Dok Go-yeon. The next class is about to start, we shouldn't be causing a scene. From behind, when Rachel saw Yu Wu defending her, she glanced at Dok Go-yeon and sneered, you act like you never bullied me first. Her words made Dok Go-yeon so furious her whole body trembled, while Yu Wu, exasperated, glared at Rachel. You too. Time passed quickly. Cutting to the front of a room, before entering Yu Wu asked again, this is the Babylon Constellation Lecture Hall, right? We're not late, are we? On this side, Light looked a bit worried and said, hey Yu Wu, if I remember correctly there was a class last week too. If lower year freshmen like us join halfway through, what will the upperclassmen think? To that question he just smiled and answered, you're worried about that? Of course. They'll think the newcomers are lower year prodigies, right? With that, Yu Wu opened the door and stepped into the lecture hall, and the moment they entered, every student's gaze in the class turned toward the group. This made them feel a bit pressured. Even the swordswoman Dok Go-yeon had to acknowledge the strength of these upperclassmen. As expected. Maybe because they're upperclassmen, I can't underestimate their abilities. Unlike Dok Go-yeon's calm, Rachel was frightened and gripped Yu Wu's arm tightly. Yet Yu Wu's face had also gone pale with worry. Compared to his friends, he could see even more. Good heavens. I knew this was a class for outstanding students, but what is this? Countless vague, inscrutable notifications appeared before Yu Wu, indicating that the upperclassmen possessed immense power. Yu Wu's current strength wasn't enough to gauge them. The system continued with a notice, you have successfully partially understood and interpreted a concept held by a transcendent being. Your comprehension of the Book of 100 Poisons has reached 137. Unaware of these thoughts in Yu Wu's mind, Professor Xenon, seeing the freshmen arrive, spoke, welcome, Class 11. I'm glad you joined my lecture. Welcome everyone. I am Xenon, your supervising professor. You may sit in any empty seat. For Yu Wu, he quickly realized this was the voice that had spoken to him during the battle with Erecto. Then, after Yu Wu's group hastily sat down, the vice principal began his lecture. In the syllabus I handed out it's clear, the goal of this course is simple, to understand the origin of the tower and the constellations. Because lower year students are participating today, we'll first talk about the tower. At first glance, the tower may seem ruleless and endless. But in reality, the tower is similar to a living creature. As you climb the tower, you must overcome trials and access the hidden treasures or secrets within it. Do you think you receive rewards for clearing floors? Actually, that's not the case. You're not hunting treasure, the tower prepares those things so you can obtain them. The purpose is to select the most exceptional individuals, with better items, rarer treasures, and greater miracles. The tower itself seeks those who strive to understand it. Revealing more secrets to those who comprehend it is a basic condition for any intelligent being capable of higher reasoning. Back with Yu Wu, hearing the vice principal's words, he secretly scoffed. What nonsense. A fragile system overturned by an unusual intruder through an unorthodox route. Living and thinking? The tower choosing people? Isn't this all blown way out of proportion? How can anyone believe this? But at this point, the protagonist suddenly fell silent. He began recalling events from his tower climb and slowly reasoned. Wait, the time the principal's letters were sent en masse coincided not long after an intruder entered the tower. So we assumed the abnormal phenomenon in the spider altar in room 4 was caused by the intruder. But now, thinking it over, the difficulty of floor 1 is rather strange. The thing that killed Lewis instantly was definitely an elite monster. If the tower only began acting strange after the group reached room 4 and the intruder caused trouble, then the hell tier difficulty in rooms 1, 2, and 3 is completely unreasonable. What on earth is going on? Could the tower really be like a living creature? This hypothesis is a bit insane, but if we change the premise, suppose the tower's difficulty didn't shift because of intruders, but for some other reason. Could it be because of that? Think about it. That hell tier difficulty was actually arranged by the tower for us? Or maybe, it's because I'm a descendant of the tower's master that this happened. Was it really arranged by the tower for us? Or perhaps, because I'm a descendant of the tower's owner that this occurred? Up front, although Vice Principal Xenon was still lecturing, his gaze remained fixed on the protagonist. Then, seeing the troubled expression on his face, he suddenly smiled mysteriously. Back with Yu Wu, he was still stroking his chin in thought. No need to overthink it. If the tower itself chooses climbers, as the professor said, there couldn't be a better environment than this. At least our class faces harsher attitudes and circumstances than the others. There's a saying, high risk, high reward. The rewards the tower prepared must be on a completely different level. TCH, I still can't grasp the idea. What is this class even about? Across from him, Vice Principal Xenon caught Yu Wu's confused look and said, You've discovered it? The barrier surrounding it. Some students don't recognize it even after many years. But you noticed that orb on your first day auditing? Exactly, you're sharp, Ban Yu Wu. Indeed, even as a freshman, the students of Class 11 seem fully qualified to audit this lecture. Saying this, he raised his hand into the air, and pulled down a purple orb that was hovering above the classroom. Then he continued, I have a question for you, Ban Yu Wu. What do you see inside this orb? The professor's loaded question made Yu Wu glance at the orb. However, all the information he received from the system was unknown. Seeing that, Yu Wu awkwardly turned to answer, I don't see anything. Hearing that, Xenon smiled and said, You should concentrate more. Check again. Still nothing. Yu Wu shook his head. Try focusing again. There must be something you can see. Try to unlock the orb's secret. Xenon continued to encourage. After Yu Wu stared into the orb for a while, he began to perceive a few concepts within it. Shield, severing, protection. As for the farther part, it seems I still haven't grasped it, Yu Wu said, frowning. Meanwhile, Professor Xenon knew he'd exhausted his ability to observe the orb, so he didn't ask him to do more. I see, very good. Now you may close your eyes and rest. Hearing that, Yu Wu finally breathed a relieved sigh. On the other side, Professor Xenon was also surprised by what Yu Wu had witnessed. I didn't expect him to discover 3 functions of the orb. He's truly not ordinary at all. Now I understand why the principal paid attention to him so much. Thinking that, the professor continued to ask the protagonist, Do you understand what this is? Not at all, Yu Wu answered frankly. His reply even left the vice principal a bit puzzled. You're honest, all right, but you should think a bit more carefully. I want to emphasize to all of you that, both in class and in life, expanding your way of thinking and nurturing imagination is important. Expanding your mindset is directly related to expanding your power. If you want to use abilities at a higher level, you must develop the power of thought and strive to steer what lies behind it. You must cultivate your capacity to think. Even if results aren't immediately visible, you must not stop thinking. The vice principal's admonition left Yu Wu feeling blank. Not stop thinking? How does that relate to the orb? Yu Wu muttered inwardly, then directly asked the professor, if someone has high cognitive ability or imagination, can they control this orb? The protagonist's sudden question made Xenon's eyes flash with surprise. But then he nodded in agreement. Exactly. One day, if you understand the structure of all things, analyze them, and develop the ability to expand them, then this orb will turn you into a prime god. The entire classroom fell completely silent after Xenon's words. No one reacted enthusiastically. It seemed they were still weighing whether his statement was true. Seeing the students' puzzled faces, Xenon burst into laughter. Huh. It may be confusing now, but through study you'll gradually understand. This is core material in my lecture, and it's closely related to the main course, Constellation Warfare Simulation. Alright, that's it for today's class. For homework, try to imagine feasible applications of this. See you next week. Returning to Yu Wu's perspective, the amount of knowledge he gained from this audit was a solid 0. He scratched his head in bafflement. This is too complicated. Gods are gods. What is a prime god? A being similar to a deity, or a false god? And what's the principle behind becoming a god? Is it because we're in a different year? This class is way beyond us. Yu Wu complained inwardly. Meanwhile, the students gradually left the lecture hall. Light turned to the others and said, "Let's go, Yu Wu." After they went outside, Yu Wu still didn't understand the lecture, so he asked, "Could someone explain the lecture we just had?" His question made Light widen his eyes. Huh. I thought you'd naturally summarize it for us. At that moment, a familiar voice sounded beside the group, "So the lecture's over?" Startled, Yu Wu turned and shouted, "Ortama. What are you doing here?" Replying to the question, the blonde noble's face was full of disdain. "Lowly creature, quiet. I'm the one asking questions here." He glanced around and then asked, "Where is she?" The whole group was puzzled. Light drowsily asked, "Her?" "Don't tell me." An image of someone suddenly appeared in their minds. At that moment, Dok Go-yun's voice rang out, "Why all the fuss?" She approached, curiously looking at the crowd before her. But her gaze quickly landed on Ortama. She said indifferently, "Oh, I thought something serious was happening." Opposite her, upon seeing Dok Go-yun arrive, Ortama immediately rushed forward. He looked straight at her and spoke seriously, Dok Go-yun, is that you?" Hearing this, Dok Go-yun crossed her arms and replied nonchalantly, "Yes, so what?" Ortama continued, "I have business to attend to with you." His words made the swordswoman slightly annoyed. "Another one-on-one challenge? If you want to die, I won't stop you. But it's hard to duel within this academy." However, Ortama's next action truly defied everyone's imagination. He suddenly dropped to one knee and took from his pack a bouquet of exceptionally beautiful roses. He held the bouquet out toward Dok Go-yun, then spoke solemnly, Dok Go-yun, I would like to invite you on a date." After saying it, his face flushed a little with embarrassment. Yu Wu's friends standing behind widened their eyes, sweating nervously, worried for Ortama because he dared say that to Dok Go-yun. And Dok Go-yun? Her face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Honestly, if she ripped Ortama apart on the spot, they wouldn't have been surprised. Next, the result was predictable. As expected, the blonde Ortama was flatly rejected by Dok Go-yun with no hesitation. Remembering the earlier scene, even Yu Wu felt a bit concerned for Ortama. How the hell do you like a woman who just beat you to a pulp? Is his taste that strange? In response, his friend Light could only shake his head quietly, then warned, Yu Wu, the answer is in your question. No way. Yu Wu snapped in annoyance. Meanwhile, hearing them argue, Dok Go-yun interjected, how are you any different from each other to be arguing? I'm really curious what his next move is. Hearing this, the three in front widened their eyes and turned to the genius swordswoman, stammering, a plan? What plan? Seeing their dumbfounded looks, Dok Go-yun began to sweat and whispered, you really don't know? He must have some other intention, because I couldn't see any romantic look in his eyes. Hearing that, Yu Wu shrugged and replied, no way. It's not like that. I meant, you look pretty. Yu Wu's careless words made the white-haired girl's face flush red. She began to tremble with embarrassment, then asked, really, Yu Wu? Why are you suddenly complimenting me? Hearing this, Yu Wu was also a bit curious, not understanding why Dok Go-yun reacted this way. Light turned and warned, Dok Go-yun, don't pay attention to the nonsense he says. Of course I know that. You don't have to tell me. Dok Go-yun hastily protested. While the group talked, the beastkin Rachel was silently thinking to herself. She wondered, does Orduma really have another motive? Those looks definitely can't be wrong. Recalling the earlier scene, after Orduma presented the bouquet to Dok Go-yun, she coldly said, I'm not interested in you, so don't come looking for me anymore. Let's go. With that, Dok Go-yun quickly turned and left, leaving Orduma behind with a very dejected expression. Putting that aside, the scene shifted to the training grounds. At this time, Yu-woo received several on-screen notifications. You have revealed yourself to many creatures, your existence has been engraved into their minds. You have comprehended a new thought language, charm and honor. The depth of charm and honor is 10. Reading the notification, Yu-woo was a little surprised inwardly. I just uploaded this week's video to my channel and already got a new concept. Then Yu-woo checked the 2 concepts he had just received, charm 10, the ability to allure and influence others. Honor 10, power gained by being recognized by other creatures. After reading them, Yu-woo understood the essence of these concepts. However, he wasn't very pleased with these new abilities. These seem nice, but are they useful for climbing the tower? Thinking that, to test how much these concepts mattered, the protagonist turned to his close friend and asked, Hey, Rachel, do I look any different? The sudden question startled Rachel into stammering, You mean, I think you're pretty handsome. Hearing that, Yu-woo grew embarrassed and waved his hand, saying, No. That's not what I meant. But thanks anyway. Not far away, the swordswoman Dok Go-yun, seeing them flirt like that, grew annoyed and began to take it out on Light. After finishing, she grabbed Light and dragged him in front of the 2 of them, her eyes blazing. Hey, you two, focus on what you're doing. Stop sitting there flirting with each other. Across from them, when Yu-woo saw her approaching, he nimbly asked, Hey, Dok Go-yun, do I look any different? Before the protagonist could finish, Dok Go-yun, embarrassed, put her hand in his face and cut him off. Really? Didn't you hear what I just said? Focus on training. If you keep this up, you'll be training until morning. She snapped irritably, making Yu-woo not dare mention his appearance again. All right. Rachel, let's keep training. Okay. Rachel nodded. Light, sitting nearby and listening, wailed with tears, Give me a break. After that, while Dok Go-yun and Light rested, Yu-woo and Rachel threw themselves into training. Each of their collisions began to create shockwaves, radiating outward. Watching those strikes, Light had to admit, Yu-woo has gotten a lot stronger. I think it's probably time to train at a higher level. Dok Go-yun only shook her head slightly and said, Not yet. He's stronger, but still far from the 2 of us. From the start, his ability to hold his own was because Rachel was holding back. At that remark, the swordswoman frowned in thought. Anyway, tomorrow is the day we have to enter the tower. Do you have a way to deal with the monster, Yu-woo? If not, it'll be like last time. If we don't quickly find a solution, failure will repeat. Back to the protagonist's perspective, while fighting the beastkin, he quietly activated his observation skill. In his mind, he began to quietly form a plan. After a week training with Rachel, I've come to understand him a bit. Her rage is triggered by emotions, and depending on what emotion is used as fuel, her state changes day by day. When negative emotions and anger are used as fuel, she becomes stronger and harder to control. But when positive emotions, happiness, are used, the rage calms and she stabilizes. In battle, angry emotions easily persist, making it impossible for her to restrain herself. But if I change the fuel emotion to something positive, there might be some change. Thinking that, Yu-woo tilted his head to the side and dodged Rachel's attack. Then he lunged forward, raised his sword up to his chest, and thrust hard forward, sending Rachel's body flying backward. Seizing the moment while Rachel hadn't yet gotten up, Yu-woo told himself, now's the time. I've spent this whole week spending time with Rachel, collecting some of his emotions when he's happy, relaxed, quiet. Not fake emotions, but his true feelings. That will definitely work. Thinking that, Yu-woo also took out the concept emotions he had collected earlier, then sprinted forward. Thus, Yu-woo began to push the concepts carrying positive emotions straight toward Rachel. Unfortunately, Rachel's beast instincts were extremely keen. Before the protagonist's hand could reach her, Rachel swung and knocked his arm aside. Next, she roared in anger and lunged straight at Yu-woo. With arms outstretched, she wrapped them around his waist and shoved him down onto the ground. Then, as if completely out of control, Rachel raised her sharp hand and drove it straight down. Standing to the side watching, Light and Dok Go-yun hurried over to intervene. However, before they could reach her, little Snake Eve transformed into a chain, lunged forward and wrapped tightly around Rachel's attacking arm, and yanked it forcefully to the side, leaving her only able to scream in helplessness. Finally, after a few seconds, her crimson hair slowly shifted to pink, signaling that she had completely changed and was gradually regaining consciousness. On this side, Yu-woo also exclaimed in surprise, Rachel, you seem to move faster after being chained? By his count, Rachel was panting heavily, then weakly replied, I thought so too. Next, Yu began to dispel his chain and breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Thank goodness. That rage didn't last too long. But having to do this after every fight is way too risky. Something has changed, but what are the conditions for it? Yu pondered. Meanwhile, Rachel in front said, Thank you, Yu. Hearing that, the protagonist snapped out of his thoughts and asked curiously, Why are you thanking me? We still haven't figured it out. The beastkin shook her head awkwardly in response, No. Thank you, because of you I can fight more comfortably now. Just this is already a big step forward. I'm really glad you're here, Yu. Hearing this, the protagonist gave a satisfied smile. Watching from the side, Go-Yun snorted coldly. This startled Yu, and he hurried to explain, Go-Yun, we're just training hard. Yeah, I can see that. Go-Yun nodded. Light also laughed to ease the tension. Haha, good thing no one got hurt. Back to Go-Yun's perspective, she now stood up and began, more importantly, everything has been, at that point, her voice suddenly faltered. Then, after a few seconds of thought, she abruptly waved her hand and shook her head, No. It's nothing. That's enough for today. Hearing her, Yu was puzzled. What do you mean? We're done already. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifted to beneath the tower. By now, Yu's group had prepared all their gear to enter the tower once more. Notably, this time Light wasn't using his sacred sword. Instead, he carried a large spear. This decision was made at Go-Yun's request. It left Light a bit panicked as he said, Hey, Go-Yun, wouldn't it be better if I used the sacred sword? At least while we're inside the tower. I don't care if it's for me, but our fates involve all four of us. In response, Go-Yun shot him a confident look. We agreed to build a solid foundation first rather than rush for a sprint. This is only our second expedition in the first semester, so don't worry too much. Right. Right. Yu nodded eagerly. Before he turned to look at Light's trembling figure beside him, he silently assessed, Light doesn't seem to notice much, does he? But the more he uses the sacred sword, the more he depends on it. The nature of the demon's soul is gradually merging into the Holy Spirit. Now I'm not even sure it's truly a sacred sword. Still, it's better to keep it as a last resort. With that thought, the perspective returned to Light. Looking into Go-Yun's resolute eyes, he could only bow his head and accept, all right. I understand, but if I fall in this tower because of the challenge, don't scold me, okay? Deal? In response, Go-Yun cracked her knuckles and threatened, no one will bother to scold you. We'll make you suffer even more. Beside them, Yu issued his own warning, who has time to scold you? Don't forget there are millions of subscribers watching our videos. Hearing that, how could Light not understand their intent? He began to tear up, so in the end, you still scold me after all. Shut up. Go-Yun snapped. While the two of them were bickering, Yu took the chance to check his status and nodded with satisfaction at what he had. Good. Everything seems fine. We're bringing Eve and Taichi too, right? Saying that, he called the little snake Eve and the tiny filming robot out and added, I'm counting on you too. At the same time, the beastkin Rachel stepped forward and said, Yu, I'll do my best, and I'll follow everything you say. Hearing that, the protagonist turned and nodded, all right. Trust me, I'm strong in combat too. Yeah, I trust you. Rachel replied with eyes full of faith. For some reason, seeing them so affectionate rubbed Go-Yun the wrong way and she mocked Yu. I just hope we can at least hold out until Saturday afternoon. Whoever dies first will suffer the worst punishment. Hearing that, Yu's eyes flashed white as he whispered, you seem to enjoy putting others through pain. Beside them, Light panicked, hey, do we really not need the sacred sword? Ignoring his complaints, Go-Yun's expression shifted slightly, then she murmured, hey, Yu, come here a moment. There are a few things I need to clarify before we set off. Today is the first evaluation day. To be honest, I'm a bit disappointed. You still haven't fulfilled the promise you made to me, have you? Of course Yu remembered the promise he had made. He replied, of course not. But both of them are starting to change. No need to wait for results, it will happen like I said. Hearing that, Go-Yun could only agree, I hope so. But anyway, regarding the monster's state, there's something I didn't tell you yesterday. But first, who gave you permission to eavesdrop? As she spoke, she snapped her fingers, causing the beastkin Rachel, who had been eavesdropping at the side, to cover her ears with both hands. Even so, Go-Yun didn't stop snapping her fingers. As she did, she said irritably. Honestly, the monster's state becomes wilder when it's in front of you, Yu-Wu. Do you understand the meaning of subjugation? Yu-Wu, hearing the question, was a bit curious but answered, does it mean being dominated? Dok Go-yun replied with a sigh, not entirely wrong. From the perspective of someone who has been dominated, it's a bit uncomfortable. But some people have strong leadership, and for those people, that beastly state is very much like someone who can completely subdue and control it. Hearing this, our protagonist truly didn't understand and asked again, what do you mean? Dok Go-yun stepped closer to Yu-Wu, stared at him, and warned, you really don't get it? In other words, when that monster becomes uncontrollable, trying to communicate to its heart is useless. Across from her, Yu-Wu's eyes remained wide, question marks practically sprouting above his head, and he blankly said, sorry, but I still don't understand anything. Hearing this, even with her patience, Dok Go-yun couldn't hold back her anger and shouted, seriously? Be serious. Fine, forget it. If you don't understand, just remember this, she said through gritted teeth. Yu-Wu still smiled stupidly, don't be mad. Okay, I don't fully understand, but I'll remember. Thanks. Putting the matter aside, the group moved to the entrance. Yu-Wu placed his hand on the door and turned to everyone, all right. Is everyone ready? In response to his question, the other three all nodded simultaneously. Seeing that, Yu-Wu confidently announced, first year privilege, class 11, second exploration. Officially start. Saying that, Yu-Wu thrust both hands out and pushed the doors aside. After stepping inside, their surroundings resembled a place much like a maze. The scene was completely different from before, leaving the group astonished as they scanned their surroundings. Then, after glancing around, the swordswoman Dok Go-yun spoke up, I thought it was strange that we started from room 1. But I didn't expect it to be this intense. A maze this time? Light said with a worried face. Meanwhile, Yu-Wu checked his pendant and reminded them, judging by the number on the pendant, this seems to be the 5th floor. Hearing this, Light suddenly breathed a huge sigh of relief, good thing we started from the 5th room. Hey, you're sounding pretty full of yourself. The white-haired girl grumbled, making Light bristle and shout, no I'm not. Back to Yu-Wu. He suddenly noticed Rachel acting a bit odd and asked, Rachel, what's wrong? In response, Rachel voiced her sensation, I can smell monsters. Catch them, Yu-Wu. For this place, Yu-Wu didn't know what to say, you found monsters instead of the way forward? No sooner had he finished speaking than the protagonist's expression changed. Because now, before the group, a silhouette appeared that was quite distorted, looking as if the image were scratched. Seeing this, Light unconsciously tightened his grip on his weapon and shouted, what is that? Is it like the thing we encountered in room 1? No. It's different. Yu-Wu answered, it cracks and twists, like it's being torn apart. Then, while the two were still wondering what kind of monster stood before them, the beastkin Rachel planted her feet and rushed forward. Her sharp hand swung hard forward and immediately split that strange silhouette in two. At the same moment, Yu-Wu received a system notification, error, 0.1. Demon Soul, 0.2, Light, 0.1, Noise, 0.1, Dysfunction, 0.05, Reversal, 0.01. Seeing this message, Yu-Wu could fully confirm his thought, just as I thought. This is an error phenomenon. When the signal is cut, both image and sound get corrupted, and the reversal of that state creates a strange fear sensation, turning it into a monster. Because it's a type different from the monsters I've encountered before, there are many concepts I've never seen. What do dysfunction and reversal contribute to this concept? Right now the error contains reversal, so it might be useful. Try collecting more of it. At the same time, while Yu-Wu was lost in thought, a glitched monster sneaked up toward him, and as it drew near, its whole body lunged like a curtain, trying to envelop Yu-Wu. Unfortunately for it, how could it succeed? Standing nearby, Dok Go-yun only needed to snap her fingers to fire a beam of light that shattered the glitched monster into pieces. Afterwards, she glanced over and chirped, hey, Yu-Wu, focus on dealing with these. Escaping the maze will be troublesome. The paths are very complicated, so be careful and don't split up. For now, follow this path. With that, she dashed forward. Meanwhile Light grumbled as he dealt with glitched monsters attacking from behind, wait. These things just keep appearing. He complained. On this side, Dok Go-yun speculated, are they a type of mental monster? Turning to Yu-Wu's perspective and seeing the speed at which he's collecting reversal concepts, he felt dismayed. Even if only a little, I've slowly accumulated reversal. But do I need to get 100 points to use the ability? Is it really worth it? Just as he was thinking that, he was drawn by a shout from the beastkin Rachel. right as she was about to dive in and take on the glitched monster. Yu controlled his chain to stop her. Wait, Rachel, you don't need to fight so much. You'll go berserk. Rachel, just stand by me for now. Hearing this, her face flushed slightly and she nodded repeatedly. This only annoyed Dok Go-yeon watching nearby. Hey, you too. This is not the time to flirt. As she spoke, she flicked out 2 streams of energy and scattered the monsters in front of her. Turning back to the protagonist, he reminded himself, for now, ignore the concepts appearing on the walls. Behind him, Rachel scanned around and supported Yu. Hey, Yu, they're appearing over there. Got it. Yu nodded and quickly manipulated his chain to attack the glitched monsters. Time passed quickly like that. Yu's group fought while retreating, but they still couldn't find a way out of the maze. Light grew despondent. Oh man. Hours have passed. When will we ever get out of this maze? Hearing that, Dok Go-yeon ahead grimaced and said, it's real. I remember every path we've taken. Not to mention her, even Yu sensed it himself. He said, this place, although it looks a bit different, seems like somewhere we've been before. Exactly. It's not a normal maze. It changes over time. At this rate, the only option is to try destroying it. If we destroy everything, something will appear. Dok Go-yeon said as she began gathering power into her fist, preparing a powerful strike to smash the walls ahead. Her words sparked an idea in Yu. Wait a moment. Now that I think about it, I've been too focused on collecting reversals to notice. Having thought that, Yu stepped forward to stop Dok Go-yeon. Dok Go-yeon, wait a second. Normally, a path doesn't change that easily. That means there's something inside the walls. Saying that, Yu reached out and groped the wall in front of him. In just a few seconds, his hand pushed lightly against a section of wall, causing it to sink inward. The system displayed a message, illusion, 0.5 stolen. Concept, that which humans cannot possess. Turning to Yu's view, the wall piece before him slowly dissolved, revealing a passageway ahead. Knew it. I guessed right. Yu smiled to himself. Seeing this, Light and Rachel turned to admire the protagonist and asked, how did you do that, Yu? You even broke the maze. Hearing their words, Yu rubbed his nose in pleasure and thought to himself, actually, I noticed it earlier. I was just too focused on collecting concepts to mention it. With that in mind, Yu waved his hand and forced a smile. I don't like wasting time. I just wandered around for a bit and saw the piece fall out. Come on. Seriously. I'm sick of this maze. With that, Yu hurried forward. Behind him, Dok Go-yeon began watching his back and silently admired him. He found a magical loophole even I didn't know about. Indeed, he's not just an ordinary genius. Time passed quickly. At this moment, Yu split a giant glitched monster in 2, causing it to wail pitifully. Its appearance made the whole group more vigilant during this expedition. Light said, we ran into an elite monster on the second exploration. Our team is really different from the others. Hearing that, Rachel agreed, chiming in, seems like it. Then she noticed Yu turning left and right as if searching for something and asked, hey, Yu, what's wrong? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Yu replied, but inside he was panicking. His mana had reached 199,999 and stopped increasing. This made Yu a bit frantic. It's not increasing at all. I absorbed so much mana over the last 3 hours, yet my mana still hasn't passed 200. This never happened with fate or stamina. What on earth is happening? The more he thought, the more anxious Yu became. If a stat gets stuck like this, it'll cause a lot of problems. However, Dok Go-yeon didn't know this, so she stepped forward and asked, what's wrong? Are you injured anywhere? Her sudden appearance startled Yu and he shouted, hey! I told you not to sneak up on me. His panicked look only confirmed the group's concerns, so he really does have a problem. Yu, what's wrong? Hearing this, the protagonist explained his issue. Not only did I just defeat an elite monster, but my mana still didn't increase at all. For some reason, upon hearing Yu's problem, Dok Go-yeon curled a lip and laughed, making Yu a little embarrassed. Why? Are you happy about this? Dok Go-yeon replied, you've hit a wall, Yu. You've been absorbing energy like that and draining everything around you, which explains your rapid growth. But if you keep pouring water into a container without giving it time to settle, you'll soon reach your limit. Hearing that, Yu understood and blurted, a container? So what should I do now? In response, the swordswoman quickly offered a solution. Right now, blindly hunting monsters to push past the limit isn't the way. A more effective approach might be. She said, glancing at Rachel and pursing her lips in annoyance. Some people get too lucky. Not stuck at school on the weekend, enjoying fresh air, eating good food, and going shopping. Her hint made Yu quickly realize the point and clasp his hands in plea. Dok Go Yun. If you'll teach me, I'm willing to learn. I'll even consider going out to eat and shopping together tonight. So please. Only then did Dok Go Yun's anger ease and she agreed, fine. You only humble yourself in situations like this. It'll take some time, okay? Hearing that, little Rachel nodded repeatedly. If it can help you, I don't mind. Nearby, Light sighed, we defeated an elite, but nothing shifted, so there's no other choice. Thanks, everyone. The protagonist said tearfully. Next, the swordswoman slowly laid out her plan. The best method for you right now is to learn the basics. Because Shin Hyun Gong, the foundational martial art of spirit manifestation. It sounds difficult, but it's just basic martial training, so it's not that hard. But as she said this, her voice faltered slightly. Yu seemed to realize something and hurriedly asked, so I'm going to be taught proper martial arts. At least, should I perform a formal apprenticeship ceremony or something? His question made Dok Go Yun ponder for a few seconds before she turned and said, this is just basic internal training even children learn. Forget that and get ready. Saying that, Dok Go Yun silently reminded herself, how surprising. A foreigner even mentioned an apprenticeship ceremony. I act like it's nothing, but Shin Hyun Gong isn't a martial art that can be taught easily. Out of respect, it's a secret technique passed down to bloodline descendants. If my father found out about this, he'd be shocked. We only met recently, and he's someone from another world. I never expected I'd pass this clan-exclusive secret art, to be given only to our descendants, to such a foolish person. Unless he's my husband, this is unacceptable. Dok Go Yun thought, her face flushing with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Yuwu's close friend stood in front, almost crying. He felt like he might die of shame. Beside them, Light stared at the protagonist's sharp muscles, widened her eyes, and warned the girl next to her, don't look, Rachel. Rachel covered her mouth and whispered back, but Light's looking too. I'm fine, I'm a guy. Light stammered. That's a lame excuse. Rachel retorted. Both of you, shut up. Dok Go Yun yelled to silence the chatterboxes. Only then did Dok Go Yun resume her instruction, now, sit down and calm yourself. As she spoke, she slowly reached her hand forward. A thought surfaced in her mind, from the first moment I met him until now, this strange feeling has been growing. A feeling that I want to personally teach this man. He's completely unlike anyone I've met before. His martial talent is undeniable, and his potential is enormous. If someone with his talent and ability were cultivated systematically and properly, what would happen? How fast and how far could he go? At the same time, I don't want his potential to be influenced by anyone else. What about him stirred this feeling in me? Pushing aside the scattered thoughts in her mind, Dok Go Yun said, I've explained the basics already. Are you ready, Yu? Hearing this, Yu nodded and turned to ask, I understand. But before we start, aren't you supposed to chant some sort of mantra or something? Hearing this, Dok Go Yun was first a bit puzzled, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. If I recite a mantra, would you understand it? It's too long to explain in words, just imprint it into your body. Alright, let's begin. As soon as she finished speaking, Dok Go Yun began transmitting her energy into Yuwu's body to guide him. Rewinding a few minutes, Dok Go Yun had been explaining the martial art she planned to teach Yuwu. The Shin Hyun Gong I'll teach you will completely change the nature of the chi in your body and its foundation. Hearing this, Yuwu stopped unbuttoning his shirt. He thought to himself, I thought it was just a simple martial art. But it seems it's not that simple. Seeing his slightly worried expression, Dok Go Yun smirked and said, don't worry. If you want to get stronger, changing your chi is normal. The mana altered by Shin Hyun Gong will stimulate your body. Your body will then convert mana into true chi. Once both your body and magical force are significantly enhanced, you'll grow stronger quickly. Hearing this, although Yuwu was still a bit hazy, he nodded along. Even after the explanation, it's still hard to understand. But in short, I get that it purifies mana and converts it into true chi, that's it. Right? Back in the present, Yuwu felt as if he were inside a furnace, his face contorted in discomfort. It's so hot. The moment Dok Go Yun touched me, it felt like a fireball had entered my body. It kept absorbing the mana inside me. It was moving around my body, as if a path had just formed there. How much longer will my body keep burning? The more he thought, the more panicked Yuwu became. As if sensing that, Dok Go Yun whispered in the protagonist's ear, Yuwu, calm down. Follow the path that's forming in your body and guide the true chi. That flame is the origin of Shin Hyun Gong. If you succeed now, you'll be able to walk your own path. Dok Go Yun's gentle words seemed to carry a sort of mana, helping Yuwu's mind steady. He closed his eyes and slowly felt the energy moving through his body. The blue flame inside him circulated throughout. As time passed, the heat from that energy gradually weakened until it finally disappeared. At that moment, Yu-Wu opened his eyes and sighed in relief. Phew. I feel better. And I realized directly using mana isn't the best way. At the same time, a congratulatory notification appeared before him. You have learned a new martial art, Shin Hyun Gong. Understanding increased by 20. With practice of Shin Hyun Gong, some negative concepts in your body have been removed. Additional positive vitality has begun to form in your body. They will help the development of new concepts. Understanding of soul reached 440. Understanding of defense reached 7. Reading each line of the notification, Yu-Wu couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, wow. I did it. Amazing. Just like Dok Go-yun said, the concepts in my body are being replaced by true chi. The more I train, the stronger the concepts in my body become. Is this Shin Hyun Gong? Turning to Dok Go-yun, who had sensed his energy slowly changing, she asked, how is it? Are you satisfied? Yu-Wu was more than satisfied, so he turned back and gave her a thumbs up. Great. So what do you want as a reward now? Hearing that, Dok Go-yun burst out laughing, hee hee. I want something too, but first wipe your sweat, unless you want to climb the tower alone. As she said it, she threw a towel straight at Yu-Wu's face. While wiping his sweat, Yu-Wu reflected on the earlier memory. Strange. If I concentrate while training, I can feel chi circulating inside my body. The more true chi is established, the stronger my body becomes, and my senses become sharper. Such a powerful martial art, and she gave it to me without expecting anything in return. The more he thought, the more embarrassed Yu-Wu felt. He finished dressing and returned to the group. Sorry I'm a bit late. In response, Light asked, should we record a video? What are you hoping for? I'm not doing that. Never mind. Let's get moving. Yu-Wu replied. On the side, the beastkin Rachel, not giving up, urged, but the view count would probably be huge. Her comment immediately got Light's approval. That's exactly my thought. Hearing them chatter, Yu-Wu snapped angrily, stop it. They hadn't gone far when Light suddenly said, just remembered, it's around noon now. Aren't you guys hungry? Yu-Wu answered, since I took quite some time, let's make up for it with a meal now. Before they could say more, the swordswoman Dok Go-yun cut in, no, we've stayed in room 5 too long. We can't delay any longer before reaching room 6. Her words left the swordsman Light at a loss. Setting meal rules, it's like being in the military. Rachel growled back, if you have energy to complain, use it to find the exit. No sooner had she finished speaking than the group escaped the maze and saw a large door, leaving everyone dumbfounded. I just said it, and I found it already. This must be the door to room 6, right? Let's see, I'm not entirely sure. Dok Go-yun said skeptically, and before Light could step forward to check, Yu-Wu reached out to stop him, because he had noticed something. What's this? I haven't even used my skill yet. But this is, I can faintly sense something outside this door, something coming from behind it. Thinking that, Yu-Wu approached the back of the door with a tense expression. His stance made the others suspicious, but Dok Go-yun quickly said, just follow him. Then, when they reached the back of the door, Light looked left and right and said, there's nothing here. Did we take a wrong turn? Unlike them, Yu-Wu, who possessed the divine eye, could see many things. Maybe so, but in my vision, this wall is full of illusions. Right here. Saying that, Yu-Wu pushed forward with his hand, as if he really touched something. A crack began to spread continuously in the air, finally shattering into many pieces of mirror, revealing behind it a reddish-brown space. This left Light and Rachel stunned. What is that? What's going on? Did Yu-Wu find a secret passage? Looking inside the door, Dok Go-yun shouted, I get it. This is a shortcut. From their view, behind this gate was a spiral staircase leading upward. At the same time, a system notification appeared for Yu-Wu. You absorbed 50 illusion points. Seeing that, Yu-Wu was dumbfounded. What? I absorbed 50 illusion points. I just found a hidden passage. Awesome. Then he turned and asked everyone's opinion. I've found a shortcut for us. What should we do with it? Hearing that, the group shared the same view. What else can we do? Of course we go inside. With that, the group quickly stepped through the gate. A gentle hand brought the glowing energy orb to the little white snake Eve's mouth as it raised its head. Eat up and grow fast, Eve. It eagerly opened its wide mouth to eat, let out a chirp, EC, and absorbed 5 illusions. Yu-Wu climbed the steps while observing around and spoke. It seems the floor changes as we go up since there's no distinct transition. Dok Go-yun, seeing this, nodded in agreement. Maybe the stairs are the transition point, and then turned to Light sharply. Light, you go straight ahead. He could only tiptoe forward, clutching his weapon in fear and complaining, but what if something jumps out in front of me? The passage is narrow. Dok Go-yun replied decisively and forcefully, then just fight, what are you worried about? Rachel, walking ahead, suddenly screamed, ah. She anxiously looked up at the necklace in her hand. We're already on the 8th floor, the 8th floor. Yu-woo felt a pang of guilt, eyes wide and bewildered, sweat beading on his cheeks. He feigned surprise and exclaimed, wow, we skipped 3 floors. Dok Go-yun spoke coldly from behind, with a hint of mockery, so you found a shortcut, Ban Yu-woo. He rolled his eyes repeatedly and forced a smile, even I didn't expect such a top-tier shortcut. Light was still terrified, sweat beading on his face, trembling as he glanced around and said, the handbook said shortcuts are a big blessing, but the more floors you skip, the harder the next floors become. Aren't you guys worried at all? Dok Go-yun lowered her head slightly, expression unreadable, and smiled as she said, it also said the rewards would be greater, I'm really looking forward to it. The knight friend looked like he wanted to cry out loud, hick, don't find shortcuts next time. Yu-woo sighed softly and kept walking, sweat at his temples but a faint smile on his face. Alright then, he thought to himself, Light sure is whining a lot today, he wasn't like this on the last expedition, so why is he so scared now? Light tightened his grip on the sword, sweat dotting his forehead and eyes full of unease as he muttered, the higher the difficulty, the more dangerous, holy sword, if only I could use it. Yu-woo watched his expression slowly, feeling suspicious. His spirit is unstable, and he's too dependent on his sword. Dok Go-yun frowned, annoyed, and snapped, you're too noisy, that damned sword would probably be better off broken. Light's eyes filled with tears and his voice trembled, don't talk nonsense. Rachel suddenly shouted and pointed ahead, and Yu-woo quickly paid attention, ah. The pink-haired girl widened her eyes, pointed at the door radiating bright light at the top of the spiral stairs, and screamed, that's the exit. He stared for a moment in surprise and then exclaimed in amazement, oh. Yu-woo hurried a few quick steps and stood before the gate. The student card said 8th floor, so the next floor after the exit must be the 9th, right? She quickly held his hand and reminded him, be careful, Ban. Rachel frowned, visibly on guard and worried as she looked toward the gate ahead, I sense hostility behind that door, like last time. Her voice, full of worry and unease, made Light and even Dok Go-yun behind them hesitate slightly. When that odd name appeared, there was that feeling. Then the genius girl reassured them, don't worry too much. She turned to the knight beside her, Light, when we enter the next floor, remember to swing your sword, got it? He flinched when his name was mentioned and quickly asked, really? She nodded decisively in reply, yes. Light laughed heartily, raised his sword high and shouted enthusiastically, all right, leave it to me, wahahaha. Meanwhile Dok Go-yun stood behind with her arms crossed, grumbling in annoyance. The way he changes attitude instantly really pisses me off. Yu-woo agreed at that sight, true. The 4 of them stepped through the gate of light into a vast stone hall inside, making them shiver involuntarily and murmur in astonishment, this place. Since entering, Yu-woo had been carefully and closely observing the surroundings, no monsters and a very high ceiling. Light nearby was also puzzled by the scene, have we reached the rest area already? A figure in a black cloak was hiding behind a nearby boulder, watching the 4 of them as they moved on. He shook his head slightly as he walked and murmured, I don't think so, there was no mention of terrain like this in the floor 10 rest area. Suddenly a gigantic magic circle flared intensely, producing a blinding blue light that seemed to tear the space apart. On this side, Yu-woo's eyes widened, sweat beading on his forehead, his face full of astonishment. Then a large sphere suddenly appeared in front of Dok Go-yun, flying toward them, catching Yu-woo and Light off guard. She gritted her teeth, furious at being unable to do anything. A massive collision occurred, sending rocks flying in all directions and causing the ground to tremble slightly. Meanwhile, amid the violent shockwave, the gun-class player and the pink-haired girl hurriedly pushed themselves up through the dust and debris. Dok Go-yun. A powerful foot stamped down on the sphere lying still on the ground, and Go-yun's familiar voice rang out, what's wrong, Ban Yu-woo? On this side, the genius girl crossed her arms and walked forward coldly, eyes sharp as she asked, didn't you say only you can use this kind of weapon in the tower? The boy looked a bit stunned and awkward, nodding, yeah. Yu-woo ground his teeth and spun around, scanning for anyone else who had appeared, so it's definitely a one-use weapon, that bastard. He quickly spotted a faint figure flickering behind a nearby pillar, you suddenly primed the barrel, huh? Thought I wouldn't notice. Yu-woo immediately pointed toward the pillar and shouted to signal Light, Light, over there. He waved his arm, and Light immediately dashed off as ordered, behind the 3rd pillar. Got it. The mysterious man in black hiding behind the stone pillar flinched at the sudden movement. He pressed himself inside, thinking as Light gripped his sword and charged at full speed, he's coming this way, how did he find my position? With one swing the boy's sword easily cleaved the massive, sturdy stone pillar in 2, leaving the mysterious man shocked. My stealth shouldn't be spotted by first years. Light shouted, so it's you, you bastard. He clenched his teeth and leaned aside, narrowly dodging, utterly baffled. This is strange, but whatever. Then he shifted his gaze to the three others watching from a distance. I'll deal with this one first, then blow the lot of you up. Yu-woo worriedly turned to Dok Go-yun beside him and asked with concern, Dok Go-yun, are you okay? If that hit someone it would be dangerous. She stood there, arms crossed, replying coldly, probably yes. A strange white-blue glow suddenly rose up, making him a bit surprised. Worry spread across Yu-woo's face as he pointed at the sphere at Dok Go-yun's feet. It has been changing. Wait, Dok Go-yun, that projectile. He shouted in shock as he realized, it's a magic bomb, right? Magic bomb 30, and it's a very powerful one. Yu-woo immediately knelt beside the time bomb and gently warned, everyone step back a little. Rachel stepped back a few paces at his words, puzzled. Ban. A quiet notification sounded, acquired magic bomb 30 by force. Yu-woo finally exhaled as if a weight had lifted. Phew, it stopped, that one. Then he looked ahead where Light's fight with the mysterious man raged. How dare he do that, he'll pay. On this side, the man seemed to struggle to counter him. This guy is actually pretty good. Suddenly he realized something and glanced to the side, but at this distance. As he looked over, he saw Yu-woo hurling something with all his might. I'm not going to be affected. He quickly used a throwing dagger to parry Light's strike, inwardly relieved. Good, 3 seconds until detonation. It turned out he had taken a handheld detonator from his pouch and smiled smugly. Die. He flinched and looked up. The bomb that should have been with the three had somehow flown above his head now. He gaped in shock at the bomb hovering overhead. Why is the bomb here? Light also sensed something was wrong. It's about to. The mysterious cloaked man turned so pale he lost all color, screaming, Wayag, it's about to explode. The bomb soared, slammed into a massive stone pillar, then bounced off elsewhere. He watched in astonishment as it hurtled toward him while Light thought to himself, it's not detonating. His low, cold voice rang out, making the man startle. Hey, I don't know what you're suddenly up to. Light frowned, his expression deadly serious, and said, you shouldn't be looking away while fighting. He then swept past him and delivered a very light but powerful, decisive slash. The cloaked stranger clutched his shoulder, blood spouting from the wound, panting heavily, and Light's voice nearby said, that's strange. He pressed against the pillar, clutching his bleeding wound as the boy stood over him and demanded, you're human, right? Why attack us? Footsteps approached and Yu-woo's voice called out, how did you get in here? He bent to pick up the round bomb and continued, hey, you there, I noticed you were invisible from the moment I detected you. Yu-woo stared coldly, holding up the glossy black bomb with confidence. Didn't you think I wouldn't notice explosives hidden in your ammo? You trusted your trick too much, now look at you. His tone mocked him, pointing out that this cheap disabling trick backfired. The man still clutched his shoulder, gritting his teeth through the pain. Are you stupid or what? He looked furious and yelled, how is this possible? A low-rank rookie has this kind of power? The man in black's eyes widened in panic as a heart-shaped orange light fixed on him and detonated. Before he knew it, Dok Go-yun had appeared before him and struck. Even Yu-woo was taken aback. She said coldly, calm down before we talk. Dok Go-yun's cold gaze met his anguished screams as she continued, calmly, breaking your arm or leg might be better, to stop you from doing anything stupid. Suddenly a voice nearby said, no, we should kill him. Rachel stepped forward slowly and said, we can't let him live. Her appearance surprised Yu-woo a little. Rachel, the pink-haired girl, eyes frantic and sweating, ground her teeth in terror. If we don't kill him now, everyone will. She finished and lunged forward, shouting, Kaya. Seeing that, he rushed forward to stop Rachel. Wait, Rachel. Her sharp claws were suddenly right in front of the cloaked man's face. Immediately a long blue chain coiled around Rachel's body, restraining her. Rachel screamed in fury as magical chains bound her. Kaya, while Yu-woo held her, shouting worriedly, calm down, Rachel. A terrifying voice boomed around the four of them and the ground began to tremble. You have failed, you fools. He looked around dumbfounded, feeling uneasy. What is this pressure? Light paced in a panic, turning over and over as if realizing something. No way, could this be? Dok Go-yun tilted her head, wondering if it was a constellation. That terrible voice echoed obscenely, and the mysterious man clutched his head in pain, watching the situation. The mysterious voice continued, it seems your role is over. A strange red energy began radiating around the man. Terrified, he shouted, wait, I can still do more, I can still do more. While everyone stood frozen at the chaotic scene, the voice kept speaking as if ignoring the man's pleas, sacrifice yourself to secure your teammates' share. Light and Yu-woo both felt utterly bewildered by the spectacle. What is happening? The man collapsed clutching himself in agony, screaming madly, I said I could do it, I could kill them. He suddenly realized something was wrong and shouted to everyone, everyone fall back. The voice continued, a mysterious mix of blue and red energy swirling around him. For Exodus, sacrifice yourselves. He kept clutching his head and crying out, no, no. Yuwu gritted his teeth, struggling to escape the force rushing toward them. It's too late, not enough time. Then a huge explosion erupted from the mysterious man's location, shattering everything around and sending debris flying. The three others ducked behind a stone pillar in time, bracing against the strong gust from the blast. Dok Go-yun, alarmed, realized Yuwu hadn't gotten away and yelled, "Ban Yuwu." A soft laugh rang out, aha. He sat on the ground, nearly at the edge of the horrific blast, exhaling in relief. That was close. Yuwu's face still showed the despair of surviving a near-disastrous explosion. For a moment he thought he'd seen the river Styx. Rachel was shocked to see him like that. Ban. She ran over anxiously, asking, Ban, are you okay? Light, staring dumbfounded, looked puzzled too. How are you unharmed after that explosion? Meanwhile Yuwu replayed the explosion moment in his mind. Damn, I couldn't dodge it, there must be a way to absorb this blast. He immediately summoned a small magic circle, using the concept of the magic bomb he'd absorbed earlier, using Magic Bomb 30. In the end Yuwu used the very bomb he created to stop the explosion, so that's how. Dok Go-yun stood beside him with arms crossed, nodding, so he stopped an explosion with another explosion? He reached out and Rachel gently helped him up. If I'd been even a bit slower, disaster would have struck. Light gripped his sword and asked, what happened to that guy? There's no sign of him, he ran off, right? Yuwu straightened up, glanced around, and frowned slightly. He should be fine, we're in the tower after all, maybe he teleported down to floor 1. The eerie voice continued, he is dead. Fearing they hadn't heard clearly, it emphasized again, he is certainly dead, the tower will record him as having perished in battle with you. The voice echoed in their ears, as if accusing them of murder. He scoffed and replied, what nonsense are you spouting? You're the one who forced him to explode, we only acted to save ourselves. In the dark cave there was a hole with nothing covering it, through it they could see the night sky. The strange voice paused slightly, then said, you sacrificed a valuable comrade and gained nothing, should have been wary when the tower showed favoritism. Light sounded a bit surprised, the tower favors us? Yuwu forced a strained smile and said, hey, stop beating around the bush and just say it. He looked up and around and asked, who was that just now, and what are you? The voice hesitated for a moment before replying, I have only one thing to tell you. The next thing it said made Yuwu's eyes widen in shock, we are Exodus, precisely your enemies. We will meet again. Rachel sighed softly as if a weight had been lifted and said, phew, that pressure is gone. He gritted his teeth in annoyance and said, what the hell is with that constellation? The four gathered together. Yuwu complained, I've never met any of them who speak politely, or act that way. The pink-haired girl nearby put a hand to her chin, calculating, though at least one of them spoke and we know their name. Dok Go-yun, still focused and icy, said, repeat what they said to me, Exodus. Light nearby explained to her, that's the name of the organization, not an individual. He frowned and grew serious. Exodus is the most notorious space pirate group across the entire dimension, that constellation must be backing them. Yuwu, suddenly realizing something, thought, so the space pirate gang Professor Yumina mentioned is Exodus. Light welled up with tears, his face about to cry, now they want our lives, what's going on? But Dok Go-yun remained calm and cold-faced, replying, is that really so surprising? She gave a faint, confident smile, anyway we'll meet them while climbing the tower, having experience beforehand isn't a bad thing. Yuwu nodded in agreement, I agree. Light frowned in irritation and sneered, you two are a perfect pair. He immediately felt a bit uneasy and said, don't you feel anything strange? That constellation just said the tower favors us. Light fell into a panic, whimpering in fear, what we were guessing, it was confirmed by that constellation. Don't the others feel it? Yuwu stammered, unsure how to reassure them, no, it's not like that, but then a system notification popped up beside Rachel. Light was astonished to see a similar one beside him, why are only we being treated so harshly? Dok Go-yun by his side was no exception. All three stared at the system notice in awe, my god, heavens. Yuwu, watching from outside, felt uneasy, what are you two playing at? He suddenly panicked, shouting, don't tell me the administration sent that message? Dok Go-yun kept her eyes on the system notice and said seriously, just because we encountered an abnormal phenomenon, they want us to go out? All three received the notification at once. No, that's not it, Rachel nodded and said, you got it too, right? Light replied, I just leveled up, didn't I? Yuwu was still dumbfounded, unable to process what was happening, me too. Go-yun smiled softly, inwardly thrilled, this is my first level up since enrolling, Could this be the tower's reward for withstanding that constellation's attack? Light glanced at the system panel before him and said hesitantly, if so, it's a bit troublesome, but it could work. Rachel grinned happily, wow, my stats just skyrocketed. Yuwu looked on helplessly as his three companions sat together happily examining the notification. He forced a small smile, thinking to himself that they used the status window. Their stats were already so high from the start, so my level up feels meaningless. Yuwu scratched his head and paced around, pondering, does the tower ignore its owner? But why only me? Does it skip my reward just because I don't have a status window? His eyes suddenly lit up as he activated clairvoyance. No, Yuwu easily looked through the dust still swirling after the massive explosion. Of course it wasn't that. At the exact spot of the blast, an energy orb hovered just above the ground, hidden behind a veil of dust and sand, where that man had vanished moments ago. He bent down and observed it closely. There was still a string of characters. Yuwu reached out, touched the radiant orb, and thought to himself, this is for me, right? Immediately it emitted a blinding surge of energy that enveloped his body, leaving his face full of astonishment. A stream of ancient characters crawled along Yuwu's arm and wrapped around him. Of course, Vitality 79, Body 46, Mana 39, Soul 2, Polymorphi, Spatial Control 2.5, Shadow Set 5.7, Holy Seal 0.1. You have received the above stats. He stared at his energized body in shock, thinking, Vitality 79, why did it increase so much? And I even got a concept I've never seen before. Yuwu read the lines on his personal system panel. Polymorphi is a top-tier concept humans shouldn't possess. City Seal 0.1, Traces of the Stars, when all personal attributes vanish, only stellar essence remains. He fell into thought, polymorph must be a higher form of transformation, and the City Seal probably relates to the constellations. He puckered his lips and skimmed the system panel, thinking he had received things he didn't even know how to use, unaware that the little snake Eve had somehow slithered onto his hand. He puckered his lips and skimmed the system panel, thinking he had received things he didn't even know how to use, unaware that the little snake Eve had somehow slithered onto his hand. On impulse Yuwu asked, do you want polymorph, Eve? It immediately shook its head. He smiled faintly and brought the glittering energy orb close to Eve. Well, it's useless for me anyway, Eve, you eat it. It happily munched the energy orb with a crunchy sound, nom nom nom, and pale green markings appeared on its white body, making Yuwu exclaim, oh my. The other three, seeing movement on his side, turned to look. Rachel tiptoed over to Yuwu and softly asked, what's wrong, Ban? He crouched there stammering, it's Eve. In his hand now rested a large egg emitting a mechanical, brilliant glow. Yuwu's face was filled with sheer terror as he shouted, it turned into an egg, the subject has mastered a secondary concept, a source mutation is occurring. The pink-haired girl gasped in worry, my god. She stared at the egg in his hands and asked quietly, you said something like this happened before, right? Yuwu nodded lightly, yes, but that time it hatched right after becoming an egg, this time it hasn't. Light rubbed his chin and guessed, maybe it's the second evolution, so it takes longer. Doke Go Yun crossed her arms and coldly observed the egg in Rachel's hands, it's probably leveling up too. The pink-haired girl cradled the egg with both hands, treating it gently, I can feel a warm energy radiating from it. Yuwu, still anxious, bit his trembling hand and whispered, what should I do, what should I do? Light nearby sneered softly and asked, why do you look so worried? Doke Go Yun crossed her arms and coldly observed the egg in Rachel's hands, it's probably leveling up too. The pink-haired girl cradled the egg with both hands, treating it gently, I can feel a warm energy radiating from it. Yuwu, still anxious, bit his trembling hand and whispered, what should I do, what should I do? Light nearby sneered softly and asked, why do you look so worried? Tearing up, he looked at Rachel and forced a bright smile, cherishing it, while Yuwu muttered gloomily behind, we have no way to calm Rachel if something happens. Light went pale at the thought, grinding his teeth, damn it. He sighed and smiled helplessly, the next room is the resting chamber, so let's hope it wakes before then. Yuwu nodded, tears welling as if about to fall. In the large room Rachel's gentle voice echoed, ah. It's starting to change. Then the four of them entered a room where brilliant light streamed through the glass frame, casting shadows onto the wide stairs. The knight with a sword tilted his head at the newcomers and said, oh, so this is it. In the center of the hall was a very picturesque fountain, the famous room number 10 I'd only heard about. Surrounded by lush trees planted around the room, Light's voice continued, I heard that if you're unlucky, there wouldn't be food or water here, doesn't seem to be the case. Yuwu led the way and said, the four of us followed the path beside the fountain, we feel luckier than unlucky. The knight happily climbed the branches and picked down many kinds of fresh fruit, these are called Eden fruit, they ease fatigue and boost potential, to be eaten during rest. Yu Wu stood nearby smiling as he watched. Indeed. He then cheerfully took one and bit into it. Its fresh, crisp flavor spread across his mouth, making both Yu Wu and Go-Yun exclaim in amazement at how delicious it was. Whoa. He smiled and pointed at the half-eaten fruit in his hand, praising it. It's so good, I've never tasted anything like this. She agreed, this is the sweetest thing I've eaten, I can feel my energy rising a bit. Go-Yun asked with some curiosity, why don't we eat everything here before moving on and take some with us? Meanwhile Rachel sat on a nearby chair enjoying a bunch of grapes. Light shrugged helplessly and replied, I don't think we can, each fruit works only once, and if you take them out of the room they disappear. The white-haired girl bowed her head slightly, grinding her teeth in anger, what a petty rule. Light widened his eyes and answered, rules are rules. Yu Wu bit another piece and watched everything around him, thinking it's a pity we can't take these fruits, there's no way, huh? He saw new lines appear on his system panel, Vitality 5, Mana 8, Charm 20, you have gained the above stats. You ate the unique Eden fruit, the fruit of good and evil, clairvoyance now lets you see who committed what crime. Yu Wu was puzzled reading this, what now? He looked at the fruit he'd half-eaten, this fruit of good and evil, and wondered that he got all these effects just by eating something that looked like a fig. Yu Wu forced a smile, thinking, anyway, by what standard does it define sin? Suddenly a hurried voice rang out, hey you guys. Rachel ran over clutching something, there's a box here. The three turned, slightly surprised, a box. Go-Yun frowned with caution, arms crossed, if it's a reward for our progress, even the lowest rank should contain something unique, right? What we've experienced is completely abnormal. Yu Wu forced a smile and replied helplessly, that's right, we've faced that constellation twice. Light, eyes tearing, added, and it's rare not to see a mini-boss. Rachel recalled what the four had endured on their journey, Dami Laurent and the Hapjong area. Yu Wu's face betrayed despair as he remembered the horrific monsters, as if all the hardships most parties suffer had fallen on us at once. We've had all the misfortune, so there must be some fortune in it, otherwise it'd be extremely unfair. Yu Wu's face showed hopelessness as he recalled the terrible monsters, as if all the suffering most teams endure had piled onto us at once. We've had every misfortune, so there must be some blessing in it, otherwise it'd be so unfair. Then he looked down at the wooden chest at his feet with delight. Whoa, this is the cumulative compensation reward they talked about. The pink-haired girl perked up at the mention. He nodded slightly, yes, each resting area has a treasure to compensate progress. This is a wooden chest with gold trim, so it's probably a low-tier premium chest. Rachel widened her eyes in surprise and asked how he could tell that. Yu Wu smiled and happily explained, they judge resting room chests by the material, wood, bronze, silver, then gold, with the quality of the loot increasing in that order. Light eagerly moved forward to open the wooden chest. Okay, let's open it. But Go-Yun stepped in and stopped him, wait. Then she added, let Ban Yu-1 open that chest. He looked up at her in surprise, huh? The white-haired girl pouted and teased, if you open it you'll bring us bad luck. Rachel beside her nodded in agreement, oh, I agree. Light froze and shouted, what the hell? He teared up and shouted helplessly in despair, what did I even do to deserve this? Go-Yun said flatly, you're just plain unlucky, I wish you'd be quiet in moments like this. Yu Wu, powerless, stepped forward and opened the wooden chest. Rachel came closer, curious, alright, let's see. His eyes widened, words stumbling from his mouth, oh my, while the pink-haired girl beside him froze and blurted, huh. Rachel stared in amazement and asked when she saw a glittering heart-shaped staff inside the chest, what is this? Yu Wu could only stand there stunned, speechless. Light glanced over the heart-shaped staff in the wooden chest, at first glance it seemed to have no function, maybe a ritual item? Rachel gently lifted it with both hands to inspect it, the design looked strange. Go-Yun frowned and said coldly, I can sense a powerful energy from it, definitely an artifact. Yu Wu smiled faintly and said, Rachel, can I hold it for a moment? He held it up and admired it, thinking happily to himself, just the design alone, it's definitely from my world, the kind used by magical girls. Yu Wu saw his system panel flash stats, unidentified, power 150, soul 200, magical language 100, magic element 50. He was shocked to realize they were all magic-related stats, soul 200. Yu Wu rubbed his chin and stared at the staff thoughtfully, don't tell me this is. Go-Yun noticed and turned to ask quietly, Ban Yu-1, did you discover something? He answered, I think it's a beginner's magic training tool. Rachel, wide-eyed, asked, a training tool? Yu Wu pointed at it and explained, yeah, it seems to have a consciousness inside that wants to impart knowledge to the user. Both Light and Rachel leaned in close to the staff to get a better look. The knight gaped in amazement, and she stood with her mouth open, stunned, this thing actually has a will to teach others? No sooner had he finished speaking than the staff reacted and swayed. Light exclaimed in astonishment, "Ah, it's true." Ruchel also seemed very taken with the item and marveled that it felt almost alive. Yuwu smiled and turned to the others, offering, "Guys, I really want this, can I keep it?" "I'll pay a fair price, of course." Dok Go-yun replied coolly, "I'm fine with that, but let's study it later, remember, we're still in a dungeon." Light nearby shook his head slightly, "I have no objection either, compared to what you've been through, this is nothing." Ruchel nodded firmly, "Of course Ban should keep it." Only Yuwu found something odd in the pink-haired girl's words. Ruchel's reasoning was strange. He then drew a magic circle and temporarily stored the staff away. "Thanks. I just feel this will be extremely useful to me." The two of them stepped through the thick foliage. Light scowled and snapped, "Ban, I told you collecting more won't help." Yuwu just smiled, shrugged and replied, "I know, just follow me a bit." A little later Light carried a basket overflowing with strange fruits and asked, "What are you going to do with all this?" "They'll disappear once taken outside, remember?" Yuwu looked pleased with the haul and answered, "You're right, but..." Yuwu took out a small bottle of yellow liquid and placed it on the ground. Dok Go-yun and Ruchel, surprised, watched as he said, "Trying a bit won't hurt." He grabbed his shoulder and twisted lightly as if warming up, preparing to do something. "All right, I'll pay now." The white-haired girl stepped forward and asked, "Pay? You mean for that artifact earlier?" She folded her arms and coldly guessed, "You mean you'll pay in cash?" Yuwu smiled, picked up the fruit basket and formed a small magic circle. "Of course not." Then he tossed the empty basket to Light and said, "Light, take this and follow me." Light caught it and tilted his head in confusion. "A basket?" It seemed Dok Go-yun then realized something and said in surprise, "That bottle is," and Ruchel also partially recognized it. She remembered the pastries and the special jam she'd eaten before, the same jam as before. Light was a little surprised, but he still handed Yuwu another basket overflowing with fruits. "Don't you guys find this strange?" Then he plopped down on the ground and said, "Like the rule that each person can only take one portion, or that the fruits disappear if taken outside." Yuwu smiled smugly, holding the basket of fruits and sitting beside the one containing the yellow liquid. What if it's combined with another item, and what effect would that have after use? He reached for the fruits he'd taken, drew a magic circle and cast a spell. Separate the concept of paradise fruit. Yuwu formed a seal with 2 fingers, the circle glowed and spun around his hands, drawing out the essence of the fruits. If no one had tried this method under those rules before, the fruit flesh. Then he put them into the jar next to him, so why not give it a try? The jar containing the fused essences began to blaze, quickly filling to the brim. The supreme fusion between the paradise fruit and the basic elixir had begun. Light watched the scene in awe and exclaimed, "Oh my god," while Ruchel was delighted and squealed, "Wow." Yuwu smiled, holding the now-filled bottle. "Life Elixir 30 has been created, done. It restores and significantly increases the user's strength and mana, grants countless new abilities, and its effects grow with prolonged use, though absorbing too much at once will incur divine punishment." The knight cried out in astonishment, "How did you do that?" The white-haired girl leaned in, covering her mouth in surprise. "Ban you won that." Ruchel bent down, watching Yuwu sit on the ground and holding up the glowing jar. "So the jam jar from before was made like this too." He chuckled and held the jar of jam, saying, But you can't eat it right away, there are still room rules. To know its taste or effect you have to go outside first." Everyone grew excited and shouted, "Let's go now." Yuwu was taken aback. Dok Go-yun turned and smiled with interest, asking, "You guys agree too, right?" Voices buzzed through the large garden. Light hemmed and hawed, then said, "Well, I'm not tired anymore, so fine." Ruchel nodded calmly, "I'm fine too." The white-haired girl cheerfully shouted, "All right, let's depart." Yuwu could only smile helplessly, thinking these people are blinded by sweets, especially Dok Go-yun. Then they were all teleported to a completely different place. The knight realized, "We've arrived at room 11. Dok Go-yun spun to Yuwu and asked urgently, "Ban Yu-won, what about the elixir?" He quickly opened his storage. "Wait, hold on." He broke into a radiant smile and gave a confident thumbs up as the glowing veil appeared before him. "Knew it, it works." Dok Go-yun became overjoyed, shouted, and hugged Yuwu tightly. "I knew you could do it, Ban Yu-won." The success made him blush a little. A moment later they froze, realizing they'd overreacted. The white-haired girl, embarrassed and flushed, pushed him away. "Too close, too close." Light stood outside watching helplessly. He then grinned mischievously and teased Dok Go-yun. "Dok Go-yun, you just hugged Ban, didn't you?" She blushed, looked away and snapped, "Shut up." Ruchel stood outside jealous and furious, growling like she wanted to bite them. Yuwu rubbed his head and got to his feet after the bump. "I'm more shocked, okay? Suddenly a strange dark shadow appeared, emitting odd sounds that drew his attention. Yu-Wu shouted in alarm, here they come, the monsters of room 11. Several of the room's monsters were crawling toward him, crustacean beasts with very hard shells, numerous and spread out like tower spiders. Yu-Wu panicked and ran off shouting for help while they frantically chased after him. Guys, it's here, told you it was coming, he shouted, but before he finished, a red beam of light pierced through the monsters of room 11, and a familiar voice rang out, perfect timing. Yu-Wu fell to his knees, terrified as he looked back. Beside him Do-Go-Yun's voice could still be heard, I'm still annoyed I couldn't eat the elixir from being too full. She thrust her hand forward into a combat stance and shouted, the digestive helper came on its own. Hearing that, he froze, you still want to eat more? Then Do-Go-Yun charged in and fought fiercely, smoke and flames with the monsters, keep going until they're fully digested. Yu-Wu stood agape, worried and terrified, thinking, I should have never made the elixir. A powerful punch struck the wall. 10 seconds later, room 14, along with Do-Go-Yun's commanding voice, a cough, why? She clutched her stomach and leaned against a nearby wall, gritting her teeth, why am I still not hungry? Meanwhile Yu-Wu and Light slumped to the floor, exhausted and gasping, HAA. He sobbed as the dust settled, only the monster remained bound to a nearby stone pillar, couldn't believe it stayed full for half a day. The knight, seeing this, screamed in helpless despair, are we the only group that jumps 3 rooms in a row just to get hungry? He leaned back, tired, and said, anyway I can't go on. Yu-Wu sat motionless on the ground in the same state, me neither, only Do-Go-Yun sat cross-armed, deep in thought, She frowned and said coldly, we'll probably finish by room 15. At that Yu-Wu shouted, stop it, and Light also called out, it's 11 p.m. already. He wearily looked up and said, even if we have energy, we should stop here. She tilted her head and asked, why? Yu-Wu then pointed toward a silhouette far off and said, look. On this side, Rutchel's sharp claws tore the stone slabs like paper, carving deep gashes into the wall as an angry roar echoed, growling. She gritted her teeth, eyes blazing like fire, claws extended. Yu-Wu's voice continued nearby, Rutchel is about to lose control. Do-Go-Yun looked fairly calm, arms crossed as she watched Rutchel near breaking point. Seeing this, it's no surprise he might lose control at any moment. Yu-Wu smiled faintly and said pleadingly, see, that's why I opposed continuing. He stood up and told everyone, we don't need dinner, just wash up and rest, tomorrow we'll start from room 15. The white-haired girl replied coldly, fine. Light beside her nodded cheerfully, all right. From his bag Yu-Wu pulled out a small bathing kit and some necessities, here, use this to bathe. Do-Go-Yun asked curiously, what about you? He smiled cheerfully, pointed to his biceps and said, I'll bathe later, I want to focus on training my illusion body skill a little more. She tilted and gave a proud smile, indeed it's the martial art I teach, mastery level determines the completeness of the illusion body skill. So keep it up. After speaking, Do-Go-Yun grabbed Rutchel and dragged her off, I'll lead the little beast to bathe first so it won't get in the way. The pink-haired girl stood dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. Yu-Wu turned to Light and pointed at the two of them, what are you doing here? Go bathe. Light's face suddenly flushed as he shouted, what? I'm a guy. The knight's face went bright red, eyes wide, sweat pouring as if he'd been doused. He yelled down the corridor, you want me, a guy, to bathe with girls? What nonsense are you saying, Ban? Yu-Wu was stunned, eyes wide, stammering in shock, no, impossible, this person. He recalled the earlier scene, silently screaming inside, face still showing disbelief, hasn't he realized his identity's been exposed? Is he really an idiot? Yu-Wu turned away, feigning ignorance and waving his hand. Oh, right, then just strip and bathe here. Light's face, already red, flushed even deeper as he trembled and shouted, what a rude suggestion. Yu-Wu spun back calmly and said, it's just guys with guys, why are you freaking out? The knight stubbornly tightened his grip and said loudly, even so, I can't undress in front of others. Yu-Wu crossed his arms, looked exasperated, sighed, and asked, so what do you want to do now? Light across from him was blazing red and sweating profusely. After a pause he stammered, just don't turn this way. Yu-Wu nodded, all right. He began removing pieces of armor and growled, if you peek I'll really get mad. Yu-Wu also took off his outer coat and replied helplessly, I said I know. He then widened his eyes as if he'd suddenly noticed something. Yu-Wu was astonished to see a strange pendant around Light's neck, a necklace. Morning came quickly. The next day a loud shout echoed through the room, While everyone sat around the fire cheerfully eating cup noodles, Light sprang to his feet with a stunned, panicked look, use the spear again? How did it come to this? Do-Go-Yun spoke calmly, you fought fine from room 7 to the resting area without a sword, you seem used to fighting now, that's why I said it. Yu-Wu slurped his noodles and nodded, same here. The knight forcefully explained, it may look that way but I really can't do it anymore. Rachel kept eating her noodles contentedly despite the discussion, why not? Light frowned and looked down seriously. Room 7 had no strong monsters, so it was fine, but we don't know what's ahead. High-level monsters could appear like last time. He clenched his hand slightly, finding it very difficult. Fighting without the holy sword is beyond me, something's bound to happen. Dok Go-yun rubbed her chin, lost in thought as if calculating something, Then she decided and said, understood, since we've assessed the possibilities, decide, use the sword. Hearing this, Light instantly brightened and smiled. He hugged his sword and rubbed it tenderly, thank goodness, holy sword, I won't abandon you. Yu-Wu pulled Dok Go-yun close and whispered, are you sure this is okay, Dok Go-yun? She sighed helplessly and murmured, what else can we do, his spirit's at the limit, we have to accept it for now. Suddenly Rachel's head popped up, interrupting their conversation. The white-haired girl looked puzzled as Rachel clenched her fork and growled non-stop, she's been well fed, so why's the little beast suddenly flipping out? Yu-Wu smiled weakly, who knows, maybe she triggered a defense mode because we're standing too close. Dok Go-yun turned her back and walked away, dripping sarcasm. First obsession then jealousy, I'm starting to worry about this group's future. Rachel thumped down angrily, and Yu-Wu wiped cold sweat and replied awkwardly, He anxiously and bashfully asked again, Dok Go-yun, do you think it's okay for us to do this? The white-haired girl ground her teeth and snapped, why ask me that? Whenever those two talk, Rachel beside them goes nearly insane, kya. At that moment, many large monsters appeared throughout the room, room 15. A leader raised its weapon and shouted a command, charge, kill them all. The others obeyed and surged forward like a storm, hiss. Many of their spears were launched toward the four of them, who were surrounded. Light, from who knows where, rushed forward and smashed those spears to pieces, nowhere to run. Yu-Wu turned to look at him, full of vigor as he swung his sword and continuously cut down the monsters, leaving them no time to react. Huff, ugh, Yu-Wu couldn't help exclaiming, whoa. After that Yu-Wu chopped through the monsters and said, if we hadn't let Light use the sword, we'd be in big trouble. Dok Go-yun also focused and fought back, replying coldly, is this the time to worry about others? Suddenly a monster's hiss made him lose focus and go blank. Hiss! It raised its axe toward Yu-Wu and shouted, receive your judgment. The white-haired girl shouted his name and cast a spell at the same time, Ban Yu-won. The monster was pushed back by her blow, and only then did Yu-Wu snap out of it. A nimble step pierced through the horde. Rachel, with her incredible strength, flung the monsters out of her path. He stepped back a few paces and exhaled in relief, phew, thanks you too. The white-haired girl warned coldly, be careful. Rachel growled, blocking the front with murderous intent. Then she dove back into the monsters and fought like a madwoman. Yu-Wu whispered to himself, Rachel's about to explode, Eve shows no sign of waking. While he was lost in thought, another monster suddenly appeared from behind preparing to ambush. When the chance comes, I must retry my last failed attempt. Thanks to quick reflexes, Yu-Wu luckily used his sword to block its strike. Ugh. It angrily hissed a dreadful sound, hiss, then shouted, I am Quonos of the proud Rust-Halberd Legion. The proud monster roared that you will dissolve into nothing under my spear, but before he finished, he took Light's full sword strike. Annoying. In a flash he lunged at Yu-Wu and swung down. He sneered toward him and said, Rit, looks like you're the weakest. He gripped his sword tightly and scoffed, how would you know? Before it could react, red liquid splattered everywhere. While Dok Go-yun stayed fairly calm, Yu-Wu gaped in astonishment at the sight. Light frowned, voice full of killing intent, and decisively swung his sword to shatter the monster, just another low-tier tower monster. Light landed lightly and said, got one. The knight tightened his grip on the hilt, which glowed with golden fire. His expression darkened seriously as he growled, only one left. Yu-Wu's eyes widened in shock. He reached out and shouted to stop him, hey, wait, but Light shot forward like an arrow, slashing straight into the horde and saying, just a bunch of weaklings. Each time he shouted he swung decisively, cleaving the monsters to pieces. Light lowered his sword after dispatching the last monster, hands on his hips as he sighed, phew. He thought to himself, I didn't expect to encounter an orc like the ones back home, right here in this tower. The knight fell into contemplative thought, in the end they're just orcs, a savage species that cannot withstand the blinding light of this holy sword. Suddenly a shout cut through that thought, idiot. Light tilted his head, not understanding. Dok Go-yun looked furious and yelled, what are you doing? Taking out all of them without any coordination. Yu-Wu, looking at the last monster fallen on the ground, exclaimed, my god, that was the last one, the watch will start soon. The white-haired girl, seeing no movement from him, continued, we agreed we'd move to the next floor after regrouping, did you forget? Light was silent for a moment before speaking, leaving both of them stunned. What is there to worry about? With me and the holy sword, we can easily clear the next floor, sis. He put his hands on his hips and looked at Go-Yun and Yu-Woo with a supremely calm and confident expression. No need to waste time on enemies of this rank, right? Light laughed and casually raised his hand. On second thought, is it because you didn't get the spoils? She remained silent, clenching her fists and trying to suppress her anger. Unbeknownst to the knight, all right, next time I'll make sure to leave some for you, so don't worry. Go-Yun frowned and spoke each word through gritted teeth. What did you say? Yu-Woo seemed to feel the murderous aura radiating from her. Seeing things go sour, he stepped in to mediate. Wait, everyone calm down. Inside he was truly puzzled. What's up with Light all of a sudden? Yu-Woo glanced at Light with surprise and oddness, thinking to himself that Light was saying things he never normally would. What's going on? He hurriedly added, the shift starts soon so we need to prepare. No sooner had Yu-Woo finished than a loud noise reverberated through the room, startling everyone. His whole body began to glow, his eyes darting around anxiously. Oh no, the space is starting to change. Go-Yun and Light experienced the same thing. He frowned warily. What's this? Everything began to shift as black chess pieces gradually appeared. On the other side, white pieces kept materializing. Finally the four of them stood before a chessboard fully populated with black and white pieces. Yu-Woo focused, studying the surroundings, the chessboard. Go-Yun stepped closer and said, we weren't transported anywhere, the environment around us changed. Suddenly Rachel collapsed, still growling. Yu-Woo spun around and called anxiously, Rachel. He hurried to her side, knelt and checked her. What's wrong, are you hurt? But the beast girl didn't answer and only breathed heavily. Suddenly she grabbed Yu-Woo's arm and let out a fierce growl. She looked up with one normal eye and one blazing eye, teeth clenched as she strained out each word. No, I can't play any more. Yu-Woo frowned and cursed under his breath. Damn, she's losing control. His face filled with worry as he called loudly, Rachel, you need a break before the next shift starts. A heavy step approached, and with a horrifying voice it boomed, are you humans the ones who slaughtered my subordinates? An orc monster appeared, holding a long wooden staff, proudly announcing, I am Captain Curious of the Rust Shock Regiment. Its eyes flared red as it said confidently, I will honor my fallen comrades with your very heads. Yu-Woo gently supported Rachel and looked at the orc, thinking, comrades? Is he referring to the orcs on floor 15? Isn't this floor 16? As he realized this in shock, a system screen suddenly appeared. Don't tell me the floors are linked. A line appeared on the system notice. Floor 16 rule, weakest soldier advances first. Seeing this, Yu-Woo was stunned. What the hell, a rule? Then the orc pointed at him and shouted, come here, weakest human, step forward first. It waved its hand confidently. I, Captain Curious, will teach you a lesson. Yu-Woo prepared to step forward. If I'm the weakest, it's probably me. When suddenly a hand reached out to stop him. Ban, don't worry. Light gripped his sword and stepped forward, his eyes sharp and ready to fight. We don't have to follow such meaningless conditions. Yu-Woo stammered in surprise. No, wait, hey. From behind the knight, a pair of golden wings unfurled. Was the orc imposing the rule now blessed with a holy radiance? He bounced his foot to build momentum. Light tensed, unleashed an attack with flaming eyes and shouted angrily, you deserve to die 100,000 times. Despite Yu-Woo's desperate shout from behind, hey Light, no, stop. He surged forward toward the monster. The creature leaned back a few steps and asked, are you the weakest human? The knight ignored his question, swung his sword in rage and yelled, I'll cut you down with one strike. The orc slightly frowned and replied calmly, that's not allowed. At the same moment a blue blade flashed brightly through the air. He succeeded in cutting the monster, but it was completely unfazed. A system notification popped up, rule violation. Then another line followed, penalty, all stats have been reduced. A subtle change immediately took place. It left Light utterly stunned, not understanding what was happening. He looked up at the unharmed monster, confused and thinking to himself, why can't I move? The orc swung its arm and tore Light's body apart. He screamed in pain, Guh. Yu-Woo gaped in astonishment, speechless, and at the same time the system displayed a notice, player Light, eliminated. The knight's body emitted a strange blue light and gradually disintegrated, then a loud announcement rang out, Light, trap room. Unlike ordinary rooms, it's governed by special rules and order. Though harder than normal rooms, if you follow the rules you can safely clear it and the rewards are very high. However, any tower participant who violates mandatory rules will receive severe punishment. Yu-Woo stared in shock as Light vanished into thin air. Light. He turned to the notice board and cursed under his breath, damn it, we're done, player Light eliminated. Yu-Woo fell into deep thought. The difficulty of Babel Tower is always set to match the team's maximum strength. Players x4, level, for room. Once the input value is fixed. His spirits sank and his worry grew. Even if one or two people quit, the difficulty remains set for 4 players. eliminated, eliminated, players x2, level, for room, meaning the room's difficulty won't adjust to the remaining number, so acting with a fully prepared team is crucial. Yu broke out in a cold sweat, staring tensely at the orc ahead. Because light rushed in and was eliminated, this expedition was effectively over. That stupid, foolish light. One of its shoulders was badly wounded and bleeding heavily, from light's earlier strike. It extended a hand dripping with red liquid, growling, "Gur." Then the orc broke into a terrifying smile, "Krahaha, truly a formidable opponent. He tried to take my life but managed to wound me before dying." It pointed and stamped the ground excitedly, roaring, "I like this." Yu thought in surprise, that one. Its body radiated a terrifying killing intent and continued to grow larger. "Come on, charge in, Captain Curious here is ready to welcome you all." Yu looked uneasy at the gigantic monster before him. It had grown. Yu clenched his teeth in anger. Breaking the rules made it stronger? Dok Go Yun, who had been silent beside him the whole time, finally spoke, honestly. She crossed her arms and said coldly, "I know that sword affects his mind, but I didn't expect it could make someone such a fool." She slapped her hand to her forehead and shook her head in exasperation. Harsh truth indeed. Yu frowned, recalling Light from before and feeling puzzled. Even though he hadn't known him long, he hadn't been so reckless and impatient before. "I can't understand what happened." He turned to the white-haired girl and guessed boldly, maybe restricting the use of restraint during the expedition caused a backlash. She shook her head lightly and replied, "Oh, I'm not sure, but there's one thing I'm certain of." Dok Go Yun folded her arms seriously, eyes full of judgment, and coldly asserted, "That lousy sword is completely untrustworthy. He'll surely repeat the same mistake at a critical moment. Once we're out of here, I'll train him harshly." Yu stammered with a sweat-drenched face, "Right." Then he turned back to the huge orc still standing there, "Now focus on that guy and figure out how to get past this." She immediately stopped him, "No, with one person eliminated, continuing the expedition is useless." Saying that, Dok Go Yun stretched out her hand and produced a sword instead. The orc took heavy steps toward the two of them, but she calmly proposed a plan. Use this opportunity to break the trap room's rules and see how steep the price is. Suddenly he burst into a loud laugh, "Krahaha." Then he pointed at the small Dok Go Yun and said confidently, "One glance shows you're not the weakest. Are you planning to ignore the rules here?" She responded coldly, "Huh." The white-haired girl turned back and narrowed her eyes. Yu found that look of hers a bit puzzling. Dok Go Yun gritted her teeth with a creak but said nothing. Then she shouted, "I'll go ahead, Ban Yu 1, try handling it yourself with the little beast." You were astonished to see the white-haired girl beginning to draw her sword. The giant orc roared and charged like a storm. Dok Go Yun crouched, placed her hand on the sword and tightened her grip, preparing to fight, and commanded firmly, "Don't forget what I told you before entering the tower, okay?" Yu yelled to stop her. Wait, Dok Go Yun." He roared angrily, "Die, you stupid humans." Dok Go Yun's sharp, cold gaze suddenly flashed. Her hand on the sword was ready to pull it out. Immediately the system board displayed a notice, and the white-haired girl swiftly drew her sword. She cut off the orc's arm, rule violation, penalty, all ability stats reduced. Yu gaped in shock as he watched her begin to fade away. Player Dok Go Yun, expelled. The orc monster screamed in pain, clutching the arm Dok Go Yun had severed. Sweat dotted his face as he stammered, that stick figure person, how dare he chop off my arm." The orc stared in surprise as you stepped closer. Yu's hand transformed into a sword. "Your power must have increased a lot from those penalties, but clearly you can't fight anymore now." He gripped his sword tightly, bent forward and glared at the monster coldly, speaking in a low voice, "Because two have already sacrificed themselves, I will surely kill you and move on." He struggled to speak each word, huffing, "Finally the weakest has shown himself, huh." Then the orc lowered its head, smiled faintly, and muttered something, "No, seems not." Rachel suddenly let out a roar and charged in, surprising Yu. She bellowed and swung her sharp claws, "Kya." He quickly turned around to try to stop Rachel. "Are you?" Yu's face was streaming with sweat, eyes wide in horror. "Rachel." He immediately spun around and shouted, "No." At that moment Yu was trying to hold both of Rachel's hands so she couldn't rush forward. The beast girl seemed to lose control, growling and wanting to lunge forward. Kia Gur, facing such strength made it hard for him to, "Ugh, stop, Rachel, if you break the rule." The monster slightly frowned, holding its arm and watching them. "I don't know what more power that one will gain." Rachel's eyes flared red, full of killing intent. "Kya." Yu gritted his teeth and frowned, trying to hold her back. She wouldn't listen. "Now it's really." He spread his hand, a green magical light shone and mysterious runes circled his palm. Yu gritted his teeth, eyes fierce, roaring that this was the only choice. Sow positive feelings into her. He pushed toward Rachel with his hand, though blocked last time. He shouted, "Neutralize." Yu placed his hand on her head, a brilliant light enveloped them both, this time it would work. He asked worriedly in a low voice, "Hey, Rachel." The beast girl went limp and collapsed to the ground. Her face drenched in sweat, she panted laboriously, "Gur-ha, gur." Suddenly she clutched her chest and screamed loudly, "Kya." Yu-Wu was baffled and worried. "Rachel, why?" While he worried about Rachel's condition, the orc behind them stirred slightly. "Why is her condition worse, Rachel?" It grunted softly, frowning as if in great pain. Then it drew out a strange long weapon, dark red in color. Meanwhile Yu-Wu remained kneeling, trying to ask. The beast girl collapsed on the ground. "Rachel, are you okay? Can you speak?" She didn't answer, only gritted her teeth, hands clenched, lying on the cold ground and growling continuously. Suddenly Rachel reached out and grabbed his shoulder blades, to his surprise. "Are you?" Then pushed hard backward, helping Yu-Wu dodge the monster's fatal strike. He frowned as he was thrown, sliding across the ground. "Captain, ack." Immediately the system displayed a notice. "Attack failed, rule invalidated." The monster raised its big club and sneered, looking down at Rachel standing between it and him. "Tch, I intended to cleave both at once, how annoying." It suddenly realized in shock, no, could this woman be? The orc stared as she held her bleeding arm, even acting on instinct she protected that person. Then it sighed and turned to point at Yu-Wu, saying, "Phew, hey, human male, you're very lucky." The monster spoke on, but before it could finish, it took Rachel's claw full on the face, yet she had the best companion. The pink-haired girl wordlessly knocked his head aside, to his astonishment. Yu-Wu tried to stand but a pain in his side made him groan, "Ugh, my side. If Rachel hadn't blocked for me, I'd have been split in two, though she still grazed me." Yu-Wu worriedly thought that at this rate both he and Rachel would be in danger. He forced himself up, took out a bottle of water and said, "Rachel, come here, before the next teleport, we have to treat your wounds." Despite Yu-Wu calling her name repeatedly, she stood there silent. "Rachel, Rachel." Suddenly the beast girl spun around and growled ferociously, "Gur." She flicked her hand and sent him flying several meters away. AAA. Yu-Wu stared at Rachel in shock. It seemed she'd lost control and turned into a savage beast. She hadn't been neutralized at all. Looking more closely he saw the furnace blazing fiercely. In fact, it was burning even more intensely. Yu-Wu was distracted, thinking what the hell, when suddenly a teleportation magic circle appeared at his feet. "What is this?" Yu-Wu shouted in surprise. Rachel, sensing the change, flinched. "Why start teleporting now?" A single step approached, making both of them turn to look. A horde of monsters appeared with gruesome cries. "K.E.C., monsters of room 17, masked goblins." Rachel let out a low growl, her eyes turning blood red. "Grew." Seeing that, he stammered anxiously, Don't. She screamed in fury, eyes blazing, which made Yu-Wu behind her startle and reach out worriedly. "Rachel." The monsters likewise bristled and prepared to charge. K.E.C. Rachel bared her sharp claws and lunged. Kaya. He could only stand frozen as she plunged into the midst of the monsters. Yu-Wu clenched his fist and slammed it into the ground. Damn it. Sweating profusely, pale-faced and wide-eyed in terror, Yu-Wu realized they'd failed. Somehow he couldn't extinguish that furnace, yet he'd arrogantly said I'd handle it. And even trust me? Nothing is certain, everything relied on my own ability and careless thinking. He fell into deep reflection and panic, blaming himself. Why hadn't I thought it through more, relying only on my judgment while trying to control Rachel's panic myself? No, could I be nothing more than a reckless, arrogant fool? Yu-Wu's eyes went vacant and his mood sank into despair. It probably didn't matter anymore since Light and Dok Goyun had given up. The expedition was a failure. The image of Rachel diving into the monsters and flinging them everywhere flashed through his mind. There was no point continuing. Dying here and being sent below might be fitting. While Yu-Wu was lost in thought, an orc raised a bow aimed at him. But even so, an arrow was loosed, streaking through the air. Rachel's quick steps suddenly changed direction. To his astonishment, she reached out and blocked the arrow meant for Yu-Wu. He anxiously caught the pink-haired girl and yelled, Rachel." She clutched her arm and screamed in pain, "Kyaaaaa," while the monsters still circled them, K.E.C. The bloodied arrow was flung hard to the ground. Rachel kept fighting. Rachel immediately rose and stood between Yu-Wu and the monsters despite her body being covered in wounds. Then she let out a piercing roar, which finally snapped him awake to protect her. Yu-Wu silently watched Rachel face down the horde, remembering the times she had been so cheerful, saying it was thanks to you, Ban. "I'll obey whatever you say, I trust you, Ban." He gripped the vial in his hand and said, "Though the expedition failed and everything's a mess." Then Yu-Wu tilted his head back and decisively drank half the vial. Immediately the system displayed stat notifications: Life Z, Body 1, Arcana Z, Charm 1. The wound's self-healing rate increased rapidly. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, eyes full of determination. He couldn't let it end like this. Yu-Wu knelt on the ground watching Rachel stand amid the monsters, striking relentlessly, and breathed a quiet sigh of relief. At least she hadn't given up, though that didn't mean her condition had improved. The beast girl slashed with powerful, decisive claws, continuously clearing the horde. I need to bring Rachel back to normal, but I don't know how. Intervening hastily with the furnace doesn't seem to be the solution. Yu pondered, remembering Rachel's innocent, cute moments. His face showed doubt. A Rachel not stirred by the furnace looked nothing like this. Normally she was like a clingy puppy. But now she was out of control, unaware of herself, constantly growling and clawing. Now she was like a beast charging toward its death. He was suddenly startled, realizing, wait, a beast. Yu pushed himself up slowly. If she's a beast, doesn't that mean she can't be trained? Only creatures born in the wild are like that, yet Rachel wasn't like that. Thinking of Rachel's completely opposite extremes, he hesitated through gritted teeth. Clearly her normal state had humanity. Yu put his hand to his chin and concentrated. If it's not an innate wild nature, why doesn't she understand me? Is my approach wrong? His eyes widened as if remembering something. Do you know the thing called dependence, Ban Yuan? Doesn't that mean being controlled? Not exactly wrong. Yu recalled what Dok Go Yun had told him. From the perspective of someone who feels controlled, it sounds unpleasant, yet some find safety in strong control. Back then Rachel was normal, even shy and fearful, meaning the little beast seemed to want someone to depend on, someone strong who could fully control and dominate them. Yu was baffled, not understanding what the white-haired girl meant. What are you saying? I mean. She leaned close to his face, emphasizing each word. When you can't reason with the little beast anymore, then being gentle with them is pointless. After that Yu fell into aimless silence, accompanied by an indescribable unease. By now he felt his strength returning and slowly stood up. She must still understand, but his way of communicating was too weak, so his voice couldn't reach her. Yu looked up at Rachel, who was fighting the monsters with everything she had. Then I'll use his method. That's the only way to make her understand. On the other side the beast girl screamed in fury, eyes blazing and fangs bared, Kaya, making the orc in front of her shrink and tremble, shouting in panic. At that moment Yu rushed forward and used the sword in his hand to block her sharp claws. He shoved hard and knocked Rachel away, making her skid along the ground, then shouted, Rachel, that's enough. Then Yu continued speaking so loudly that even the monster was bewildered. This is the last goblin. If we kill it, we'll teleport to room 18. He grew louder to snap Rachel out of her frenzy. If you keep this up we'll both be done for, so stop. Treat the wounds first and prepare for the next room. The orc lost patience at that and charged with its axe. Angry, Yu spun and kicked it, sending it flying, then barked, stay put. He immediately spun back, glared, and shouted, I'm serious. Shut your mouth, making the orc tremble in fear and crawl away in tears. The rapid footfalls drew Yu's attention. When he turned he saw Rachel once more lunging with her claws. Yu lowered his head and whispered, all right, Rachel. So you still won't listen. His eyes flashed a terrifying red and a rope appeared in his hand. If that's the case, then I'll have to use this. Next, Yu produced a very sturdy wooden chair. He immediately swung the rope, coiling it long through the air. Rachel. The beast girl crazily charged forward while Yu held the rope tight. The crack of the whip echoed throughout the room. The moment the rope lashed down hard, Rachel was violently pushed back, staggered backward. Taken by such an unexpected blow, she let out a surprised roar. As the beast girl roared to leap again, Yu stepped forward and grabbed the chair. Not finished yet. He slammed it down in front of her. Facing the still growling Rachel, Yu sternly yelled, Rachel. Then he pointed at her, patted the chair, and ordered, sit. The beast girl screamed even more angrily than before, Kya. Yu smirked as he watched her obediently bare her fangs and wave her claws on the chair. He shouted louder and snapped the rope down, making Rachel flinch and retract her claws. Order. Yu moved closer, opened his hand, and with a gentle smile commanded, Rachel, hand. She obediently extended her hand in response. He gently patted the beast girl, smiling softly and praising, good girl, very good. Yu knelt and gently stroked Rachel's head as she sat obediently on the chair, very good. The combination of firm and gentle action seemed to reach her, and Rachel gradually returned to normal. He was amazed to see her hair slowly shift back to its original pale pink. Wow, her hair changed color. I didn't expect it to work so well. The pink-haired girl realized she was being patted and bowed her head slightly, her face flushing. Ban, Yu smiled happily, Rachel, you're back. Seeing her return filled him with more joy, but before he could finish speaking, Rachel lunged forward. At last he was fully awake. She embraced Yu tightly to his surprise, the only one in the world, my master. A loud noise rang out. The two tumbled to the ground in each other's arms. He winced and rubbed his head. What the heck was that on my head just now? Yu looked down in astonishment and stammered, what is this? His personal notification popped up. The concept of dependence had been established. Rachel had become an entity under his control, existing only for Ban Yuan. Yu could only exclaim helplessly, sounds crazy, right? At that moment Rachel slowly came to after fainting. She jumped up in surprise. Yu was tying up the orc, and she smiled happily and asked, oh, you're awake. Rachel immediately reached for him, tears welling as she said guiltily, Ban, are you okay? are you hurt anywhere? He was a bit startled by her sudden action and quickly replied, hurt? I'm fine, the elixir has kicked in. The helpless orc tied to the chair watched Rachel sob with Yu-Wu. I'm fine, it doesn't hurt, I even feel, very much so. Then her mood sank, despair and sadness showed in the pink-haired girl's words. I feel better now, so you saved me again, Ban, in the end I've become a burden to you. He gently placed his hand on her head, stroked lightly, and comforted her. Don't worry. Yu-Wu smiled softly to reassure Rachel. I promised I'd do my best. I'm sorry I was too late, I didn't understand the message you were trying to send. If I'd realized sooner I could have solved your problem quickly. She gently took his hand and shook her head, softly saying, no, it's okay. Then Rachel pressed Yu-Wu's hand to her cheek and smiled happily. As long as you don't forget and keep your promise, I'm already so grateful. Thank you for stopping me, Ban. No. The pink-haired girl suddenly hugged him, making him blush and sweat like he'd been drenched, while she whispered affectionately, my master. Yu-Wu forced a smile and stammered, hey, that's not okay. Rachel tilted her head and innocently asked, what's not okay? He awkwardly hurried to explain, calling me master, but she beamed and replied cheerfully, what's wrong with calling you master? Master. Yu-Wu, embarrassed, flailed his hands and couldn't form a sentence. Well. He mentally screamed that the word was not okay. We're classmates, you can't say master and servant stuff. Yu-Wu snapped and warned, you're standing too close, Rachel. If my family knew a girl my age was calling me master. Yu-Wu imagined being hung up on the ceiling with many people staring at him like they wanted to devour him. He'd have no face to show anyone. Send this kid to study abroad, he's always learning weird things, so he likes that kind of thing, ha ha ha. He shivered, a cold sensation running down his spine. There was a 100% chance his family would disown him immediately. Rachel, seeing Yu-Wu still silent, tilted her head and softly called, master. His face flushed and he stammered, let's rest and talk later. The pink-haired girl happily replied, okay, which made him panic and shout, you're standing too close, Rachel. She gently wrapped her arm around Yu-Wu's, her voice dropping slightly. I was born a beast person, if there's anything different about me compared to other beast people. Rachel lowered her gaze, sadness in her eyes. Our ancestors were great, and my father made a contract with a constellation. He thought to himself in surprise, a constellation? She continued, my father regretted signing that contract, but the constellation wouldn't let go of a family with beast blood like ours. It blessed us, but it was like a curse placed on me through my father. I'd be ashamed to face anyone. Yu-Wu, slightly surprised, asked, so that's Shimaro, right? Rachel nodded lightly and replied, yes. Though you can gain great power by burning your emotions, you'll also be controlled by those emotions. She recalled the times she went mad and destroyed things at home. Since childhood, whenever the beast instinct awakened, the heart would burn emotions and sow rage around me. Because I inherited the tribe's power, few could help me. Rachel's face was always sullen and sorrowful. Because people around me kept getting hurt, I chose to suppress my instincts and hide my emotions. The more I did, the more passive I became. Yu-Wu fell silent, recalling previous moments and realizing, so that's why she always seems passive. Once emotions ignite the wild instinct, she goes berserk immediately, so suppressing it became a habit. He turned to her and asked, so is that why you enrolled at Union? To meet the constellation that made a contract with your family and reverse the furnace? Rachel's face flushed, she shook her head gently and said, no. Neither my father nor I wanted anything to do with the constellations anymore. There was a much better method, so I tried to find it. Yu-Wu tilted his head, curious, a better method, what is it? The pink-haired girl lowered her head and fell silent for a moment. And by the quiet fire in the gloomy cell, she answered emotionally, establishing a master-servant relationship through submission. Obeying the master's orders, it's an instinct etched into a beast person's soul. They completely submit to the chosen master, and the master's commands take precedence. Rachel bowed her head, hiding her current feelings, speaking timidly, that's why you can control the furnace. So long as you still want me not to lose control, the furnace won't burn emotions and activate. He frowned, worry showing on his face, but why must it be my commands and not someone else's? If only a master is needed, you could choose anyone but me. She immediately replied matter-of-factly, beast people require absolute conditions to submit to a master. Rachel bowed her head again and answered, the master's soul rank must be overwhelmingly higher than the vassals, only then can complete submission occur. Seeing that, Yu-Wu thought in surprise, soul rank? The two sat by the smoldering fire as the beast girl's calm voice echoed through the room, I'm not boasting, but my soul rank is quite high, perhaps because I bore the constellation's curse from birth. Because of my soul rank, I couldn't accept just anyone as master. She bowed her head and her tone grew sadder. Even at Union, where many strong people from different dimensions gather, nothing changed. Yu-Wu glanced at Rachel, thoughtful, now that I remember, from the first time my power awakened, my soul depth was already over 300. He looked up at the evaluated levels displayed above them. Currently, your soul depth is 200 and mine is about 460, Ruchel's soul depth 200, Ban Yu1's soul depth 460, exactly fitting a beast person's requirement. Then she continued, but from the first time I met you, I had a feeling. Yuwu's eyes widened in surprise, his cheeks faintly flushed, as Ruchel sincerely confessed, this man, I could regard him as my master and submit. It was the first time I had that thought. Her face reddened as she whispered, I'm lucky you made the decision at the right time, thank you so much. He scratched his cheek and chuckled, awkwardly looking away, haha, but that decision is a bit heavy, you know. Ruchel leaned in to hug Yuwu's arm and said, what can I do? He blushed and looked down at her as she continued, I've always suppressed myself, but now I don't need to anymore, I can laugh more, cry more, and be bolder, all thanks to you. Ruchel looked up with shining emotional eyes and gently said with a sweet smile, even if it's a bit burdensome, you have to take responsibility, master. Yuwu pressed his lips together, silent in embarrassment, and finally answered, all right. Then she stood and started to walk, well then, shall we go? Which left him momentarily dazed, Ruchel clenched her fist, turned back, and smiled brightly at Yuwu, determination filling her heart, let's climb as high as we can together. Now I can control the furnace at will. He sprang up, threw on his jacket, and said, wait a moment. Yuwu held a glowing orb in his hand and held it out to her, this. The pink-haired girl turned back, momentarily stunned by surprise. This is the feral energy I've collected so far, including that from the orc before, it's not much, but I want to give it to you. She hesitated, looking down at his hand, such a powerful energy, and he was giving it to her. Ruchel couldn't believe her eyes and looked up to ask, are you really giving it to me? Yuwu sighed softly, lifted her hand, and said, as long as you're okay with it. A brilliant light then emanated from the two of them, accompanied by Ruchel's cheerful voice, I'm very willing. He slowly placed the small orb into her hand. After receiving it, the pink-haired girl raised her hand to admire it, her face full of delight, ooh. She clenched her hand and smiled softly. Then the room rang with Ruchel's hurried voice, hurry, hurry, let's move on and fight, I'm not afraid anymore. Yuwu smiled, full of fondness, all right. An unknown amount of time passed, the two charged forward full of vigor but ultimately couldn't hold out and failed at room 19. Ruchel's eyes welled as if about to cry. Humph, I just wanted the two of you to have a little more time alone, Yuwu wiped cold sweat and, flustered, hurried to soothe them. Oh my, Yamina had been waiting for a long time, seeing them, she smiled in welcome. Welcome back, you two. You've worked hard. She recalled when Dok Go Yun and Light had just come out, he had been dragged along by her. She intended to ask about the two who left earlier, but before she could finish, they had already run off to the training room. What's up with those two? Yuwu rubbed his chest, troubled, and replied, no, I don't think anything's wrong with them. Take care, Light. By the way, what did you hear? Yamina sat upright in her chair and smiled gently. When they caught the intruder, when I heard about it and watched the footage, I was surprised. I didn't expect the attacks to stretch from last week into this week, who could have guessed? The boy opposite forced a smile. Yes. She lightly clenched her hand on her thigh, bowed her head slightly, and said in a soft voice, among irregular incidents, encountering an intruder carries the highest mortality rate. Everyone returned safely, but to be honest, it wouldn't be surprising if someone had died. I'm just very glad everyone came back safe. Yuwu frowned and hurriedly answered, we were just lucky. He glanced up, recalling the mysterious name, and asked with concern, Professor, what do you think the attackers were aiming for? What do you think their target was? Yamina frowned, reasoning aloud, certainly he isn't from the academy, but he seems to have the standing of a tower climber, probably because. Her next words carried a chilling, terrible tone, you've become promising rookies, so they want to eliminate you early. Hearing that, Yuwu couldn't help but be shocked. Promising rookies. Yumina's hand on her thigh tightened slightly, sweat formed from worry. Those linked to constellations naturally attract attention from other constellations. You are a rather unique case, refusing to sign with a constellation shows a strong will. Yuwu paused, while she continued calmly, and your potential is enormous, meaning many constellations either want to recruit you or to closely monitor you. Yamina sat solemnly in the dark red chair, her eyes cold as she looked over and asked, if that footage is accurate, the attacker is a member of Exodus, correct? He nodded and replied succinctly, yes. Her expression grew serious. Exodus is a notorious space pirate group, and they are the largest group infiltrating the tower because they are backed by a constellation. The constellation that sponsors them is extremely extreme and is infamous for its violence. At this, Yuwu's face showed horror as he thought, a constellation sponsoring a band of pirates? Yumina's voice continued nearby, because it's likely you won't sign a contract with them, your exceptional talent is a thorn in their side. She lowered her head and sighed deeply. Even so, I couldn't imagine they'd go this far just to eliminate you. I thought Class 11 wouldn't draw attention, at least not until the end of the term. Yu frowned slightly and fell into thought. The man's technique then was only a simple trick, but if it hadn't been detected, someone surely would have died. He breathed a silent sigh of relief recalling that horrifying scene, the mysterious men clutching the detonator as smoke and dust filled the air. We survived only because of our high basic stats and good detection skills. A normal rookie team would have been wiped out. Yu sat quietly on the velvet red chair, a cold atmosphere enveloping him. It made him furious. How many have you killed this way, Exodus? And there's even a sponsoring constellation behind these actions? His hand clenched on the chair, now tightened into a fist from anger. Since the last expedition they swept through our ranks, and because of those constellations Rachel had to suffer so much, now it's them again. Yu gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with rage. Honestly, I'm sick of it. I want to defeat both Exodus and those sponsoring constellations. They can't be forgiven. Yamina frowned, her face looked somewhat subdued and frightened, a look that was a little terrifying. He felt he had shown a bit too much personal emotion and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Professor, I didn't mean to. She shook her head, showing sympathy and understanding. No, I would feel the same. Yamina bowed her head, her eyes heavy with sadness and her voice growing quieter. You all keep getting caught up in things. As your supervising professor, I should be helping you grow without interference, but sadly I haven't been able to help much. Yu waved his hand and smiled to comfort her. No, there's nothing anyone can do to control what happens in the tower. He then broke the somber mood, chatting cheerfully. More importantly, what should we do about the tower footage? I've finished editing it all. Yamina frowned with determination. Just upload it. Their plan failed. Once the video is public, they won't dare act again. We need to publicly expose them and embarrass them. Yu chuckled softly. The sky outside was growing dark, so he stood and bowed. Well then, I've said everything I needed to. I'll take my leave, Professor. Yamina nodded in reply. All right, you won. After taking a few steps, Yu sighed in exasperation. Haze, getting involved with constellations never brings anything good. She pressed her lips together and listened to him with a worried expression. It's only happened twice and you're already fed up. I'm sure you'll never sign with any constellation now. Yamina fiddled with her hands and pondered. Good, you won, that's a wise choice, but, she spoke softly, yet loud enough to make Yu, who was walking away, stop. Among the constellations, there are some that are truly good and genuinely care for those who sign with them. He turned around with a very innocent, puzzled tilt of his head. Seeing this, Yamina grew flustered. She smiled lightly and shook her head, which only made Yu more confused. Never mind. But before you go, I have a small request, Yu. A firm voice rang out in the training room. No. Dok Go-yun crossed her arms and frowned, looking very stern and unyielding. I'm not going anywhere. Absolutely not. This worm still needs to be punished more. He smiled helplessly at Light, who lay pathetically rolling on the floor. Forcing him further wouldn't help. Yu spoke up. The whole room is a wreck from your training anyway. Also, we should have a celebration for what happened in the tower. Let's go outside and get some fresh air together. The night friend sobbed and trembled, reaching out pitifully. Ban, am I really that bad? Yu replied nonchalantly, yeah, that's right. You messed up a lot. Pouting, Yu pinched his cheek. Honestly, if you hadn't messed up yesterday, we would already be at room 20. It was just Rachel and me who made it to room 19. Light sighed anxiously, clutching his forehead in frustration. But it was only a mistake. Dok Go-yun turned her face dark and snapped angrily, a mistake? She clenched her fist, her voice low and frightening. You still dare call that a mistake? It seems you don't know how to repent yet, Light. The night friend hurriedly hid behind Yu, wailing theatrically, no, it was all my fault, everything was because of me. He burst into tears streaming as he screamed, Wah, I'm truly sorry everyone, I was too arrogant yesterday. Yu stepped forward to quickly explain for Light. See? Light already feels regretful, so please forgive him. Dok Go-yun turned away and sighed, phew. Then she held up 2 fingers and said, fine, then I'll take 2 shares. Yu was momentarily stunned. 2 shares? The white-haired girl crossed her arms smugly, her cheeks slightly flushed. You promised in the tower that I could ask for any reward. Great, think about what you want. Yu-Wu laughed confidently, leave it to me. I'll take care of it and let you choose anything you want. Dok Go-yun shyly asked, really? While the pink-haired girl cleared her throat to signal, ahem, Light anxiously blurted out, can I come too, you guys? At the large shopping district in the Flower City, Ronica. Dok Go-yun frowned as she held up a black dress to try on and asked, do these poofy dresses really suit me? Light laughed and teased, your everyday combat gear flares more than that. Yu-Wu quickly added praise, it suits you a lot, so don't worry. The white-haired girl smiled bashfully, I'm not sure, but if you say so. He chuckled and suggested, next, try this knitted sweater. They didn't notice the pink-haired girl's fiery gaze watching them, nor the knight's restless anxiety. Rachel grew so angry her eyes burned red, her hands clenched and trembled as she snarled, how dare he treat my master like a servant? Light beside her broke into a sweat and quietly warned, hey, Ban, maybe you should pay attention over here too. Dok Go-yun smiled inwardly as she happily browsed the stalls. Hee, I'm not used to this style, but since Ban Yu-won picked it, I really like it. It's been a long time since I've shopped this comfortably. Suddenly a familiar voice rang out, causing her to freeze, you greedy pig. Dok Go-yun angrily spun around and shouted, what did you say, you monster? What did you just call me? Rachel took the chance to bawl and throw a tantrum, you won. Yu-Wu cried out in alarm, really? Even here and you two are still fighting? Rachel eagerly feeds Yuan, coaxing him to try a bite. Sitting right beside them, Dok Goyen radiates a murderous air, her face darkening with annoyance. Yuan blushes bright red, waving his hand to say he can eat by himself, but the pink-haired girl stubbornly won't let up. Afterward, the group sits down to discuss that they've resolved the sudden outbreak of Rachel's power during the fight. Rachel stays glued to Yuan, lavishly praising him for handling everything perfectly. Dok Goyen sighed, thinking that outcome was still pretty good compared to someone completely out of control like that. Hearing that, Light feels insecure and wonders if he's now the most useless one, the weak link of the group. Dok Goyen turns and bluntly asks if Light wants to explain his strange behavior from yesterday. Light falls silent and bows his head. He decides from now on he'll try to fight without relying on that holy sword anymore. Yuan watches his friend in silence, thinking maybe they shouldn't let him sink deeper into that inferiority complex. Immediately, Dok Goyen scolds Yuan via telepathic message, telling him to find a way to get Light to open up and share his problems. Yuan sips his coffee with a slurping sound, hesitating because you can't force someone to divulge such private matters. Dok Goyen stares at Yuan and reminds him that as roommates they should look out for each other. She adds a brazen remark, telling Yuan to use that good looks of his to seduce Light, like he did with Rachel. Yuan chokes on his drink on the spot, unable to believe his friend could suggest something so outrageous. He frantically wipes his mouth, insisting he hasn't seduced anyone and telling Dok Goyen to stop talking nonsense. Yuan explains he only wanted to get along with Rachel and never expected things to be misunderstood like this. Dok Goyen sneers and reminds him that it was Yuan who had stubbornly recruited both of them into the group. Yuan sighs and agrees to find a way to help Light. Just then he receives a new notification on his device. It's an announcement about a large-scale field mission to another dimension next week. The objective is to stop a monster wave in lower-ranked dimensions, part of the training to ascend to godhood. At the mention of lower dimensions, Light's expression suddenly hardens dramatically. Yuan urges Light not to think so negatively, saying this is just basic knowledge for advancement. Light still looks unconvinced, arguing that those from higher dimensions always act arrogant, as if lower-ranked worlds couldn't survive without them. Yuan watches his friend's expression silently, sensing a deeply hidden hatred. He is certain something terrible must have happened where Light used to live. Putting that aside for now, Yuan tells the group he has another important announcement. He announces that starting this week he'll join Professor Yumina's combat magic class, shocking everyone. Everyone reacts strongly to the sudden news, while Yuan just wants to focus on training alone for a while. A few days later in the training room, Yuan takes out the new magic staff he recently acquired to begin practice. He tries to start a polite conversation, inviting the staff to freely share its knowledge. But met with silence, Yuan grows impatient and threatens to smash it if it keeps sulking like that. He complains that it's been 3 days and it still hasn't taught him even a single magical language concept. Thinking about upcoming class time and having learned nothing yet, Yuan feels he can't let himself lose face. He pulls out a large hammer and coldly declares he'll destroy the staff to absorb its knowledge from the ruins. Yuan raises the hammer high and brings it down decisively, as if to finish off this arrogant item at once. The staff screams in fear, hastily begging him to stop. It scolds Yuan for being rude, daring to use violent force to invade its inner self without permission. Yuan calmly asks if it's referring to the Babylonian code skill he used to peer into it. The staff keeps grumbling that magic is a noble path, not meant for brutes like him. Yuan refuses to listen to the lecture, he snaps that it should drop those silly standards and hand over its knowledge immediately. At last, the staff yields to Yuan's brutality and agrees to transmit everything to him. Immediately, the system announced that Yuan had successfully absorbed 1,100 units of magical language. His clairvoyant stat also surged to 165. The magic staff wailed and lamented, never expecting to have all its power cruelly stolen by such a brute. Not stopping there, Yuan also absorbed an additional 50 units of elemental magic, raising his soul depth to an impressive 510. Yuan is stunned by the enormous amount of knowledge he has just received. He feels the power clearly flowing through his body. Now, you can fully master the transformation of magical language and skillfully command the natural elements, fire, water, wind, and earth. Yuan breaks into a satisfied smile. Finally he can attend the professor's class confidently without worry. He looks down at the small staff in his hand and inwardly admits the item is far more formidable than its frilly appearance suggests. Seeing it still sobbing, Yuan sarcastically asks if it's surprised to find him intact and sober after absorbing such a large amount of power. The staff wails in indignation, unable to understand why fate cruelly forced it to serve someone with none of a mage's bearing like him. It insists it is not an ordinary weapon spirit as Yuan had long assumed. Yuan startles and cuts it off, fearing it's about to launch into some trite tragic backstory to solicit pity. But the staff's next words leave Yuan completely frozen. It declares that it was once a real human. In the silent space of the training room, the staff's anguished cry asserting its human identity echoes, leaving Yuan with a flood of unanswered questions. When Yuan heard the story he sneered, calling those betrayed unsealed motifs cheesy, like something out of a cheap novel. The staff, Selen, sputtered angrily, shouting in protest. It insisted it had once been a flesh and blood human, not a fictional character. Yuan still didn't fully believe it, wondering why those memories had suddenly resurfaced right now. Selen explained that when Yuan absorbed its power, he had inadvertently broken the core seal that had been imprisoning its memories and authority all this time. Even so, everything hadn't fully recovered yet, so it still couldn't remember everything. Yuan just propped his chin on his hand and listened with an exasperated expression. He checked the info panel and was stunned to see the staff's soul at 200, an unimaginable number for a drop in a low-tier area. Yuan realized this stat was on par with Rachel, someone born into a completely different class. He began to feel that something was off. The staff suddenly exuded a black murderous aura, vowing to reclaim all its power to take revenge. Seeing the tension, Yuan told it to calm down. It screamed to hunt down the betrayers immediately. Yuan stood by unable to do more than sigh in dismay. Suddenly, the staff began to blaze and change form right in Yuan's hand. The gaudy pink heart shell shattered into pieces under the pressure of the new energy. An extremely cool spear appeared, and Yuan couldn't help but be amazed at the dramatic transformation. Selen kept babbling about tearing enemies apart, making Yuan think of teenagers trying to act dangerous. Its new name was Selen's Tears, with both mana and soul stats at 350, far stronger than before. A close-up revealed the new weapon with a bright purple gem at its center. Selen said this was still its current limit because it couldn't yet recall the names of its old enemies. Yuan teasingly asked if it could get any stronger or if this was it, then casually poked it by calling it a newbie. Selen snapped and screamed in anger. It took offense, warning him not to underestimate it or use it for trivial chores, since its skill set wasn't limited to basic magic. Yuan was speechless at how quickly it flipped. Seeing it might be useful, Yuan decided to strike a deal. He promised to help it regain its memories, power, and revenge, in exchange for it assisting him properly in everything. The spear fell silent for a moment as if weighing Yuan's offer. The next morning at the academy, Yuan was again surrounded by Rachel and Rachel calling his name from afar. Rachel clung to Yuan's arm, pleading to come along no matter what, promising she'd be obedient and not cause trouble. The blonde boy Rachel also whimpered, grabbing his other hand, saying he felt uneasy without the holy sword by his side. Yuan shouted a flat refusal, then urgently called Dok Goyun to deal with the two nuisances. Dok Goyun appeared with an authoritative look, cracking her knuckles and saying she thought these two had gone too far. She coldly hauled both of them away, despite their desperate screams of Yuan's name. Yuan watched them go, feeling slightly intimidated. Finally at peace, Yuan flopped onto the sofa and began preparing for his stealth plan. He used developer mode to inspect the teleportation magic structure embedded in the student card. Yuan started analyzing the source code, focusing on isolating the variables related to spatial coordinates. He smiled smugly, seeing that his knowledge combined with Selen's power was overwhelmingly effective, allowing him to decode and modify even very difficult incantations. Yuan input the prearranged coordinates into the system and began activating the teleport command. A glowing magic circle flared up beneath his feet. In the blink of an eye, Yuan was ready for the spatial jump. The room was left only with a wisp of white smoke. Yuan had vanished. Yuan appeared in the middle of the corridor to Era's utter astonishment. The elf girl was sitting there dazed. He cheered because his system hack plan had succeeded brilliantly. Yuan was so elated he didn't realize he'd just pulled off something outrageous right in front of someone. Era remained frozen, not understanding what had happened. She slowly stood up and walked toward Yuan with a look full of suspicion. The elf bluntly asked whether he had just teleported here. Her gaze was sharp, as if trying to see through Yuan's mind. Yuan cheerfully admitted he'd simply adjusted the student card's coordinates. He smiled brightly, as if it were no big deal. Era nearly fainted upon hearing that. She fired off questions about how he could have decoded that massive code with ordinary mana. Yuan began to sweat profusely. Suddenly she grabbed Yuan's shirt, making him jump. This girl's strength was no joke. Era growled, asking how he dared to tamper with source code set up personally by the headmaster. Her expression was terrifying. Yuan flinched, wondering what he'd done wrong to make her so furious. He also quietly wondered if he'd met this elf before, since she looked oddly familiar. Yuan was jolted, his face drained of color, when someone suddenly spoke right behind him. He screamed in surprise. Turning around, he found Professor Yumina standing there smiling. She praised him, saying that even though she forgot to give the address, he still found his way to the classroom. Yumina admitted she had meant to look for him earlier but ended up worrying for nothing since he was already here. Yuan could only smile awkwardly and scratch his head. Seeing Era there, the professor kindly invited her to join the class as well for fun. The blue-haired elf who had just shoved Yuan against the wall now bowed politely and followed the professor. Yuan stood stunned for a few seconds, still sweating heavily and not yet fully recovered from the harsh interrogation. He breathed a sigh of relief, silently thanking the professor for the timely rescue. He muttered that Era was terrifyingly fierce, not unlike Dok Goyun. Yumina suddenly turned back and made a cryptic remark about not wanting to get involved in heroine events anymore, leaving Yuan puzzled. He stood there dazed, watching the professor's figure recede. Yuan was led into a new magic class. The setting looked quite grand, with arena-like architecture. Professor Yumina excitedly introduced the new student from class 11, but Yuan just wanted to get it over with quickly. The students below began whispering, looking at him with ill will because they saw him chatting familiarly with the professor as he walked. Yuan glanced around the class and realized there were only 9 students in total. He noticed very few people could actually cast magic beyond their innate abilities. His gaze stopped on a blue-haired girl sitting apart from the crowd. Her name seemed to be Air. Suddenly, Yuan felt a strange pressure emanating from that girl. It was as if an invisible wall separated her from the others, a complete difference in class. Yuan suddenly remembered Dok Goyun mentioning someone even stronger than those in the Orduma family. Air glanced back, her sharp eyes sizing up the newcomer's true strength. A blonde student named Misty raised her hand to question the professor about this sudden appearance. Misty wondered how someone with magical talent like Yuan could have been invisible to this class all this time. Yumina explained that Yuan had just found an artifact, and it helped him awaken his magical talent. Incidentally, the professor also took the chance to promote her YouTube channel Rebellion to the whole class. Yuan froze at the professor's theatrical display, while the students below began to respond enthusiastically. The boys whispered, unable to believe that an artifact could awaken magical talent. Yumina asserted that being born with magical talent was extremely rare, so skepticism was understandable. Misty still wasn't convinced. She challenged Yuan to show some skill for the class to see. She emphasized that he had to do it without relying on that artifact's help. Although she knew Yuan had just begun learning, Yumina looked at him with a questioning expression. Yuan nodded calmly in agreement, showing no sign of worry at Misty's odd request. Yumina was a bit alarmed because he had only been exposed to magic for exactly 1 week. He stepped up to Misty, reminding her that he wasn't ready for anything too advanced. Yuan moved to the center of the arena, silently calculating which basic technique to perform. He began by gathering currents of air, using the wind element as the core. Then Yuan manipulated the energy into a continuous rotating flow to form a vortex. Finally, he added the fire attribute, causing the surrounding students to blanch. Flame Tempest. A massive fireball began to form between his 2 hands. Immediately, a colossal column of fire erupted violently, radiating tremendous heat throughout the classroom. The class panicked at the overwhelming power and the impossibly fast casting speed of the technique. Misty was stunned when she realized Yuan hadn't even needed an incantation to activate the magic. This was clearly a high-level will-controlled magic that a beginner could never perform. A nearby student screamed from the heat, while Air remained silent, observing the wreckage. The blue-haired girl showed no emotion at the impressive display. Yumina hurriedly demanded Yuan stop before he burned down the entire stands. The professor applauded in admiration, praising the terrifying power achieved without a single incantation. She asked the class if they now believed he was a true genius, while the others were still stunned. Misty lowered her head, annoyed to realize her magic might not even match someone who'd only been learning for a week. Yuan nonchalantly returned to his seat as if he'd done something completely ordinary. Air let out a cold snort of contempt, showing little impression from what she'd seen. She concluded bluntly that this stuff was genuinely boring. Yumina hurriedly cut off the introductions to begin the lecture, leaving Yuan staring thoughtfully at the strange blue-haired girl. Just as class ended and Yuan hadn't yet left, a hand grabbed the back of his shirt. It was Air. She still wouldn't let go and demanded Yuan answer the unfinished question from earlier. Witnessing this, the surrounding students, especially Misty, gaped in surprise, since it was rare to see Air initiate conversation with anyone. All eyes turned to the two of them with curiosity, not understanding what was happening between the blue-haired genius and the new student. Air pressed to know whether Yuan had personally analyzed and tampered with the headmaster's entire code system. Her expression was grave, asserting that altering teleportation coordinates was unthinkable for an ordinary student. As the atmosphere grew tense, Professor Yumina suddenly appeared behind the two of them. The professor ordered Air to step aside so she could take Yuan to a special consultation that had been scheduled. Air froze as she realized a shocking truth. Yuan truly had no official authority, because that privilege was reserved only for full professors. Leaving a still stunned Air behind, Yumina quietly led Yuan out of the classroom. A radiant teleportation gate opened, marking the beginning of Yuan's meeting with the tower's most powerful figures. Aira was stunned to learn that Ban Yuan had never been granted permission to edit student cards, since that privilege was reserved only for true professors. Professor Yumina smiled and asked Aira if that answer was satisfactory, while Aira was still in shock that Yuan had done it himself using his own power. Yumina instructed Yuan to come with her. He replied quickly and the two of them stepped through a radiant gate of light. In the quiet space of the academy, Yumina began to address the matter bluntly, asking how Yuan dared to alter the functions on the student card. Yuan, a little worried, asked if it was taboo. The professor explained that the student card was actually a shard of power from the tower, refined by the headmaster. Only after she said the headmaster wouldn't mind as long as he didn't damage it did Yuan breathe a sigh of relief. Yumina emphasized that, basically, an ordinary student could not interfere with that system, prompting Yuan to feign surprise and ask again. He recalled Aira's determined, probing expression from earlier and couldn't help feeling the pressure. Yuan scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh. He found it odd that someone he'd never met would suddenly confront him so sharply. Yumina beamed broadly, admitting she had long suspected Yuan's abilities would be highly suited to magic. She praised him, saying that he had just awakened his magic and immediately achieved something great. Yuan worriedly asked if he would be taken away for this, but Yumina assured him the headmaster wasn't going to summon someone over a mere card. However, she then announced that Yuan was about to meet the headmaster, leaving him stunned. He wondered why the academy's leader wanted to see him, while Yumina calmly prepared to send him off. Before he could process it, Yuan was shoved into a teleport vortex. He only caught the professor's wish of good luck before plunging. Yuan grumbled that he could have walked there himself instead of being tossed about like that. He landed face first in the middle of the headmaster's office in the most miserable pose possible. While Yuan was holding his head in a daze, a deep voice sounded, welcoming him. The headmaster remarked that it seemed Yuan had grown quite close to Professor Yumina. This time, he appeared as a small butler puppet, perched on the desk, warning Yuan not to be swept up into her circle of followers. Yuan rose and wondered why the headmaster didn't keep their meetings more discreet. He worried about safety, but the puppet replied that it would only become an issue if he went bragging about it everywhere. The butler puppet changed the subject, asking if Yuan had any plans for choosing a major in his second year. The sudden question made Yuan pause. He realized he still had too many things to deal with to think about the distant future. Since enrollment, he'd been swamped with martial studies, climbing the tower, and grueling training sessions. Images of his training flashed through Yuan's mind, from awakening his magical power to achieving true mana control. He could feel clearly how much he'd progressed since his first day here, with the Babylonia code steadily improving. Yuan stared at the puppet, understanding that all of this had been possible thanks to the support of those around him. A look of determination crossed Yuan's face as he declared he would choose the path that allowed him to continue fighting alongside his classmates in Class 11. The headmaster was a bit surprised and reminded him that the academy had countless geniuses and excellent professors who could help him advance much further. Yuan affirmed that he knew himself best, and the best way for him to grow stronger was to keep moving forward with his current friends. The headmaster countered by asking whether he meant his mentor. Yuan smiled. He trusted that whatever major he chose, Professor Yumina would always make time to teach him. The butler puppet asked if Yuan intended to become a burden to her, which made him jump in surprise. Yuan hurriedly explained that it was because Yumina had very high expectations of him that he wanted to work so hard. The puppet nodded as if understanding, admitting that the professor had indeed invested a lot in this student. Yuan still didn't grasp the headmaster's real intentions, so he just stood there dazed and asked for clarification. The headmaster waved his hand, telling him to drop that topic and move on to something far more important. He began to reveal that the location for the upcoming special operation had been interfered with by a very powerful family. Yuan felt a flicker of worry at the mention of a major force meddling in the school's affairs. The name that was uttered stunned Yuan, it was the mighty, conspiracy-riddled Orduma family. The headmaster explained that the academy was full of sponsors, and if they weren't allowed some degree of involvement the consequences could be unpredictable, despite Yuan's questions about the master's authority. He explained that he could absolutely protect all activities within the academy, but outings were another matter. To maintain the enormous funding, he was forced to yield to sponsors for extracurricular activities, which made Yuan respond with a bitter, sarcastic smile. Yuan began to feel irritated. He rolled up his sleeves as if ready to call out the true intentions of the old man leading the academy. He bluntly asked whether the headmaster was selling out the students even though he knew full well that the Orduma family was plotting something for this trip. The butler puppet insisted that if the headmaster truly intended to sell Yuan out, he wouldn't have bothered sitting here to tell him any of this. Yuan angrily argued that whether it was tolerating or selling out, the result was the same, especially when he knew nothing about the upcoming operation yet was already surrounded by trouble. He demanded a clearer explanation of what Orduma was planning so he could prepare accordingly. However, the headmaster refused to say more, claiming that he had already revealed more than was appropriate and that it was entirely because of his expectations for Yuan. Yuan sighed in exasperation. Despite his frustration, he accepted it when the old man declared he would remain silent from then on. He sprang up to leave, having suddenly remembered something important, but the headmaster immediately warned him never to reveal the secrets of this room. Yuan promised to keep their matters confidential, but asked whether he was allowed to discuss potential dangers with his teammates, and the headmaster agreed. As Yuan was about to step away, the headmaster called after him because he still had one more thing to convey. A strange beam of light suddenly enveloped Yuan as the headmaster's voice echoed mysteriously about another truth he needed to know. The Absolute One said he had been observing Yuan for 2 weeks. The young man was speechless, his face blank, not understanding what was happening. He promised to give him a small gift, because Yuan's potential far exceeded initial expectations. As soon as he finished speaking, a band of energy that looked like a zipper suddenly appeared in midair. The zipper yanked open, revealing a gigantic, powerful eye inside. Yuan immediately recognized it as the eye that had appeared at the matriculation ceremony. The Absolute One began to enact his will. The pressure from the Supreme Being made Yuan sweat profusely. He could only stand frozen and endure it. The Absolute One's gaze seemed intent on turning Yuan into an immutable entity, unshakable by anything. The system notified that Yuan had absorbed the concept of durability. His physical stats skyrocketed to 285. Not stopping there, his manifestation technique also surpassed thresholds thanks to the master's will. A mysterious energy began purifying his body, lowering the physical stat to 250 to reach the purest state. All negative distractions vanished, replaced by a wellspring of vitality. Yuan's manifestation stat now reached a transcendent 401. The mana around Yuan changed qualitatively. He felt power surging through every cell. The Absolute One appeared quite impressed by the results. Yuan remained stunned by the tremendous advancement. The master explained he only wanted to help him resist Orduma's power by engraving it into his body. It was a terrifying authority, capable of imposing its will on the entire world. Master said most people must surrender to that power, but with Yuan now he could resist it to some extent. This outcome exceeded the master's expectations. Yuan bowed in thanks and prepared to leave to continue his journey. He thought privately that he owed today to his good friends. The master smiled and opened the way for his return. The next morning, the day of the special operation began. Yuan, like a young father, anxiously reminded the group to check their personal belongings. Han Xia laughed, saying he was being overly cautious, looking like a parent taking kids on a picnic. Light thought everyone seemed very relaxed. Dok Goyen felt reassured with Yuan by his side. The whole group strolled leisurely through the academy grounds. Light always maintained a combat-ready spirit. Around them, other students began whispering as they saw the rebellion group appear. The girls chirped that they looked even better in person than in videos. The fame arrived faster than expected. The curious crowd wondered what content they would post on the group's media channel this time. Yuan heard it all but kept a composed expression. Yuan thought creating a media channel was a brilliant idea. Xia and Light agreed. He suddenly remembered when he first enrolled, everywhere he went he only saw looks of hatred and contempt. It was different now. Now, the support of the regular students had completely changed Class 11 standing. They were no longer the abandoned ones. Professor Xenon waved from afar, calling the group together to prepare for departure. She asked if everyone had eaten breakfast and was fully prepared. Yuan confirmed on behalf of the group that they were ready. The professor chuckled, saying that since they were going out today the group needed to be a bit more stylish. So each person was given a bright red rose to pin on their head. The group froze, faces darkening at how ridiculous the look was. The professor remained delighted, praising how lovely it looked, while the surrounding students broke into a sweat at her taste. Yuan scratched his head, saying it stood out way too much, while Han Xia was extremely annoyed at having to wear a flower everywhere. Xia tried to take it off, but the professor sternly warned that the rose must never be removed. It turned out to be a protective charm the professor had specially made for the group in preparation for the upcoming activity. They had to keep it on at all times. Hearing that, Yuan and Sia reluctantly accepted. After all, safety comes first. Sia muttered and complained that she looked like a walking vase. The professor only smiled to herself, having anticipated this reaction. Suddenly, the professor snapped her fingers and said she had designed them to change shape at will. No sooner had she spoken than the rose on Sia's head transformed into an elegant hair tie. She stared in wide-eyed surprise. Doke Goyen also marveled at the miraculous change. The whole group grew noticeably more excited. Light and Yuan's roses turned into cool-looking earrings. Now they could stroll around comfortably. Sia snapped angrily, asking why they hadn't done that from the start and made her upset all this time. Professor Xenon could only cover her mouth and smile awkwardly. In the auditorium, a steward stood on the platform to announce whether everyone had gathered. Yuan and the group were present. The special activity officially began. Classes were ordered onto the dimensional ship one by one in proper sequence. Light wondered why they weren't going to the port and were boarding the ship here instead. Professor Xenon explained that for large-scale operations, the ship picks up students directly at the auditorium. Only the headmaster and Professor Xenon had the authority to summon this giant ship. Doke Goyen looked up in awe. The dimension ship slowly descended, blanketing the sky above the academy. Yuan marveled. Since the matriculation ceremony he hadn't seen such a grand sight. All preparations complete, Yuan smiled confidently, ready to venture into new promising challenges with his teammates. Season 1 officially ends here.